Hey, 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 what's up, people?
Dead by Daylight, Borderlands 1 and 2, Deus Ex, Devil May Cry 5.
Oh, they're shooting our teammate. It's like it's on the roof. He just jumped off. So yeah, I guess they're
What's happening? I'm trying to find a, I thought I had a clip.
Yeah, somebody spotted you. Yeah, I hear somebody.
Ready to go. Turns out I don't.
checking the roof. Yep. There's a.
Yeah.
There's one right there too.
So I'm looking for a clip, try to
Yeah, I'm fucked up. I gotta go run in here.
try to make a clip real quick. I know there was a couple good plays last night.
I didn't start healing up.
So my apologies. Let me. Here we go. This game.
Right? And then you're gonna spend $15 a month.
Hey, there's somebody.
Let me see how this plays out real quick. Sorry, I'm super distracted. Super distracted.
On your dashboard, it might give you the option there.
Down goes bitch ass.
Shouldn't use that because there's foul language in it.
On your dashboard,
Down goes bitch ass. Down goes bitch ass.
that was badass. I gotta admit.
Where's his second kill at?
Kind of unbelievably bad.
Oh, hey, there's somebody else. Oh, it's the other.
If it's two in quick succession, because that rarely happens. Usually it's long time in between.
Fuck out.
Yep. No. See, way too much foul language. Come on, man, get it together.
Oh shit.
Right? And that is getting, and that's
Yeah, we got fucked up.
Bro, I curse like a sailor.
yeah.
Need to do something about that.
6 months. Like, how
Come on.
is that
Come on, come on, come on.
Yeah.
I'm probably skipping too much time in between here. I was spectating somebody. No, this is I got 8 kills. I don't know.
They're coming down. No, I already took some.
Alright. Enough messing around.
Oh, I can't let teammate get him. Fuck teammate.
Do.
Oh, someone shooting me over here?
Let me see what this is about.
Run off to the other side.
Whoa, let's not do that.
Oh shit, there's some people here.
So that's on the old map. Ah, crap. Where's all the... I just moved stuff around, which is my problem. I really fudged myself up with this one. Is this okay? That's
So like,
that's
I was
this
happy
one.
with the
Okay.
salad, but everything else really sucked.
Oh really? Mine was really good. Super
Well,
good.
you know,
All right. All right. All right. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna do this, and then we're gonna get straight into some gaming there, peoples. Pop that. Hit that. Do this. Label it. That video. Spell it wrong because that's just what I do. Stream clips. Where did this go? There we go. Do that one. And send it. Boom. Why is it not? Yep. Turn that down. Gotta plug the Z headphone in and make a mess out of everything. Organization is not my strong suit, as you can tell. I also forgot the dogs are still locked up, so they gotta come out. Awesome. BRB. So which dog am I taking? Opie? Alright, so let's swap this over to that, and let's mute myself. Make sure nobody's on who would want to get into this game. Oh, Dirty Toes is my friend. I didn't know who he was, where he came from. He joined the party last night. Had no idea. Alright, so I'm gonna do that actually. Neuralink is crypto, 2 kills with pistols and 3 knockdowns in a single match. I also gotta get a kill while they're being gassed as caustic. So cool. So cool. Freaking beans. There we go. Do that. Alright. I also gotta apply for that. The thing. Tilted Nation partnership. So let's do that, do that. Let's tag people. Tag the Grimster, see if he's let's see.
oh my god, babe.
What? It's bad?
Did you start?
Yeah.
I'm gonna take some food and water.
I'll take care of it after this match. Come on, Gibraltar, you're blocking my shot there, bud. I didn't realize he got knocked. What up? What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright. Yeah, what up? It's Free Play Friday. We're doing a real big. Stop by and say hi. Live now. And now, come on. Come on, my fat ass fingers. Apex. Legend clips. Yep, perfect. I gotta start a Tumblr so I can also send it there. It's not up yet. There it is now. I thought it didn't send it. Alright. Alright. So now we can get to the fun stuff. I'll put Facebook here. I'm going to pop in the restream chat. Because everything doesn't pop up over there. Because it doesn't make things easy. Let's do... Why is there no chat? What? Why is there no chat? what is even happening here? Alright, so I think Mixer updated. I think Mixer may have updated too. I just couldn't find the chat for forever and a day. But I got it now. I don't need that. I do need this. Super stressful. Super stressful today. Just walked the dogs and there was a huge possum. Huge possum. And Opie was losing his marbles over it. And then he wouldn't stop. He was just yanking at the leash. Bang, bang. Chibs freaks out. Chibs goes after Opie. I'm trying to get them apart, but Chibs is a 6-foot leash that I had fully extended because we were walking fine. And then it's a mess. My arms hurt.
Can I just tell you one thing?
Sure can tell me one
It's
thing.
actually closing January 20th.
Let me. Okay. It's nothing sensitive. I don't have to mute the mic.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's closing January 20th. So, I don't know if that means like it's gonna go crazier with tickets. They're available now. And, we are going there for Hamilton January 9th.
So the matinee 2-for-1er.
Maybe if there's a matinee show on that day. Or, you know, I don't know if we want to stay.
Holy crap! What is this?
I would
Is
just keep
insane.
that in mind.
All right. So it's called the Waitress.
It's called Weakness.
All right, Waitress. All right. Can you hear Kim calling Opie a dickhead? That's our life at the moment. All right. Extend this mic back a little bit. There we go. Just so don't block my face as much. Gotta show my beautiful face to y'all. Sure thing. Wherever you want to go, Polo. I'm with you, Polo. The sorting factory. So we went blue, and it's just the two of us. Ah, cool. Alright. Cool. That was fun. That was fun. Thanks for taking us down, running away from me. Polo Extreme, Supreme Taco. Man, I'm tired. There's an awful lot of noise going on out there. BRBs. There we go. We do that. Flying like an F-15, bro.
Right now, vision works. When you buy one complete pair of glasses, you get a second free. That means you can get a pair of glasses and a free pair of prescription sunglasses. So you don't have to do the thing where you wear your glasses and your sunglasses when you drive. Or you can get a pair of glasses and different frames. Or a free backup pair. Or maybe another scenario we didn't think of. No matter what, when you buy one pair of glasses, you get one free at Vision Works. Vision Works. See the difference. Office by the Station Force. See over details.
him. I can't tell where the hell he is. Damn, okay. I'm playing with some scrubs. They're pretty decent. Oh, hey, what's up, man? Yeah, I play on Xbox, Jaden. I am my battle pass level, or overall I'm maxed out. No more blue ticks for me. I don't got much in my box, but there should be light ammo if you need it. Take whatever. Alright. Yeah, it's all good. Alright, here we go. I'll take this. You don't want that? They just popped the zip line. They're going 2 of them. Very nice. Shit. GG's, fellas. Shit got intense. So I guess Jaden left. My apologies. I didn't get to him quick enough. So let me throw on these glasses. Bam. Now I'm 1,000 times cooler. Now my dailies I gotta do crypto, so. Give that up. I don't want it. Alright, there we go. Here we go. Ah, shit. Damn it, my accuracy is terrible. Terrible. And the other dude left. Come on, Seattle, Page Street. I got faith in you. Bum, 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 bum. Going down as fast as we can. What? Okay. Oh. There we go. I'm looking for a double tap would be great. You were gonna ping that for me? Thank you. I'll take that. Let's see, where are we gonna go? Rainbow just logged on though. What? I thought there was a... Oh, it's not this building? Somewhere else. Okay. Oh yeah, give me that. We'll do this. Yeah, buddy, give me all this. I need all this loot. All of it, all of it. I need all of the loot. I need all of the loot. Actually, you know what? This is too much light ammo. I don't need all that light ammo. Oh, there's a 301. No, what is just that? Ammo receiver. Yeah, don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Whoops. Got like this whole building to loot to myself, which makes me happy. Makes me happy.
Billy, Loud Luxury is coming to town. Saturday, November 9th. Catch them at Franklin Music Hall. It's a night like this tour with special guest Justin Caruso. Get tickets by clicking the button on the screen. Loud Luxury, Saturday, November 9th at Franklin Music Hall.
Rambo. Yes. Of course I need a second. See what Rambo says though. Nice. I guess he's looking for the invite. There it is. Yo. 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 Why is it not working? Oh, I missed it. Yo. Checkity check. Can you hear me? Okay, you can hear me. Okay, I don't know why it's not. Yeah, I can hear you. My party overlay thing isn't working. Normally it...
You probably have to put it back on. Yeah, because sometimes it turns
What
itself off.
kind of malarkey is that?
No, because that means like that I haven't been the owner of a party before, because in everyone's parties, it like resets the settings. It's really annoying.
I don't remember. Where that? Voice overlay on. Configure voice overlay. Alright, it's over there. Cool. Week 2 of what?
Season 2 like the challenge.
Oh, yes, sir.
Wait, when did I get the Tesla?
Oh, whoa, they got a charge rifle, and they are not happy with me. Alright, I guess we're gonna hold up in this building.
Just kill him.
I don't want to kill him, lol. It's against my Apex religion. Yes, I'm streaming, bro. I'm always streaming.
No, you're not. What do you mean? Your mixer's not on.
Mixer should be on. Somebody just... Somebody was in my Mixer chat earlier, asking me questions that I was ignoring. Yo, why are we so fucking spread up? Are you kidding me? I told... Oh my god. I pinged that there was people here. And one dude was... Yeah, one dude was in the building with me. Broke their shield. I'm about to go down, so we're about to be in a game.
I'm already in your party, so...
Alright, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna go down. Oh, yep. Alright, so I'm just gonna leave. Fuck these dudes. They wanted to go pull some bullshit. One dude never even showed up. The other dude was in the building with me when I first pinged him.
Yeah, for me, you're not online.
What? There was a dude just in my mixer chizat with the
It's really
oh shit, wait.
because like on the Xbox it doesn't say you're streaming, and on my phone it says you're not online. I don't know.
Yeah, that's weird, because I'm looking at my mixer and it says I'm here. It says you're my weekly Sparks leader. I don't
yes.
know.
How many spots have I donated?
I don't know. I guess weekly is. Oh shit! I just hit the wrong button. Made it go away. I don't know how to get it back. But it was like 225,000. So I don't know if that's overall or if that is just this week.
Yeah, I think that's that's just that week. I think.
Yeah, because it's saying you were the weekly Spark leader. Yeah, you gave me like 1 million stars at 100 sparks each. I don't know, my mixer is here and it says that it's up and running.
I don't know.
Can I get my I can give myself sparks. That's kind of cheating.
Not really. It's like when you're big enough, you wouldn't really do that. You know what
I mean, I absolutely would. I'd leave it in channel 1 all day long, and then I'd just dump them all into my my own shit at the end of the week before the cutoff.
Yeah, but you have to have 2,000. You know what I mean?
What do you mean you have to have 2,000?
Like 2,000 followers.
Yeah, but if I was
You'd probably have at least 5 people watching that would donate more than you donate.
yeah, but I mean, it's silly. I would do it anyway. I mean, like I would save it if I had enough people that when I would get a steady, I hit steady milestones.
Save it for like 5 months and then.
Well, I'd save it for like when I need if I'm just short of a milestone. I'm just short of whatever, 1 million sparks. I then dump it in and.
Oh, it's been so long.
I can do that too, young Thugamus.
I can't, but I can go faster than you.
Can you?
Yes, yeah.
It looks like I'm in front to me.
See,
Yeah, I landed on the bottom floor, bro.
Yeet.
I was on the bottom floor for like 2 days.
Eva 8.
Oh, I just need this blue body shield. I just need all of the body shields.
Double tap is so overpowered, bro. Like if you have 2 Eva 8s with. I'm gonna kill him.
Coming. Shut up, Opie. I'm coming.
There's an alternator.
Yeah, I just grabbed an alternator and I got a RE45 on my other hand.
You know what? I got a RE45. I'm quickly gonna heal up.
Okay.
Our friend just.
Oh, you're being sniped at.
He was over here, but then he. Oh, there's a sniper in that box if you want to shoot at. Oh, the sniper's over here somewhere.
He's in the box.
It's not really a sniper, but it's a try rifle.
Ooh,
But there's a guy.
yeah, I don't
right
have
here.
the ammo for that, but I will. I'll take the. Yeah,
I can drop it.
that would
20
be
ammo
swell.
right there.
Thank you. Oh, there's a blue body shield right there.
To distribute as he's being
Oh, this guy's got R99 upload this one.
Okay.
Where's
He ran away like a little bitch.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm being sniped from somewhere else too.
He's got pretty good armor.
It's really bad.
Somebody else. Yeah, no, he needs a new leash.
Behind you.
Okay.
Behind you.
What do you mean Tess, we only need the grabber, so it's okay if we just
He
cut
went up,
it.
I think.
Like, we
Okay,
have
no, he's right here.
Just
Oh,
the
right here,
house
right
one, you know?
Right.
He's
Like,
only
Jesus.
gonna
Yeah, he just put me down.
Oh, he headshot you. Where's
He,
my friend?
young Thuggimus is over here being a douchebag.
Can you come and get us, kid?
The fucking worst.
Wow, I hate this kid already. What is he doing? Oh, you got him. Look at him. He's not
Yeah,
coming.
what are you?
He's too busy.
Go, get down, get down.
To get kills. Look, he's going.
Get the fuck off the desk.
Jesus.
You gotta stay on the floor, Pop.
Is your dog jumping around?
Yeah, he's trying to.
Oh, it's such a cute pup.
He's not cute. He's a pain in my fucking balls.
If you want, I could steal him.
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Yes, please. Can you grab that R99 for me so I have a gun,
Yep.
like, at the respawn if you
Yep,
don't mind?
I got you.
And there's ammo and stuff on my body with a couple of shield cells. Or shield batteries on it. Our friend's Ted's bro. This guy sucks at the game. Why is he trying to go away on his own? There's two of them.
Yeah, fuck him.
Just leave him. Yeah.
There's a blue body shield over here. I'm gonna go for it.
If you do suggest. Sounds good. Oh, didn't you grab the shield batteries out?
I grabbed the shield. Yeah, I got the shield batteries. Yeah.
Okay. All good then. I'll just need to grab one
Yes.
from you. Like if we come back here. Just run. There's a whole squad down there.
Oh, they're resin somewhere.
Right to your left. He's flying. Bastard.
Yeah, man. I'm the.
But be careful because they can zip line across to you.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can grab me some health. No health. Health would be nice. Health. I need health.
There's light ammo, energy ammo.
Oh, hey, yo, buddy. You need to.
From behind, okay. Of course there'll be someone.
Alright, I'm gonna go somewhere else, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're just gonna rush in.
I don't really mind how long you take to get respawn, yeah. I'll be careful because the enemy's over there as well. Because I'll probably hear that zip line and be like, ooh, a component. This kid's left.
What a fucktard.
You don't know how much that pisses me off. That you go in and risk your life to get a banner.
Yeah. What a fucking. What a pansy ass jabroni.
Yeah. The kid sucks.
I mean, he sucks at life, honestly. I'm gonna go in here.
I suck at the game at the moment.
So do I. My accuracy is
He's so bad at aim.
terrible accuracy.
Shut up, mechanic. I've seen this trend.
I mean, very rarely do I do good.
You getting 22 kills.
Yeah,
in 8
right.
hours.
Yeah, right. In 8 hours. I
That's
mean,
pretty good.
it's not though. People get 20 kills a game, broski.
Actually, like, once in a blue moon, but yeah.
Alright, we're gonna go over here to Pride Rock.
Just be careful, cause you've actually got pages for them. So it's coming in soon.
Yeah, I got.
Oh, it sounds like that guy with the triple take rushed and they're fighting.
Yeah,
now.
good. You die, motherfuckers.
Yeah. It's like Uncle Rush and they're just like, whoa, there wasn't a
Yeah,
plane before.
it was just some dude who couldn't shoot before. Where'd he go? That's where I want to shoot.
Huzzah from mechanic.
So there's a scout here. Or I can give you the 99 if you want the 99.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. And I guess someone.
Oh, I've changed my.
Oh, here.
Thank you.
Here is. There you go. Oh, and here
Thanks, man.
is.
That's actually really sweet. You should go grab that anyway. Your battery? Oh. Actually, I'm gonna grab that because I'm probably gonna grab my football. Oh,
There you
there's
go, bro.
Oh. I just need double tap now. Ooh, I've got
Yes.
Okay. Can we
Yeah.
start hitting?
Yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Damn it, I've got to change. I've been playing too much Destiny.
What? No Destiny. Fuck that.
Hey, it's actually fun because it was free.
Yeah, it's just
Like, why is Destiny 2 free?
because they, I don't know, they charge too much money for other shit.
Yeah, they charged so
Yeah.
much for it, and that's the reason I did
That's
it.
actually the reason I stopped playing it, was because it was like every update or every expansion was like another $60, and it was like, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Like,
And that's what I hate, how like you can't get stuff if you don't have the
right,
expansion.
and it's like some stuff is
My box has stopped growing. Sad.
some.
What's in
Okay. Oh,
fence?
there's a blue box here with a hemlock and a prowler.
Oh, I might gotta get hemlock. Actually, no, I'll stay with these 8, because I'll get double tap for it. At least
Okay, I'm gonna drop this scout for.
right here, right
Okay,
here. Just jump
give me
out.
1 second. I'm coming. On my way.
See him right here? Break his purple armor?
Where is he, up top? On the train tracks?
Yeah,
Alright.
up here. He's all the way down there now. Oh, he's gone. He's gone.
Is that a game package or a lifeline that just came in over there?
I'm gonna lifeline.
Okay.
I'm gonna go looking.
Alrighty.
Because I don't know where it went, because it stopped. Oh, here it is. There's so many purple boxes down here, bro.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
I got all of our friends' gear. Nice.
Yeah, I just skedaddled.
What do you mean I'm stealing these?
I didn't say you stole his gear. I said he's a punk bitch.
There's so much. Oh, I thought you said you skedaddled.
No. He's a punk bitch. Oh, I'll take that purple heavy clip, purple sniper stock, purple barrel stabilizer. Do I want the 3x for the sniper?
Oh. Chelsea would grab the 2 to 4x.
I don't like the circularness of it. I think it blocks too much of my vision. I need all the visions I can.
Should I take the golden rampage for more nah, I'm gonna stick with this. I just need to get used to controlling. Oh yes, purple extended mag.
Oh, a blue bag. Oh, what's this gold box? Gold box got a turbocharger.
Yeah. You can grab it.
Nah.
I need to look for double tap. Where the hell is double tap from? I might have to drop my gun. I'm gonna have to drop it.
Are there Bernie sticks in any of these? Yeah.
I'm gonna have to use charge rifle. With a 2 to 4 zoom on it, bro.
We're gonna be laying kids out.
Is there an extended energy mag?
I don't know. Shut up. Here, take this.
Oh, you dropped your purple one.
Yeah, I think I dropped it on the roof of the building next to us, actually.
No, I watched. Remember you dropped it at the respawn beacon?
Oh, yeah, I did.
All good though. My R99's full token now.
Nice. Oh shit. Yeah, how
Okay,
far
let's
do we gotta run?
Not that far. But just so we're together.
See. See, senor.
I totally forgot. I could have checked that out, like, and seen if there were enemies there. But luckily there were no
Yeah,
enemies.
you could have just had me run into danger. Oh,
I'm getting sniped at from by the same guy that was sniping at me when you were respawning. He's still there.
he's got purple shields. It's a fast guy. He ran up like towards the crack in the rock.
Oh, that's the guy I was shooting. Watch out for Wraith.
Oh, I see you, Wraith.
Kiddo 74, she has no shield. Knocked her.
Nice.
Wait for me,
Yep.
wait for me, wait for me. Because there's still people out there.
They're right here.
They're rushing. He's coming up to you.
Oh, they're all here. What the fuck? Nice.
Fuck.
That was that.
I got the
Nice.
whole squad there.
I thought that was you. It was a black and white, but I thought it
And
was.
this-
Shit, there's no respawns in anywhere.
Yeah. What do you mean I shot him?
Shield up. They're coming. Oh, you need to heal. GG though, we made second place. I ain't mad at it.
Yeah, that was the last game. Like, of course. Did you see that bitch, Watson?
No, that was.
Like, she didn't even fight me. She literally finished you and then ran. And I literally had to shoot her while
What a
she was...
bitch ass Watson.
Yeah. How many kills did I get that
4,
time?
I think.
4. Nice. With 600 damage done. See, that guy longbowed me in the face.
Ooh, he poked your face with his longbow, did he? Did
Yeah. He like
Did he?
extended the barrel
Ooh.
and poked me in the eye, which did 19.
I mean, getting poked in the eye with a longbow is, I mean, it's any man's weak
Pretty
spot.
painful.
Eat your bone. I just gave you a bone. You don't need to be under the desk.
A bone? You're feeding your dog bones?
Yeah, give him like a big, like a giant marrow bone. I spread some peanut butter on the inside.
What,
A bone.
I thought you said bone. Like a bread bone.
Nah, nope. He eats bones and bums, like homeless people. He eats a lot of them.
See, our dog's favourite meal is always kangaroo.
Kangaroo's probably pretty nice.
Yeah. Because if you always went down to the pet shop, they'll just have like all massive vats, like of 25 kilos of minced up kangaroos and all that.
What? That sounds gross.
Yeah. Because then you buy like them in the kilo, by the kilos of that. So he bought them by the kilos, would always give him like 250 grams on top of his dry food. Wow.
Nice. Let's try something different and go. Let's go blue. Not a whole lot out there.
I mean, hot drop.
Yeah.
No, there's not.
Get down, get down. Come on, this is serious business here, Opie. You wanted the bone that was on the desk. I gave you the bone.
Okay, let's go.
Like, there's nothing else up here.
Opie, do you want
Like-
to play? Just gives Opie the controller instantly.
Yeah, nah, dude. He's like dumber than rocks.
I'm gonna go in.
Okay, I'll go in bottom. And we just double penetrated this bitch.
Yeah, no. You didn't see it coming.
I got a slug fire, but no heavy ammo. So
Oh,
if you want it, you can have it.
would you like the hemlock then? Because I'll take the.
I don't have any heavy. I don't have any. Yeah, I'll find heavy ammo. Nah, you know what? Actually, I'm good. I'll take this and the hammer point. I'm good.
No?
Thank
Okay.
you.
Oh, I think I'm okay. No one came. Didn't people? Oh, people.
Oh, all right. Let me grab.
There's no one up there. There's no one up there. Who's looking?
What Yeah, he's just like pinging like everything he can see.
No, there's someone down here.
Oh, okay. All right,
Yeah.
I'm coming. Are we?
Like someone has searched all this.
All right. Oh yeah, they're grenading
See
me.
them above me?
I think they're below this point here. Yeah, oh yeah, there's more than one. Fuck. I thought that was our teammate behind me.
What is our friend doing?
There's a fast guy and a pathfinder. Fucker.
Have purple armor, nice. And our friend is dying, yep.
Opie, there's nothing else up here. What do you want? You want this? Is that what you want? Or do you want this?
He wants your love and affection.
Well, he doesn't get that. He gets...
He gets
Yeah.
beatings.
What'd you do, Opie? Why did I just lose 2 computer monitors? Just two monitors just went black.
He unplugged the cable.
Fuck, dog. You're killing me, Opie. I have no idea what you did, how this even happened.
Don't call him Opie, call him Opie.
He is, he's dumb as fucking rocks. Oh, you're eating fucking paper towels when I'm not looking, you dipshit? Yo, what did you even do, Opie? This is crazy. I'll be right back.
Okay, let's get back into this. Oh, you have to do. Oh, he's properly unplugged.
Get out of my ass, Opie. No fucking power? What? Why is there no light on this motherfucker?
Oh, they fixed it.
Alright, so what he actually did was he fucking hit the switch on the power strip. So like I'm looking, I'm like I'm playing with little wires and nothing's changing. What's going on? Like Do I just happen to have two monitors?
And then you see
Well,
the
no, there's no light on it. Oh, my fucking
that's triggering.
my external hard drive is plugged into it. Hopefully everything's good. So there's no light on it, so like what the fuck? So I'm looking, I'm like, oh, my phone charger's plugged in, but it's like a wireless one. So I lift my phone up and try to put it back down, try to position it. It's like, alright, that's not charging. Yeah, so I'm like, alright, let me just hit the switch and see what happens. So I hit the switch, my speakers come on. I'm like, oh shit, I didn't even realize they were off because of my headset. And the monitors come back.
And he was like, oh, you
Yeah,
guys.
that's why you can't be on the desk, dipshit.
I have to get the Pioneer for the Kraber. That's one of my goals. After I buy a R99 skin.
Yeah, I finally have enough crafting materials.
I'm gonna get Rules of War. They finally fixed Rules of War. Now the leather tassels, they actually move around. Instead of being still sticks that don't
That's
move.
pretty sweet. Opie, how did you get this to stand up?
What happened?
His bone
What's
is
standing up?
standing up on an angle. I'm about to take a picture of it. I don't know if I'm gonna post it on Instagram or something. It's like stuck in the carpet.
Just be like, my dog's being mischievous, so I'm stealing his bone. Dog's being more mischievous, so I'm giving his bone back. Mischievous.
Alright, so this is crazy.
My dog's being more mischievous, so I'm giving his bone back.
Alright, yeah, I'm definitely posting this.
What are you posting on Insta or Twitter?
Instagrams.
Nice, let me go ahead and look at it.
Yeah.
First world problems, I've got 75 kills.
Right. Come on, you can't move. Come on, you can't lay there. You gotta move. You can't lay in the middle of the fucking room, dog.
Oh no! You can take a photo of all the people who killed you because you turned off your stuff.
Well, he doesn't look guilty because he doesn't feel guilty because he's an asshole. What is going on?
No! Oh my god, this guy's lagging. Jesus. And look how high he is. What is he doing? I'm going here. Though that guy is
Yeah, I
just
just broke off and just. You can have a caustic trap. Oh, you can have a caustic trap. And a drop kick.
You might
I'm
want
trying. Now that I'm running, she's fucking me up in the back.
Oh, if you come up here,
Try
onto me. Like, get... I hear them.
Yeah, bitch.
Oh,
Haha.
Nice, bro. I
Thank you,
finished it
Anita.
for you. I just watched for any
Oh, she doesn't have a vest. I need a vest. Where's the little vest?
Longbow DMR up there.
Okay. Is there a vest up there where you are?
No, because otherwise I would have taken it. You're kidding me, you can't shoot through here. I'm so annoyed. There's a kid over there, which I can't ping through. Kid behind that. I'm healing up. Had this guy do like 58 damage to me when the longbow only does 55 for a body shot?
Magic.
Right now, Vision Works.
do you want a bomb rush this kid behind there?
That means you can get a pair of glasses and a free pair of
I'm bomb
prescription
rushing.
sunglasses.
Or just to
So
rush
you
now.
don't have
I'm
to
rushing with my bombs.
wear your glasses and your sunglasses when you drive. Or you can get a pair of glasses and a
No,
second
bomb,
pair when
not
you
bang.
It's a bum rush, bro. We're rushing with our bums.
He left.
Because he's a scared little bitty. This scared little bitty, bitty.
Yeah, so he snipes at me and then I bet you he's run behind his house.
Okay, hold on. I'm dropping this Mozambique for this, Eva. Alright, I'm coming.
I think it's upstairs in the shower.
He's in the shower. About to make a rain shotgun blast.
No? Where is he? No, sorry, I ran.
Alright.
Where'd he go? He ran. So his team ran as well. Like after we killed that one.
Yeah, we killed him. Oh,
The
yeah.
rest of his game.
There we go.
I need light ammo.
Yeah.
Jesus, I have 9. That might be stuff.
Oh, there's a purple.
Oh, there's a
yeah.
purple box
Yeah.
right
God, I got your back.
Oh, this guy had. This was the guy we were fighting with. Where'd he get killed from?
There's a white box here. Just a thermal and an RE45.
This is the team we were fighting.
Oh.
Behind us? Okay, they ran. It's good. But I did see it.
I believe you, bro. I believe it. Sure.
But they'll go the other way, which is good. I just don't want to get in much fight since we don't have any good armor. And our guy with the best armor is lagging.
Oh, there's light ammo in here? Are you good on light ammo now? Just one box, but...
Oh, I
okay.
swapped it, yeah. I now have a peacekeeper.
Okay.
I hear people?
Team.
Oh, that was you walking up in the shoes. This man had a heart attack. Oh, actually, I have way too much stuff I don't need.
Shotgun, energy, all this stuff.
I had like 128 shotgun ammo or something like that.
Sure.
Well, you know that's no fault.
Nah, I believe you're exactly. Oh, there's people in the vault.
They got into the vault for us.
They got away with like all of this stuff.
No, he didn't. It's my go fest bastard.
Right here? No, that's a decoy.
I don't care, I'm chasing this kid that's got the gold vest. He duped me.
Yeah, we got bamboozled. Oh, right there. That's not him. That's a big boy.
He came back to you guys if he's not here. There was still purple and gold in the vault.
Yeah. Teammate got the... Oh, there's a guy pushing you?
Purple from the guy that was vault.
What are you doing? Teammate sucks. Oh yeah, the two on me, I'm dead.
Hey, fuck this game, honestly. Why does the Peacekeeper do 25 on one shot and then 96 the next shot?
Because it's an inconsistent piece of
And this kid's a
shite.
solo. This kid had a gold, everything gold, gold backpack, gold body shield, gold helmet. That gun really annoys me. I should have just longboarded him.
It's alright. We finish this post. I'm tagging you in it on Instagram.
Nice. At Aramis, my dogs become a better.
This dog is dumb as rocks, but yet is talented enough to do this. I don't get it. But stop by for more shenanigans at
Shenanigan.
you man can't pass up an opportunity to turn it into an advertisement for the stream. And then we'll hit hashtag rescue dog.
Oh, I'm so sad. I'm not in Australia. All my friends wanted me to go to PAX.
Yeah.
Sad I can't go.
Should have. That would have been awesome. You should have flew back home for it.
If I was in Australia, hell yeah. I actually have to go when I get back in 2021.
Why? When you turn 21?
Yeah, because then I can go to PAX.
Oh, I see.
That's triggering. I'm actually so sad. The year I go away, something amazing. All my friends get together and go to PAX. And I've never thought about doing that any of the years I've
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I don't have... My friends aren't into that sort of thing, so... I'd have a better...
Yeah, my friends are. That's why
I'd have a better chance, like, going with, like, my online people.
I keep on going with my mom and my dad.
That is adorable. That you go with your parents to PAX? That's awesome.
This kid is fucking loopy. Fuck yourself.
Yeah, man.
He literally skims as soon as I open a supply bin. He like skims and tries to come near everything from me. You don't have to yell in my ear when there's energy on me.
Energy ammo over here! Everybody! Who needs the energy ammo? I got energy ammo! Hey, guess what? There's energy ammo over there.
What?
There's energy ammo.
I don't want it. No.
Oh, hey, there's a...
Oh, hey, this guy's screwed.
No, come back. Turn gold. You were getting too far. I had to blow it up with glue. Nothing good. Oh, there's a vault key in there.
You wanna head down?
There's a vault key in a blue one. Yeah.
It was? Can I grab it?
Sure.
Can I grab it?
Sure, it's just a vault key. Just like that.
Where's vaults? Okay.
There is one here, And there's one.
Let's go here. Let's go.
You wanna go to the far one?
No, let's do. Oh, I
Yeah, there's
think
one.
it's right here.
I believe it's here.
I'm going into a vault. Boy.
Pretty sure it's right below the train
It is.
yard. Yeah, man, let's get that vault action.
Oh, look at this kid skimming over. I don't want this kid to come.
No, we're going that way, guy. He must know that there's.
Look at him. This kid's such.
He's trying to steal the loot bins. If only there was a way to like shut the doors behind us. I think someone landed back there.
Yes, he's all the way back there.
I was fighting.
Yes. I'm using it. Grab everything so he gets nothing. Yes, we got him. He's just like, what?
Sorry, bro. Way to be.
So he runs away from enemies and leads them up to us.
Yep.
Really?
Oh yeah, they're coming.
I got no good guns.
I got a peacekeeper and a 99. Oh, there's a third one?
That's another squad.
Fuck, man. It's just you. I got a gold thing I can get myself up. If we just keep him busy. Hey, what are you chewing? Trash? Fuck out of here.
This game is so broken, bro.
Oh, nice. When you get up, I got up with half shield and almost full health.
I got another
Nice.
one. Let's go. Oh no, that was
Oh shit, the fucking thing's here. Shit, we gotta go.
That's what I was saying.
We're
gonna go. Oh, I went the wrong way.
Fuck yeah, I just was running towards you the wrong way. You're killing us, man.
I got a second vault key though. The next vault's in zone. Let's get it. Let's get absolutely ganked. Let's get you full gold as well. Mechanic, I wouldn't be searching.
I'm not, I was grabbing a sight out of a bin.
Oh, you're mad.
Yeah, man.
I wouldn't be searching bins. I chill a bit. Really?
Yo, what are you trying to chew? Okay, good boy. That's fine. You can chew that. Okay, we're not too far.
There we go. I'm stuck.
Nice. Oh, are you in the vault right now?
No.
I'm like, damn, bro. Damn, bro.
What if you guys want to get me so we can go?
I'm working on it, broski.
Oh, yeah, broski.
Listen, broski. Don't mock the broski. Oh shit, there's somebody right here.
I said Bradski. Okay.
Nice, thank you, because was not really ready for that fight. Oh shit, there's somebody. Damn, bro. Alright, I'm healing up real quick.
Our friends are.
Oh, that's a different squad. Because this guy's still alive back here.
Last
Yep.
guy's on me. On me. I almost broke his armor. Yes.
Yeah, hold on, let me. Hold on, somebody.
Get me.
No, I'm fighting somebody. I'm fighting somebody.
Thank you, John. Oh, you bitch.
Yep,
Oh,
yep,
no,
yep, yep. I'm healing, I'm healing, I'm healing. I'm healing, bro. I'm healing.
Getting dark mechanic. I can't see.
Alright, I'm coming.
Go protect me. Go protect
Alright, yep, they're pushing.
me. 30.
Shit, the ring's moving. Fuck.
Oh, quick when you fall. No, I left my gold on it. I thought I picked it up. Actually, I swapped it.
Yeah, we'll get more.
We need to get to
It's
the
so
floor.
good that you
It's
get
just
up
outside
with.
the zone, though.
Oh, you know what? I have the gold bag. That's why everybody gets
So
up
much
like
better.
that. Oh, I forgot about that. I'm like, that's such a good update. I'm glad I didn't know anything about that and it just happened. That's cool. But no, it's because I have the gold bag. That's
Yeah, the gold
so
bag.
clutch. And the gold vest is the fast heals now.
Fast heal, which I accidentally tried. I hate how you can swap one level.
Yeah, if it's higher than what you got.
Okay, we have to take some storm damage. It's been open.
There's gold boxes in front of it.
There's people.
Oh yeah.
Not one.
Broke somebody's shield with the arc star.
Got two.
Yeah, gold bag here.
Called Guardian Angel. Yeah, this kid's just a Nick No monster.
Shit, I gotta go
I'm so
heal.
annoyed I left my gold body shield behind.
Shit, I don't have a lot of heals.
Oh, actually, no, down yourself in zone and I pick you up, because then you get more health.
Okay.
If you don't
Well, I have the backpack.
exactly.
Oh, you have the backpack too now. Okay.
Now come to me.
Yeah, good shit. Good shit. Good call. Good call. Pro strats right here. Pro strats. Good shit.
You look how much health.
Yeah, good shit.
Do I have syringes? Yes, I do, so I can go back in.
Oh, there's a double threat. Oh, it's doing so much damage. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. Ah.
I'm so annoyed I left my gold mine. The gold shield. Like, why can you swap a high tier shield for a low tier shield? I thought it was another gold shield, to be honest. Okay, let's get the hell out of here. I hear the map.
Alright. Alright, let me
Let's go.
heal up again.
Lamau, what is our friend doing? Come on, let's go.
Yeah.
We've got little time, we don't
Yeah, let's grab. Yeah, well, now we definitely don't. I was just grabbing another syringe. Alright.
The last two squads
Alright,
are here. Let's go.
shielding up. And then we'll be full and we're gonna.
Wait, I'm
Alright,
joining
good
you
shit.
quickly.
Alright,
One right here.
okay.
Okay, let's go. One coming over. Hit him for
Nice,
Knocked
nice.
him. careful. $15 purple.
Okay, up where you pinged. Oh, I see them?
Right here.
Squads here. Throw my ult at them.
Break the pump.
Alright, somebody's ticking to
Quickly. Burn it.
one down.
Jump, can I come to help? Shocked the guy with shield. They're all up on our mate now. Let's go.
Yep.
Go. They're all on our front.
He was shooting somebody that was down. What a jackass. Purple, hit him for 24.
Jibby's armor's broken. That chick's armor has been 50.
Alright, Gibby's healing up on his fucking thing.
Jibby's not. Jibby hit for 9. We have to push.
Alright,
Let's push to the left. Come
Yep.
up behind me. Just jump and slide around things. They're right here behind the shipping container. Hit him 39.
hit him for 29. Still a shield.
Jibby's almost dead.
Alright, dipshit's down.
He's mine.
Oh, there's one more.
Wait.
Oh, I
another
thought.
squad.
Oh shit. Okay.
Okay, so there's a singular person. They're gonna be hiding in this house down here, aren't they?
Let me grab some grenades. There's energy. Shit, I gotta swap out. I'm running out of.
Come on.
Yeah, I don't have enough light ammo to finish this fight. Alright, I'm coming.
Right here. 45. Sorry, it's a single.
He's up behind that giant big rock.
Wait, let's befriend him. Like, just try and kill back. If he shoots it, you shoot back, but... Oh, I shoot him. Okay, he doesn't want to be friends.
Oh, he's right there.
I'm healing up quickly. Oh, it's two. It's two.
Nice, one's down. Oh, the other's behind the container. Oh, got me. Just make sure you stay alive. Nice. Oh,
Down.
good shit. That's what I'm talking about. Are you happy, Opie? Are you happy we won the game? We won the game for you, Opie? Are you happy? Are you happy, Opie?
Okay, so it's like, please.
Are you happy?
10 kills, bro.
Look at that! I almost got 1,000 damage. I'm happy about that.
Good job, mate.
Put all work, and I still don't think I got my thing. I need to kill one person as caustic while they're being gassed.
Okay, so while they are gassed, you have to kill them. Like,
Oh wait, I got one of them. Oh, okay, I got my knockdowns with some machine guns. Yeah, so yeah, still playing Fat Boy.
I went up 2 rounds. Wait, what? I got a shotgun skin. Peacekeeper? Which one is it? Oh, Firestar. And it actually looks like trash. Do I have a skin on my number? Yeah, I had those.
Oh, I got the new Pathfinder skin. The iced out. I don't know, honestly, I like the Mandarin skin. The like orange and black. John.
Which skin?
The orange and black. The one that's in the... Yeah, that guy right there. I like it. It's simple. It's fancy enough. If you take trash out of this can one more time, Bob, I'll be gonna...
I'm gonna kill you. Well, not kill you, but...
severely hurt you.
Maybe not feed you for 5 weeks and then say, I don't
Yeah.
want to go.
I'll do some type of vicious shit to your dog.
I will make your bed out of trash.
Yeah, well, he can't have a bed because he likes to eat all the
Excuse me?
stuffing out of it.
How did the dogs do that?
Oh, you're looking at that? Yeah, I don't...
Well, that's physically
I don't know.
impossible. Because all the weight would be...
Yeah. I have no idea. There's nothing up here. Oh, you want this now? You got your other toy, both your bones. Oh, you turned the air conditioner on?
85 kilos, okay. Oh, I'm the champion.
Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Where you want to go, champ?
Wherever you want.
Oh, the champ called me champ. Oh, I got goose pimples.
Ah, yes. Goosebumps.
Yeah, man. 3, 2.
I love like, oh, there's Apex Predators. There's Apex Predators in our game. And they're coming with us.
Well, let's show them how we get down.
Show them how
Yeah.
the trance run.
We're gonna get down for the get down.
Like, show them how they've done the
So-
trance. Oh, he went to the left, saw me and went, oh, that's the champion. Some guy just jumped
Yep.
down inside your area. Oh, he's on
Oh, I'm being shot. Oh, they melted me. I couldn't even get off the edge. I think I found the apex predator.
No, it's not. He went back away.
Someone behind you?
So yeah, didn't have a gun, so yeah. And look at our friend. Of course our friend would leave us there. Like, he's so good at the game. Look at him up there. I'm just gonna leave. Because this guy's absolute fucking fan. He's seriously gonna raise you in the middle of this.
He is. Ah, there's people everywhere.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave. He's dead.
Yeah.
Plus, I think I need to check.
Yeah, I need to get a drink, so...
Pretty good TBA.
BRB.
Go get a drink then, Jesus.
Stay. You're not
When did I get Apex back? What? Hey. Can't wait. On tier 34. 20 tiers, bro. Caustic Trap, yes. On the P20, really? Wait, you can come on. Why not? I really want this to be lucky. And that little... is that? Oh, look, where's Raven? Where's Raven? Where's the Raven? Let's go to this one. Nope. It's cluster crap. 91 is a Raven. Alright, a true. Idiot.
Knock, knock, mofos. Alright, my apologies, I'm back. I'm back and I'm loud. And I'm smacking them now.
Nice.
Boom, 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 boom. Minecraft on the Xbox. Do you know if you can set up a keyboard and mouse for that?
I don't know.
Cause I heard a while ago. I think it was Minecraft that somebody was doing it.
Just test it out. Just
I
plug in the
know, but
keyboard.
like I thought about it
If you can, then I'll be playing Minecraft every day.
last night. Yeah, I thought about it last night. Cause like I'm so sick of. Sorry, puppy. So sick of like dragging the cursor with the joystick and like or using the D-pads like.
Yeah, they're so slow. All the cursors.
Yeah.
and
So, cause me and Zed got we got a place together in Minecraft. It was
oh, you left me out of
well, I'm working on building a house. It's just a tower. I went.
Oh, you left me out of your one by
Yeah. Well, no, it's pretty decent. Zed did like all the stonework. I was out just like collecting wood. And then he. I don't know where to go. I just always want to go to the urban area.
two right there.
Alright. Yeah, let's go.
No.
Oh, you want to go here? Okay, we'll go here.
Yeah, I gotta
Alright.
go here. But I'm trying to do my voice clips. You thought you were better than me. Mechanically, all behind you. That guy's got great stuff right there.
Oh, and he's a caustic, so. Yep, he had great stuff, alright. It fucked me up.
As I was saying, because I was originally going to go for that, but then I went to mine as well. Is he
No,
down
he's
there?
still on the 3rd floor, I think. He's throwing his caustic traps at me, but I'm a fucking caustic.
Hit him 25.
I'm just gonna crawl around. Actually, I'm gonna stay over here. Yeah, he's down here now. He's fucking me up. Nice.
The fuck out of here, bitch. Oh,
Yeah.
what are you doing? He's
Yeah,
dead
like
shit.
what?
He left.
Maybe he thought it was my trap.
How dumb can you be to shoot a caustic?
Oh my god, I'm down
No,
again.
because it shows up as an enemy point.
Come on, David Garcia. There we go. He's picking me up again. I only have a P2020. Oh. Alright, 45. I need a vest.
One down here, but I don't think, and there's a thing for it,
Okay.
because I accidentally
Oh, here's
picked it
one.
up.
Yeah, I got it.
What dipshit? This kid's running into everything. Got kids on me?
Oh my god, I was hoping that there was fucking
Yeah.
health. Shielding up because I don't have any health.
Got him.
Nice. Is there health in that box, maybe?
I don't see him. No. I can drop you some sponges if you come to me. There's 4.
Thank you.
That's a whole squad already down there.
Because you're going beast mode.
What has our friend been doing? Our friend's only got his finger up his ass. Like he's literally doing nothing.
Oh, yeah, I got a double tap, so I'll take that motherfucker. Oh, actually,
I got
yeah, I'm dropping this longbow if anybody's into that sort of thing. I'll give you my heavy ammo. And my...
I'm into it, but I have a devotion, and I'm not fully confident of my ability to use it.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like I'm semi-confident.
There you go. I'm dropping heavy ammo and a heavy
That's why
clip.
I'll probably use it just Ooh. Thank you, I'll check that on my flatline.
Yes, sir.
We should start heading
Okay.
in. Look up that way.
Alright. I'm looking at these attachments.
Our friends.
Oh, there's heavy and energy over here. A box of each. Do you need them?
Make a call. Oh, yeah.
Got them. I got them.
Can you ping up?
Yeah,
Oh, you
bro.
got 'em? Oh, thanks. What a sick.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. That's what we do.
That deserves a shout out. If you haven't already, go
He picks up your stuff you need for you. Oh, I need a bag.
Exactly.
There's no bag having shit. Is
Someone just shot the gold drone down.
okay.
See them right here.
Okay.
She left the vault key.
Nice.
She ditched a vault key, bro.
What a dum dum.
Let's head over here quick to that vault key. Look to that vault.
Okay, I'm dropping to the bottom here.
Go up on the train tracks and like run there.
Alright. Oh, just got a post. Somebody's here. Yep.
He's on the train tracks.
Nice.
Got one. He's dropping down to you.
Okay.
Can you finish him?
Oh yeah. Blue bag. Oh shit.
Oh, I don't think he's gonna Oh, there's two of them. Where's our friend?
Ah, damn.
I hate our teammates so
Yeah.
much. He was sitting up the top.
Like a dumb asshole.
He's literally just sitting up the top of the house. Yeah. I hate people. Like, why can't you just be a part of the team?
Yep, I don't know.
So it looks like vault keys always come out of those drones. So maybe they lessened the number of drones. Because that's 2 drones shot down and 2 vault keys.
Yeah, I did notice one, not that game before, I think, that was flying, that it was gold and then it turned, or it was purple, then it was blue, and both times I saw one of the sections was red. And then when it turned gold, it wasn't red, but it could have just been the other side of the drone. You know, it was just one of those tiny lights was red. So
They're changing the firing and like the training. Apparently they're adding every optic for the guns, body shields and all that. And maybe there's a combat.
I don't.
Like, because there's a red person standing there, maybe they have a gun and they can.
Oh, okay. So yeah,
I think that's good because then you get to test.
yes,
out
that's huge. That is big stuff.
But apparently that is the first look at it. I'm not sure when it's coming or if it is coming. Damn, I'm so hot. Like, I'm sitting here in shorts and I'm boiling balls on me.
Yeah, man. I've had those nights. I still have the AC out. I mean, in case I need it. Yeah, we were just on the team with this dude. Either last game or the game before.
Not this game. It was. I think it was last game. He was the Octane. Hey, I'm in front of you.
Yeah, because I remember trying to like figure out his name. Like, I thought his name maybe was like Apples or something. I don't know how you.
Apps.
Apps.
I'm just calling them apps.
Yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to read it, but I hear footsteps around me.
I saw you on down.
Oh yeah, I think someone's here. I have no idea.
Yes, I got an
I got a Peacekeeper and a Spitfire.
I hear footsteps on me too.
Oops, somebody's on the zip line right here. Hit him for 108 and he's fucking fine.
Someone just threw down.
Oh, and there's a caustic. There's 2 of them here. I'm coming down.
Yeah. Cause it just jumped down on you?
Oh, nice. Thank you, bro. Yeah, I need that shield. Oh, and the health.
Oh. Got him.
Oh, actually, I need that. There's light ammo.
Can I just ask why the boxes shoot out sideways? Yes, that's what I need. I need that extended.
Take it. I need this med kit for.
I've pinged it, but I'm.
Oh, that was. I thought you were next to me. You were. Okay.
No, I fell down.
Okay.
There we go. He just killed the last person. Bad jack shit. I have no clue.
I picked up a med kit for you.
I'm up top.
Alright, I'm dropping this Spitfire for.
Where are you? I'll come down to you.
I'll come up to you.
Okay, I'm up second.
What the fuck? I've never. This is insane. Oh shit.
Oh! Fuck, bro. If you can get up and come to this corner.
What? Are you kidding me?
Where's our friend?
Oh my god, that's.
See, look, he's on the straight. This is why I hate this kid. Look how far away he is. I'm just pinging until he comes. Fucking hate this dude, honestly. Like, why do you have to be such a dickhead and run off?
So next time he's in our lobby, we just leave. Maybe that's why like people have left
Yeah.
on me, just like in a being scale. What the fuck? Like they left as we're jumping. I'm like, fucking dickhead. It's probably because they played with me and like, yeah, this dude's garbage.
No. I know that sometimes it happens to me, like, you're in a lobby with your friends and you try and go play with them, but it only puts you in the lobby, and the others stay behind. Like, that's probably half the time what it is.
It is true. That's happened to me.
Maybe I should just play Lifeline, because I could just chuck down my healing drone and start shooting. Yeah, I'll play Lifeline.
Alright, well then I'll...
Oh no, truck off. No, I want truck off. You truck off. You mother
You
truck off.
godmother trucking piece of truck juice.
We are not in Hawaii.
Dude, it's the only skin I got for him. You know what I mean? I want like the black trench coat. The mob boss.
Yeah. But his face looks so weird
Yeah.
in that one for some reason. 80 games with 59 kills.
I mean, I don't know. I guess.
Do you like think you could have done better?
I would have liked to have done better. I don't know.
Yeah. See, that's why I always have those off, because then you get people that are just like, oh, you're so trash. I'm just like, ah, fuck.
Yeah. That to be true. Wherever you want to take me.
We are not going over there. Like, shoot. Well, actually, I've never been to Skyhook. So
We
maybe.
can do Skyhook. It's another urban area that I enjoy.
Maybe. Just maybe.
I enjoy the urban areas.
Just, yeah, we'll give Skyhook. Or can you land?
Only one way to find out, bro.
Where are you
I don't care. I was gonna try to land up top.
I enjoy Capital more than this. I'm gonna go here.
Okay. Yeah, there's nothing up here, but I landed up here.
What do you mean? I got some good Fuck off is on me. Oh my god, look at it.
Yeah, no, I'm coming. I think I hear a drone.
I hear people on there. Yeah. Purple armor, thank the goddesses.
Thank the Apex gods. Oh shit, somebody's in here with me. She ran away because
Why does this kid
started.
have to come into my house? Fuck off.
Oh, hey, she's shooting back. She's shooting back.
Look, Chokov just comes into my house.
You should have just ran away, bro.
No, yeah, but I've been in
No, not you. I'm talking about her.
And then he just goes into the bottom floor and takes everything.
Oh, I was trying
Oh, you're
to
talking to
get heals and I got down. Right
Where
here,
is he?
coming up the steps. He's punching me? Yeah, I got my shield up. He's around that corner.
Give me your gold shield, bro.
Nice.
Sorry.
All good. I was trying to get a prime seat for that shit. Oh, can you drop your drone? Can you drop your drone?
Grab the purple. Grab the purple.
Okay,
grab the purple.
thank you. I'm getting thing from outside. Yeah, from a drone.
I hear it. It's up the stairs. It's going from banner. Yes.
Yeah, I don't think so. I hope not. This is the one I was trying to loot, and they fudged me up.
Considering a graduate program? Consider Westchester University. WCU offers programs from athletic training to urban and regional.
Still has a picture on the front. I don't know
with more than
if the
80
picture on the front goes away.
No, yeah, the picture always stays. Our friend is running. Do you want to come
Sure.
with me? Okay, let's go with him. He's under attack anyway. Oh, he's shooting at them, he's not. Well. Okay, that was a dumb. Drone's gone back in that house. See it right there?
Okay.
I'm not gonna say thank you because why not?
You ignorant, bro. You ignorant. Alright, I'm gonna throw my drone out and get some eyeballs. I forgot who I was, so.
Wait, we need to go.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay.
Mechanic, get out of your zone. Recall it, cool. Why won't you recall it? Just press hold down on the D-pad when it's in the room.
Yeah, just tap it when I'm running though, bro. Yeah,
Oh,
bro.
really?
Yeah, what are you doing? Why are you just like...
He's been doing this like the whole time.
I just heard a fast guy.
Take that. Take this quick.
Oh, my man.
Because I have already 25% faster heals. Let's go.
Yep,
Stay out.
I'm running, I'm right behind you.
Like, when we're quite far out and we don't want to be stuck behind zone the whole time.
Yep. Ah, come on, get out of this. Ah, there we go.
Oh, thanks, mate.
I'm grabbing one of these zip lines. Oh, never mind. I thought that they were.
Oh, you're okay.
Thought that they were closer. Oh,
Get on
shit,
me.
okay.
Wait. How am I in zone if I'm running? You dropped everything. What do you mean?
We scared the loot out of him.
Yeah, he's running. I looted him.
Yeah. Yeah, no, so,
Oh, we
Yeah.
scared the loot.
so I thought they were doing that and then like leaving. Yeah, I
On
see
the
them.
right? Got one.
Okay.
44. I can't tell what shoot because of the zone. Oh my god! Why does the zone make your vision sway back and forth? I'm about
Get in zone.
I can't because they're right there. He's in zone.
Shit, there's two of them. Fuck. Nice, you got one. Shit.
Fuck, I got one, but then I got one. Yeah, because our friend instantly went up the zip line and got killed.
Yeah, I
Did
did.
you see that? Like, he didn't even try.
Nope, he's like, truck off, I'm out of here. Oh, whoops, I died. Maybe I shouldn't have did that. Whoopsies.
Oh, it's not my fault I died. You guys abandoned me.
Yeah, you guys are dum-dums. My head's not full of rocks. Your head's full of rocks.
Yippee dum dum. I know that people go, but I gotta zip twice so I die.
Yeah. I gotta zip straight to death. clear, Luffy.
Oh, you're using Watson, right?
No.
I should get back into Watson. Watson's such a good character, bro.
Yeah, bro, you do whatever you need to, bro.
I've only got 700 kills, man. What do you mean?
And only 700 kills.
Oh my god, I hate all this fake stuff.
Oh, I'm jump master.
No, you're not. I'm not.
No, you're not. I am. But no, you're not. I am. But no, you're not. I am.
No, you're not. I am.
Hey, you wanna do the train? We haven't done the train. We're doing it, bro. We're doing it.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna land in these sky boxes.
Fuck you, man. Fuck a dude. I'm gonna go into that skybox.
Okay.
They're actually called sky cargo. I'm fucking done with this game. I'm
What
leaving.
did you miss?
No, I hit it perfectly, but the little piece of metal that sticks out knocked me out. Who would die?
We got somebody in that top room over there? 2 people?
2 of them?
I'm coming to you.
Gold Jibby's up there, focus on. Jibby's
Alright,
almost
this
dead.
Wraith.
He's mine.
Alright, I knocked the Wraith.
Jibby's down.
Oh shit, I shouldn't have finished her. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing?
On me, radio. Panic.
Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
Just shoot him, bro. I hate our friend. Our friend is so gay.
That's like a full clip of the Havoc rifles.
Bro, he's right. And he leaves.
No, he's hiding in my corner with me.
So you don't get me, but you get me.
Is he?
No, he's not.
Oh my goodness.
So he smokes me. He starts resing me, then stops and goes to res you.
So look at that. He did nothing that entire game.
Yeah. Oh, I hate how dumb half of these people are.
We did enough damage each to kill 2 men and a baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, how much damage did I do?
270 or something?
Yeah,
250, okay.
250, yeah. Yeah, I just hate people like that. Like, he smokes me, which he could have easily raised me. But he doesn't. He goes and sits on me for like 5 seconds.
Yeah. Like, yeah, he's like sat in the corner with me at first. Yeah.
And then starts pressing you and
That's, yeah.
Yeah. Wish me luck that I don't die this next week. Well, this week.
Why? What are you doing this week? They might die.
I'm going scuba diving in the Red Sea, where the most people have died scuba diving.
What? Why are you scuba diving in the bloody sea?
Cause why not?
So why do people die? Because of like
Getting my
shark
gas
attack, or like because they can't?
No, because the Red Sea is like a giant pothole. It's like a sinkhole going straight down, and there's lots of little narrow caverns that lead off when people get stuck in there, and they like lose their.
That's fucking terrifying.
How do you think I feel when my dad told me that? It's like, oh yeah, the most people die here by the what the fuck? Apex, no diamonds on it. Already listened to my thing. I love
And
that.
it's
I find it's just so cool with like, hi guys. What about you? Why didn't it put the... I pick up a light mag, but it doesn't pick up on my gun, and it turns out I can...
well, that's why.
Why again? Just...
That's why it didn't go on your gun.
Yeah, because I picked it up, like, oh, it made the sound. And apparently I don't know.
Question mark, question mark. Exclamation point.
Damn, this is a pretty crappy house.
Yeah, man.
My frame rate is actually killing me. We should get on this train.
We got on the train? Oh shit, okay. I don't really have a... Oh, I'm dropping this P2020 for this?
Nah, I'm joking. I'm just looking on the
Okay.
train. I got 2 enemies on the train. I'm off the train.
Well, it's too late now. I can't make the train now.
They have gold and purple armor. You're kidding me, bro.
Are they off the chain tracing?
How about you go kill them?
I'm just trying to make friends, bro. I don't want to go kill anybody.
Is under me?
Yeah, it's a lifeline. Just jumped this. Just went in the building right by. Oh, they're coming up to you, up the steps. Oh shit! I was going to back you up, bro. I'm trying. This caustic gas is fucking me up. I'm down. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm down. Isn't doing anything. See, look. Why do they always sit up there?
Jesus Christ.
How does that help? How does that help?
I don't know. Alright, let me, he just like pulled his dish out of his thing. Let me just see if, when the last time he got fed was. I'll be right back.
Just super glue everything down.
I'm about to. When I'm losing my patience with this game, man, this is just some bullshit with these teammates.
It is. Like, our friends do nothing.
Yeah, it's like literally killing me.
It was like, oh, I'm gonna sit perfectly still and just shoot at this kid and then get killed from behind and go, oh my god, who's hacking when
Yeah, like, I don't want to do anything during the fight. I want to wait till my team's dead and then try to do something. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, let me give a look at my... Oh, no, I don't have so many friends. Maybe we should just go factory. No. Anik. MC Anik is in the house, right?
Every legend is built with physical stars to the frame. We raised to great stature and we gave it a name. BMW X7. It's the biggest one yet. With the power and style. Best you can get. An all-leather interior, its luxury shows. So we kept it right up for all 3 rows. With its dynamic driving and chasing desires. True mark. This legend. How it inspires. First ever BMW X7. Make every day legendary.
Hey, Opie, come here. Check your dish, bro. Back up. That's not for you.
Daddy.
Back up.
Dad.
I'm
Dad.
back. Don't worry.
Hey,
Your
my
dad
dad.
too. Don't worry. Check your dish. You were just playing with your bowl.
My name's not Odie.
You're playing with your balls. All right.
Did you or your partner decide to get
She made the final decision. I wanted the dog for a while. For years, I wanted a second dog to like.
So
Yeah, I mean, I want. Yeah, well,
and now you hate it.
kind of. Well, yeah, no, I definitely hate it.
Well,
I
don't
definitely hate it. He's a pain. But again, so like, our other dog when we got, we saw him online. We went down to like see him in person, and they were
Pick
like,
them up?
"Hey," they asked a couple questions. We answered like I don't know, like 5 or 10 questions. They're all right. We have like 5 dogs we want to show you. Should be a good fit. We'll show you them, and then if we don't like those, we'll go.
Got that one.
We'll go see the. No, this is for the first dog. Like if you don't like any of those, we'll go and you'll look at the one that you want to look at. I'm like, well, let's look at him first, because we're really set on that. And if it doesn't work out with him, if he doesn't seem interested, doesn't seem like a good fit, then we'll look at your list. So like, all right. So we do that. We like him. We fall in love with him. We bring him home. Not the right dog for us. He had way too much energy. He was all over the place. But so we made it work. We figured it out. I don't care, wherever you want to take me. And then with this dog, we got that was a pretty awesome emote.
Wait, and then it does the other one. You keep both of them. You hold to do the new emote and you press it to do the old.
That's pretty awesome. So yeah, this dog clearly wasn't the right dog for us. Okay, either. But yeah, he's such a. I wanted a dog for years, so our old dog would have someone to play with all these years. And she's like, no. Finally, I'm like, back up.
Shut the hell up.
Yeah, like I'm ready for. I find a dog like I'm looking at or whatever. Actually, a friend of ours is like, yeah, this dog's like, the living situation changed. This person's can't have their dog anymore. So it's gonna go into.
Oh, it's one of those.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was going to be. And I'm like, well, let's do this. Let's help this dog out. Let's whatever. And then Kim's like, well, actually, I was looking at a dog. So we went to look at that dog. That dog had issues. Wasn't the right dog for us. So while we were down there, we just met Opie.
What type of?
It had some dog aggression issues.
Opie's so
Yeah, he's cute, but he's a pain in the fucking balls. Yeah. So.
That's when you pay for a good dog course.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to. We are looking into. I found a place not too far from here.
Yeah, we put our dog into that. She was amazing afterwards.
Yeah, so yeah, that is on the list. I have to go on their website and fill out like a questionnaire.
I think it's well worth.
I'd say it's cheaper than I thought it would too. It's like $300 or something.
Yeah, but you need to find a good one that doesn't abuse your dog.
Yeah, well, this. Yeah, no, this.
Physically abuse your dog until it starts.
Yeah, no, this is like a class for both of us. So like, I'm gonna go in with the dog, and Kim's gonna go in with the other dog, and it's gonna be like a.
Oh, and you stay there
so it's like it trains the dog, but then it also like teaches us,
trains the human.
So
trains the dog, but also trains the humans.
Yeah. So hopefully it'll be. He also just got his balls taken off.
It's much easier to do the shrouds on.
Yes, it is.
Well, it actually wasn't Shroud that started.
It was Dizzy that did it. Yeah.
It was Dizzy. Yeah.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's so much easier to do it on computer because you can whip around.
I can do it. Yeah, I can do it in here. I can't do it on the in the training ground, which like the video I watched of it, the guy Quake V did it in the training ground. I can't do it there, but I can do it.
Yeah, probably because he turns really fast.
With this, I can like bounce off the wall and stuff.
Yeah. That's a bit. I need to turn my sensitivity up so I can see. Settings, controller. What's your controller?
6, I think.
I got it on 7. No. Oh, that actually feels great. It's still not fast enough though. But I can. Look at him. He kind of.
Nice.
Oh, it's failed. No, it's so close. Are you actually meant to jump through the rope? Because that feels easier if you jump through the rope and like start turning, see? Like and then you go. Or otherwise you just like this mechanic. You just start at the bottom and just like mechanic. No.
That's not.
Go.
Yeah, nah.
You go.
You gotta go back and forth.
Why not? It works.
Our buddy's doing it with us too now.
Yeah. My look sensitivities are insane. I actually like it on insane. Oh, that's. I can actually do it so well now. Like, look. That's on insane. Insane's so nice.
I don't know. I had mine on like
Like, I
8
get used to it.
or whatever.
Yeah,
and
that's
it was
insane.
just like all over the place.
I like it. Oh, it's still very slow for turning around. You know what I mean? That's why I like mouse as well.
Yeah, I'm no good with that. Well, the mouse isn't really the issue. Knowing where to put my fingers for the movement is my problem. Like I played Overwatch on PC for a little bit, and it was pretty difficult.
That's when you buy special keys that are like have a pattern or something on it that you can feel, so you know where to place your fingers.
Yeah, I bought. I never heard like little tricks, but I bought like a little gamepad that like so it's not a full
Oh, that's what I mean.
keyboard. It's like a little mini majigger.
Oh, the mouse. Like
Yeah,
the
and it just
like just WASD and like ED.
yeah. Well, it's got a decent amount. Maybe it's half of a keyboard, but like the WASD is like different colors and stuff. And I just thought it would help.
If this kid steals it, I've just steals it. I'm gonna
Now
get
he's
sick
up
of
here
it.
looking at some other shit.
Can't get up there. How do you get up
There's
there?
steps.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
You forgot.
This is the
Yeah.
draw.
So, yo, cut it the fudge out, Opie.
Is he being fed?
Yeah,
today?
I just fed him. Yeah, because of what he did to his dish. I just asked my girlfriend like, when's the last time he ate? And she's like, yo, he ate not that long ago. Like, after the walk. Yo, 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 yo. Cut it, cut it, cut it, dog.
This smiley face.
Cut it, dog.
Look.
Not a very good smiley face.
Killed me. Wait, how did this guy get purple armor? Okay, let's go.
I'm making my art, man.
Now I can hear that from a mile away. Oh, so you tell me to cut it out just so you can start it?
Yeah, man. No, I need original content for my stream,
Yes,
bro.
man.
Can't have them see me stealing it from you.
Original content. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, shut up.
How about if I look around like this mechanic? Just like... Like no smooth turning, just like jutting
I mean, you do
thing to each
do what you
side.
gotta do.
What do I look like just moving like that?
You look like you're running normal.
Go right! Okay, let's go up this one.
Don't shoot my drone. It's a friendly drone. This was looted. There's a death box here. There's a caustic trap right there.
I got rid of the custom trap.
Thank you. I'm
Search in the houses, because you can open the doors. Oh, you've already
Yeah.
opened it.
Oh, it's still out there. I just
Custom trap inside.
I didn't want to.
Purple boxes
Okay.
inside.
Yeah, I didn't want to be too far behind you.
Hammer points. There's 3 caustic traps on. Where are you?
Yeah, I'm right behind you, bro. Stop shooting my drone, man.
You know, if you're Pathfinder, you can grapple your drone, and if you go forwards, I like stick to it, and it flings me
Really?
super far.
I did. Grim told me about some video he saw that he Gibby dropped his thing on it, and then they were able to like fly it, fly the dome.
Yeah.
Oh, there's an open lifeline package.
I'm gonna head up here. Are you
Yeah, hold on, I'm scanning my drone real quick.
Our friend's just sitting by you.
Oh, I'm gonna check these banners. There's 0 hostile squads, but I can hear them. Yeah, I can see them. They're over here throwing. I mean, yep, they're on top of the big one. Yep.
Are they on top of that? Yes, I see.
But the banner, I just looked right by that, so there's 0 hostile enemies. There's 0 hostile squads. I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming.
Ready? Call Kobe for me.
Kobe. Kobe.
Oh, I got damage on something.
Nice. Am I behind you? Oh, there's gold boxes.
There's 3 gold boxes up here, bro. Oh, they are stacked with stuff.
Anvil receiver. Don't mind if I do. I'll take the seals.
Really? Oh, I was gonna steal that. Everybody shield. Where's an R99? Oh, I got an R99. Did someone? Why would no one search all these?
Maybe they were. Oh, and there's more purple down there. Oh, there's somebody right there. He just looted the. There's 2 of them. Just looted that gold.
Missed every shot because I didn't have anvil.
That doesn't make you miss or make your shots.
Yes, it does, because I could have put it on
You
single.
could have still put it on single fire. It just does more damage.
Yeah, but I would have been able to do 47 damage.
Oh, they're shooting at my drone. Never.
They're the worst at shooting your drone, though.
Oh, and they're engaging somebody else over here. I think. Yeah, we're just shooting. Are we pushing them?
Yeah, they are. Let's go down there.
I'm coming. You're ahead of us. Our buddy's just chilling in a room.
It's all good. We don't need them.
Oh, they just destroyed my drone.
Someone shot your drone.
Motherfuckers.
Right here.
Here, take this.
Let me quickly shield up. Oh, thank you, mate.
Yep.
He's literally right around that corner, sitting behind a box with a charge rifle. He was sitting behind it. I think he's
There's
in
a gold.
house now.
There's a gold right there.
Forty-three.
I did hit him for 219.
43 again. Shielding up. What is our friend doing? He's got full shield and he's coming back to pull back on me.
Alright, the crypto's down.
One's running.
There's a caustic, or somebody right there. This motherfucker's got a gold shield, I think.
Nice. Fast charge home.
Oh damn, my own anvil shit. This dude was loaded with gold. Yeah.
Was he? Same with all these guys. These guys are absolutely loaded though.
That's another anvil.
That's so annoying for them. Like, if I didn't have that on my mind there. I need some more syringes from these guys.
I just put 6 syringes in somewhere.
Right, yeah. 18 syringes there, right. Thank you. I hear gunshots, but I'm not sure where from.
Yeah, let me grab some more of this heavy. Alright.
Oh, we can stay here. We're in zone. We can keep all these out. We can just hold on to all these.
Nice. Alright, I'm gonna send my drone out. Yeah, see if we can get an idea where these mofos be at. Sounds like they're over here or something.
Oh, they're the last
Oh, right here.
We can push. Let's push. I'll go to the right, yeah.
Yeah, they're in this building in here. Oh, there's somewhere on the roof there.
Broke that guy's purple armor. I hate our friends so much. Hit that kid for 93. Two down?
Good night, punk. Mate.
We got that kill.
Yeah.
Did you get the kill?
Yep.
Bastard. That would have been a full squad line for me. Because I downed both.
I need to do something, bro.
This R99 is still OP, bro.
You look so freaky.
I know. It's like, hello, how can I help you? You're kidding me, bro. Look at my damage. 1,000 damage and only 3 kills.
Nice.
I thought we had more kills altogether.
And we were lighting some mofos up. Grimbo just got online, bow.
Chuck him an invite, bro. Bow mode.
Invite Mo, bro. Yo.
Bit of race. Yo, my bro.
What's up?
What's going on?
Know what you know?
Accepted the invite, but I'm still loading the
Okay.
Did you
Okay.
We're meant to be in game.
Yeah.
I'm going to bed. I have to go in.
Okay, what time will get up?
I tried,
8:30,
but it
okay.
didn't work.
I got
What are you doing at 8:30?
you. Make sure Kim gets up
Can I
for work.
leaving?
Nah, I ain't going nowhere.
You just said
Nah, bro. I gotta get my girlfriend up at 8:30.
I'll see you at 8:30.
See ya. Bye.
Oh, I have to go.
Bye.
You really have to go?
See ya.
Or you just joking?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have to go.
Oh, you
No.
fucker.
No.
I don't know, because you have to go places.
Why would you?
It's what you do, bro.
Oh shit,
Yeah, I
actually
know.
I do. Psych, I'm all...
Guess what? Actually, I
was gonna
have to
say,
go.
You have to go.
My original joke, I have to go.
Okay, see you in the
See
car.
ya.
Get lost. Oh,
Almost.
Still loading in?
Almost. Yeah, not like the black screen
with the symbol.
Bang.
On the bottom
There,
left
yeah.
symbol thing.
Oh, he beat Ram.
I joined,
He
but it
beat
didn't
Ram
work.
back to the party.
Damn,
Oh, there he is.
You guys can start without me, huh?
Nah, bro, never.
Everyone's already ready to bro.
Well, you were in there when I readied up, bro. Bro, you were there, bro.
It's like, maybe, bro.
You're late.
Time to go to Egypt, huzzah.
Huzzah.
You have to go to Egypt.
Yeah. We're flying
Yeah.
over a country that's in a war, so...
Oh,
here's
you're
to
really going to
hope
Egypt?
that I don't get shot down.
Yeah. Good luck.
What are you going to Egypt for?
Holiday. A very stressful holiday. Hoping that we don't get shot down.
I mean,
Holiday.
you.
It should be cool. See the pyramids. There's a lot of cool stuff in there. I'd
Go
like to go
scuba
there.
dive in the Red Sea. It's gonna be nice.
Yeah,
We're
you're going
doing
scuba
night
diving. That's
diving.
cool.
Yeah. We're getting our advanced advanced open water.
Your advanced what?
Open water diving.
Yeah. So have you done it
It's
before?
like the second. Yeah, I've been doing it for 3-4 years.
Damn.
I think it's been 3 actually, yeah, like 3 years.
He's like a pro scuba diver.
Damn.
So how old were you when you started scuba diving?
I think it was when I just turned 12.
Okay.
It's now been like 3.5 years or something like that.
You know what I was doing when I was like 12 to 16?
Drinking on the railroad track.
Drinking in Victor's basement. Eating his mom's tamales.
Pink stuff and
Yeah.
banana leaves. Whatever that was. That was good.
I used to eat the shit out of Victor's mom's tamale.
They ran them.
Tamale.
Pink, I didn't even know what most of
Yeah, it was so good.
Where are we going?
Oh, I'm
bro?
coming at you.
No, what do you mean?
I'm gonna try to land in that little house right
Okay.
there. Flying house.
I'm gonna
Wait,
land
did I
in
think
the-
the wrong thing? No, I did.
No, you didn't. I'm gonna land in
For a
this
minute,
one.
it looked like it was on the ground. I was like, what? That's not what I meant.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I thought, oh, I could purple land.
Damn, well, I guess I picked the wrong one. I got a white armor and a Mozambique. Oh, actually, there's a...
Hi, Grit. Oh!
Oh, so they fall
Yeah,
off
if you guys get bump into each other.
They have to be on the dead. Like 90 something.
Oh, there's somebody else shooting me from mine?
Oh, there's 2 of them. Oh, I got later.
Sorry, I'm getting you memory sensitivity, so I saved it.
I'm fucked up.
So
Okay,
me
where
and
are
some
they?
other dude were zipping towards each other. If I would have jumped off while I was going past him, would I have been able to like not fall off?
You might have bumped him
Yeah.
and then you could have grabbed back on, maybe? I don't know. I've never tried it.
Yeah, when I hit him, I just like fell straight down. Damn, did you just get one shot at the full health?
Me? No, I was crawling.
Okay.
No, I have no ammo, bro.
You're sniping with an even? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, I have no ammo. I have 6 shots. Think I could take this kid out?
Oh, light him up, light him up. I would just drop off. Ooh, oh, it was quick.
Oh, of course you would have perf on. I had no ammo.
Yeah, I had plenty of ammo. I
That
just
was
didn't have any
depressing.
aim. So,
I just didn't have any joysticks. Like, I have plenty of them. I got no guns.
no, I had guns still. I just couldn't hit shit.
Just like ours.
Yeah, I had a wingman and a prowler.
Damn, I need to get used to my new sensitivity. I missed a couple of shots off the top, not gonna lie.
Don't lie to me.
That's why I just said
Okay,
no.
I'm just making sure that you're not lying to me.
Jesus, I like
You will not lie to your father. It's a sin.
Dad.
You are
Dad,
grounded.
get lost.
No, son.
Care.
You're not going scuba diving.
Yeah,
now.
son.
Dad, get lost. Too bad, Dad. I'm gonna go
Oh.
back. Well, you know we're rebellious.
Yeah, man.
You know, it's funny. He really could be proud of your dad. If he had kids when he was really young.
Probably. I mean, yeah. The age, it
I-
works. It works out, but I've never. What? I read it up twice.
No, I'm the parents' dad.
I've never been in Australia, so.
Besides that time that you banged that Australian.
Yeah, she was here though, but she said she was never going back.
But she was from Australia.
So
And she said she was going to name her kid Ram.
See, Dad, don't you love me?
you have to earn my love, son.
I hate you, Dad. I wish you would. Why can't you be like Mom and not lay on me and die?
I tried, but apparently I was too strong.
He did
You
try.
ran a straight line across it. You haven't done that yet, Dan.
That's true. But I did. I thought I was gonna die with that pneumonia, but I was too strong for it. Sorry, son. So now you have to
Didn't have no.
deal with me.
You didn't have. You didn't have pneumonia.
I was drinking ammonia.
Remember when you were meant to be drinking bleach?
Same thing.
Oh, yeah, but your
You gotta drink bleach.
mom
and
drank it
ammonia,
all. Yeah.
and that turns into
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't it like a bomb or something? It's like if you like mix it in your toilet, it like smokes out your house. Yeah.
very bad.
Yes.
Yeah, you die.
You made a bomb.
Well, that's why I'm taking you to Egypt, bro.
Yeah.
So you can learn too.
But you're not taking me.
Don't you talk back to your dad?
No, Grim. We're going over there.
Let's go here.
Too
Actually.
bad.
Yeah, we've dropped like 37 times to that building already.
What the hell up, man?
Oh, we just can't get enough of it, man.
Shut
Hey,
up,
hey,
Dad.
don't talk to your father like that. You know what I had to do? I had to fight in Vietnam so your little princess ass could be alive.
What do you mean? You never went to Vietnam.
I created Vietnam.
That was Vietnam.
Instead, you went to the strip club.
Oh, that's right. I was paying Vietnamese ladies. That's what was happening.
It seems like the same.
I mean, they all have razors in their vagina, so it's technically war.
My grenades.
Don't you steal your father's grenades.
Watch out. Grenade.
Then you have me.
Oh man, I fell off like a dum-dum. Oh man.
You know what happens when I fall off? I just deploy my long schlong dong and pull myself back up.
Gross. Keep that in your robot pants.
I just took it out.
Put it back in your robot pants. You get that giant penis from your
No.
mother's side.
I don't wear pants, okay?
We have tiny penises on the caustic side.
You always told me.
Sounds like there's people close.
Okay. I'm a dum-dum.
No, that's me shooting at the drone.
And I didn't dibs the I found
See
it.
them?
Nah, Ram said he was shooting at a drone or something.
Yeah. The loot drone thing to get a vault key.
Yeah.
I think they all dropped.
Yeah, we had two in one game that had vault keys.
We've already found 2 vaults tonight. Yeah. In
Where-
one
where?
game we had 2 vault keys. Right here, this thing. Okay, I'm gonna shoot it when it turns. Go.
I'm right on it.
Of course it won't purple. Okay, that's probably gonna have a vault in it.
Vault key, vault key, vault key.
I feel like I was getting shot at.
No vault key.
No, you didn't. No, no.
I didn't even get in there. Good guy.
No vault key.
So there's one of those, and there's one of these. I thought maybe.
There's no one shooting
No.
at me?
Got one of
That's
these.
hilarious.
Sad that there's no vault key. Now that I've got fast, like, sensitivity and I can grapple really well with Pathfinder.
Yeah, you're playing like you're on the PC. You're flipping it around, them fools.
Let's go.
Hey guys, guess what?
What? Hey, look where I am. You never found me. Ah. Ah.
There's double tap. There was a scout somewhere.
He's scouting that
Yeah, I
first
think in the
building you were in.
construction shit.
No. No.
I don't know, I'm gonna go look.
I stole the dog.
No, you didn't, bro. I got it in my box. It's in my box, bro.
No, you don't. What do you mean? In your box? It's in my box.
Who doesn't have a bag? Ram, you don't have a bag. Come on, what are you doing? Get your silly ass together and
Mechanic, why are you throwing nades at me? Jesus.
I never did such a thing. I better just pick up the Ziva 8 so I can.
Yes, you did. Why are you throwing frags at me?
Listen, bro, I'm not throwing frags at you, bro. In fact, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna drop this Prowler. So if anybody wants this Prowler,
Prowler shotgun, bro. Excuse me? The character just said Prowler shotgun.
no, one person said shotgun bolt, the other said Prowler. Oh, I don't need that. I just found a shotgun bolt. Nobody wants this? Heavy.
What's what? Blue mag? I just.
Okay.
Got one.
Okie dokie, smoky jokies.
Shot mechanic.
There's fallen robots.
Almost hit you,
Fallen
Jesus.
robots.
Almost hit you
Well, you
again.
need to just relax.
Haha, you can't punch me now. Haha.
Aha, how you like the map?
So happy birthday.
You think so?
I did though. Oh, scout. Fuck this.
Yeah, I just said that.
Yeah. And I said, ooh yeah, scout, bro. I needs it, bro. I can drop this Eva bullshit.
Are you really fighting anybody? You're just gonna get anything.
I'm not doing anything.
I could use a 99 or a 301.
Ooh, I got a 9-9.
See? I feel
That's
like
what I was
every time
looking
I ask for something, I find it.
I was literally looking for that whole time.
I had my eyes peeled for the 99. I didn't find one.
I had my eyes peeled for it too.
There's a. So it's kind of like a 99.
Yeah, that's close enough.
It's like the
It's
front
not
half
bad.
of a 99.
The fun size.
Yeah, man. That's a pretty good description of it.
I'm a fun sized robot.
Oh, there's a
Apparently can't land
there's a
on that
bunch of
ledge.
stuff happening. We should go see what's happening.
Gunshots, yeah.
Okay, let's go for it.
Yeah, I'm with
Can I
you.
come here?
I'm with you, son. Oh, you do that so well, son. What? It didn't let me grab it. That's some bullshit.
I think
I see them in there. Yeah, I saw them go up there.
there. There's a box on the
Okay,
first
yes,
floor.
yeah, purple. Purple.
Yeah, they just dropped.
Yep.
Yeah, you see them?
Yeah.
Zipping up.
It's time to deploy the Dizzy Pro strat that we've been practicing.
Kind of don't go up yet. They just respawn.
I'm just looting this guy's box, so he's gonna be all sad when he gets down here. There's nothing in there.
Why can't I get up?
Yeah,
I'm coming.
Yeah, I'm trying to get
I'm
up.
popping out this side. Oh, they're waiting for me. Oh, they melted me. They're all over here.
I got one.
One's coming around to you. Yeah, he's running straight to you, Grant. You're an arc spot.
She dropped down. I don't know where she went.
Broke that guy for him.
Oh, she's on up. She jumped up this side.
Oh, that's two different squads?
Are
No.
you guys out here with me?
Yeah.
Or no, it's another squad.
No, I got 3 on me.
Not
Literally
another
snipers
fool.
and
Yeah, other squads are moving in.
It's
I got a
going
whole
down,
squad on me.
bro.
No.
Another fool. Oh! I knocked 3 people down there. There's somebody over there, though. Oh, and they're getting somebody up over there in that corner. God damn it.
Yeah, that squad melted me as soon as I hopped off that fucking rope.
Oh, you guys?
No, I was. Rams. Not.
Yeah, it must
Yeah,
be
it was.
Fuck, there's so many
Yeah.
squads there, bro.
I downed one person on the roof and then 3 in the bottom.
Yeah. I downed a lot of people.
I did like a whole lot of
But-
damage.
Bro, 400.
Damn, you were damaging everybody, bro.
Yeah,
How'd you even get your damage so high?
Cheat codes.
I broke like 4 shields up on top. That's completely bullcrap. There was at least
That was a lot, yeah.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot.
Yeah, that ship pulled in and everybody in the area was like, oh, we know where we're going. And they went there.
That's what happened.
Why game?
Alright, I'm done. I'm done doing silly stuff.
Also, you
doing
want
what
to do
stuff?
ranked?
Done doing silly stuff. Yeah, oh shit. I didn't pick it up fast enough. Ranked would be fun.
Yeah,
Good?
go ahead.
I'm doing it right now. I'm doing it right now. It's already gone. Did it so quick you didn't even see it happen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can tell by the symbol in the corner right now.
Yeah.
Right.
yeah, it's totally
It's the-
boys. The most OP rank. We're so good at this game. We're good at
Yeah, man. It's the most ranked ever ranked. The more you say the word, the more real truth becomes.
Rank.
Damn, I don't know if I can handle
I mean, that's like a whole lot of...
I don't know if I could handle rank.
I don't think you could handle a rank tank. Oh, damn, we got a robot on our team
Rank
that's got the hammer badge. Look at that motherfucker.
Damn, hammer bag. Robot. I guess it makes up for the
Wait, what?
robot part.
Why are you excited about it?
Because I don't own one, bro.
This means
I
2,500.
don't own one, bro.
Oh, wait, yeah.
Yeah, Ram's like, why are you excited about a hammer badge? I'm pretty sure we played the game where you got the hammer badge and you were ecstatic.
Yeah, buddy, it's a lot of freaking damage. That's what we're going to do. We're just going to push shots. We're going to loot quick, push shots. I want high kills, high damage.
That's
waiting
my
for
motto.
That means we need to drop hot zones. Because there's going to be so many people there.
Where do you want to drop? Right by this middle shit? Yeah, that should be the hottest. Let's do it.
Sure.
At the round thing.
At the giant
Sounds good.
sky penis.
Okay. Okay, we've
I
got
don't think
two
I've ever
fake
been on this
ones
thing. I
my
don't even know
right.
where to go to get a gun. I don't
Just in the
Yeah, like down this here.
Just sit on the roof?
Ah,
Yeah, there's nothing right
middle.
at all.
In the middle.
in the middle. The middle, the middle. The other middle. Your other middle.
Alright, I'm on the
You're
bottom.
still not in the middle. It's the other middle.
Somebody's on my side.
Oh, he downed me. Punch him. Nice.
Yeah, take that, you bitch.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Save me something.
Do
I
I
killed it.
here. Okay, you got a Spitfire. Cool. I don't have any heals. Here, I can give you some bullets.
Someone.
Somebody's back here. Fuck.
Do you have any heals or anything, Ram? Was there any heals in the box?
I can't find it. It's a different
Yeah,
squad.
we need to get out of here.
Somebody's coming, I'm dead.
He's an idiot.
Where? Oh, this is that, yeah. I thought that was Ram. I'm like,
Where is he?
oh my
Yeah.
God, dead. Oh, God. Ram, give me heals.
terrible drop. I'm almost there.
I just killed everyone that was here.
Well, you should have done it 5 minutes ago. Somebody's gonna... Fuck, man. This is ridiculous. I just saw someone zipping. Oh, you cover us, I'll get him up. Yeah.
Can you get Grim?
Alright, I have no heals.
Yeah, me. I have a little bit of bullets.
One bullet left in my
Everyone's dead.
That is it.
Alright, here, there's...
I've only got 4 kills, what do you mean? Be careful, you're getting shot at, Graham. I'm giving you a shot for you. But apparently they're shooting through me.
Alright, here, Grim. There's...
Oh, I don't have light ammo either. I found a light down there on it.
These guys suck. I might have 2.
Alright.
No.
Heal stuff.
Nope.
Both you coming up?
Oh, I just found
Body
some
shield.
syringes.
There's some
She's
shields, one for
keeping
each
them.
of you.
Nice, thank you.
Oh, here. I found a body shield.
Okay, cool.
Oh, you got me. Grab that.
Alright, so now I have 1 clip of heavy ammo and 0 light ammo. And then
Okay.
footsteps.
They just went up.
They went all the way up. Oh, there's like people right there.
Oh, it just dropped down? Oh, there's people behind us too now.
There's
Somebody
two-
over here? I just threw my special just to, yeah.
Over here? Yeah. Yeah, that's fair right there.
I'm down. Mechanic, you could probably pick me up behind this bin.
Yeah, in the smoke, they can get it.
Mechanic, come pick us up in your smoke. In your fire.
I'm down. Mother. I can't wait for, okay. Can't wait for that fucking match to be over. That was fucking terrible.
I loved that match. That was amazing. I loved that. See, that's the higher action I like.
I mean, it's only good if you have bullets to shoot back. That was fucking terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, and I landed in, I didn't know there was nothing on the fucking top roof or even went there. So I was assed out.
Oh, you went up the top.
Yeah, I said, where do I go? Like the top? Yeah, go in the middle.
Yeah.
I said in the middle.
Literally nothing like that. Oh,
The
the
middle,
middle.
middle.
Not on the
floor.
ground,
Yeah.
not on the top, in the middle.
They meant like the middle of the
Oh,
top
no.
circle thing. Okay, there's nothing.
I think it's out of bounds too.
That thing is
I'm running all around.
I think.
Yeah. No, I don't think it's
Oh,
down.
because I landed there like 4 games
it's
ago,
not out of bounds, I think.
and it was countdown for me.
I think that was a different one that we went.
There's only one giant sky penis. There's only one. There's only one giant sky penis.
There's only
No, there's only one giant. I'm telling you, I was like up there and I was like stroking the giant sky penis, and I was looking and I'm like, there's only one. There's no other giant sky penis.
And it was like kind of funny.
And it like was super erect and like to the left a bit, and then it like gave me a whole bunch of hand lotion.
And it looks like it had been broken. That was a
Yeah, that was so good. I almost slit my own throat halfway through it.
That was so good I almost died.
Yo, this hockey ninja's telling me to quit my whinging and fight. Like, I'll whinge all I want, bitch.
Yeah. I'll line around.
I'll whinge on
Oh,
your
you might have landed there. Maybe that's the
Yeah.
Yeah, you landed up.
Yeah, isn't that where you like?
I don't know. I landed right there. Apparently. No, and apparently there's nothing there at all.
Yeah, I landed all the way up in the top. The top. The tippy top. The toppy tip, the tippitous top.
How about the train?
Let's go
All
train.
right, let's do that. I'm just trying to land somewhere.
I'm going.
I'm going front too.
God damn it, bastards.
I'm going for the frontiest bin.
All right,
Yep,
I'm going to the back. I'll leave the
got
middle.
purple
I'm going to the
armor, what
back.
do you mean there's nothing?
So I got 2 Mozambiques and 2 fucking Phoenix kits.
I was the only one who got purple armor. Okay, we're stopping here, be careful.
Yeah, so let's just, as soon as it stops, let's hop off and let's go raid the station.
Make sure to get all these train loot. One of these is in each corner, they will come up and reveal to you train loot.
It's not opening. Why is my train loot not opening? There it is, it's opening.
Just wait, see?
Open. There we go. Give me no guns.
There's a vest over here and the one.
Okay.
There's only 3 things that pop up, not 4.
Oh, we should stay on train and then we can jump off down there.
Okay.
I have a double tap.
Oh, I'll take it if you don't want it. I just found an Eva.
Did you get an Eva?
I just picked up an Eva, yeah.
Okay, let's do that then.
Yeah, well, I have one on my Eva.
Oh,
and I have one.
well, okay, I'm
Mechanic
coming.
trains leaving quick.
I'm coming.
Got it.
I'll
I got
my
it.
decoy.
Ride my decoy. He doesn't like piggyback rides, he told me.
Okay, let's get off down at my marker down here. I am the train conductor.
We are the train people.
Yo, don't
Stop blowing the
train.
horns, bro.
I didn't blow him. The train has no
Something
horns.
blue.
People are waiting.
Yeah. People, yeah, people. Oh, can I get the double
Over
tap?
there. Yeah, you
I think
I
they-
dropped
Oh,
on the
shit,
train,
fuck.
bro.
they're
Did
in
you
the
pick it up, Ram?
Oh, okay, you have it, sweet. At least it's not going to waste.
I think they're in the vault. Let's go.
Okay.
You hear fighting?
Yeah.
Come on, boys. Go
There's
through the door.
there's 2 doors. Ram went through the little door. Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, yeah, let's.
Down one. We got another squad. Be careful.
I'm throwing my special down the thing. Oh shit, they're right here.
Right here. Right here. He's healing up. Shoot him in the corner. Right there, Greg.
Where?
In the corner,
I
right
don't
here.
see
Oh, you got him.
Yeah. I didn't see him either. I was jumping around this thing,
Mechanic's gas got him.
and I just.
Mechanic's gas got him.
There we go.
Phoenixing. Be careful,
I
there's a
hear
squad
them.
out
They're
there.
behind this thing where I'm at. Yeah.
Mechanic, can you go
Yeah.
help him?
Fuck up. I thought.
Yeah, he was phoenixing up.
Yeah. I'm getting finished. One more hit. Last one right here.
Now there's a third one somewhere.
I'm healing.
Okay. Oh shit, he's right. Oh fuck. He's doing his Birdman special. Nice. Oh, there's somebody else coming in the center.
That wasn't him.
You're right. Yeah, there he is.
Yo, he's moving so fast with that special. Damn.
Because there was a healing bot over a dead kid. I thought it was him, so I shot him in the head, and it turned out to be just a downed kid. But the healing bot made it have the glow, and I heard him use something. So I saw a blue glow. I was like, oh, it's this little right there.
Alive. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was pinging.
Because he had the
two of them
healing bot
pinging
next to him,
the
and it
shit
was
out.
glowing blue. Yeah. That That sucks. I had like no ammo. All I had was the G7 Scout that whole fight. And then I picked up a Spitfire at the last second as soon as mechanic went down.
Yeah, I ran out of energy bullets, so I had a mid-fight. I had to swap my devotion for a 99. Well, not mid-fight. It was after I got ram up. I had to do it, but. Oh, so maybe I got. I don't know. I probably didn't get that. I have to check. I have to kill somebody as No, it's not. It's it's Friday. It's Friday. It's Fat Boy Friday.
Okay, Fat Boy Friday. Thick Boy Tuesday, Wide Boy Wednesday, Thick Boy Thursday, Fat Boy Friday.
Tubby Boy Tuesday.
Yeah.
Wide Load Wednesday. Thick Boy Thursday. Fat Boy Friday. Saturated Fat Saturday. Monday would be
Sunny Boy.
massively obese Monday. Because I can't spell whatever you said, Grim. So. Monosodium glucose cholesterol.
Monosodium glucose cholesterol.
MSG.
Oh, MSG is good stuff, man.
Yeah.
MSG Mondays. QRS Saturdays.
And then I'm wasting my fucking thing on you guys. My tweet. I didn't make the
Where are
top.
the enemies?
That door inside was open. So I don't have any gun.
Are the enemies?
P2020. I have a P2020 and a flatline. Alright, I'm gonna check this over here. Over here. Oh, another P2020.
I've got something better than a P2020.
Oh, there you go, Grim. There's a. There's.
I just found a RS45
Okay.
actually. We up together. Shit.
Boys, why aren't I moving forwards? Did I get rid of it?
The lot. What are you trying? Oh, you're moving straight. I don't. Or you're going up and down. I don't know.
Yeah. I already pinged
No, I
them.
picked up another one. I'm dropping this devotion.
Oh, someone's deep.
Yeah, Grim was coming to get it. If anybody, you want the devotion, Grim?
No, Grim Septic wants this.
Nah, just
select
ping
files.
a mag.
There wasn't a you pinged.
Energy mag and energy.
Can I head up here?
Yeah,
Not
for
me.
yeah. No, I just
I don't have a bag. I don't even know. If
I don't have a bag either.
You want to go to Cap? We got enemies in Cap?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're on our way.
Yeah, sure. I got a wingman. I'll switch
Oh my god.
you guys.
Look on the thing. When I ping the smoke, look on the mini-map. You see that?
Do it again.
It doesn't even show up on the minimap.
It's a different... Oh, I can't ping it because the smoke's disappearing.
It was a different kind of ping.
Ping, yeah, it came up as
Where
a
are
circle
they at?
with
The
crosshairs
pings
in
are.
it, not
I don't
a
know where they're at, ma'am.
They were there. Were.
You know what I haven't seen? Did they take away
Yes.
Skull Piercer?
Yes, I did.
Oh, they're right there in the street.
I thought they only took it away for them.
Nah, they took away Skull Piercer, but they bumped the base damage for the longbow and the wingman.
Yeah, so now
did
it has
they?
57, the longbow.
Ooh, that's energy ammo. Never
But
mind.
this
I
guy
don't know. I
got...
thought he was in here, but they are not. Oh, there's a. Do you have a select fire? Did you pick up that select?
A deal SMG? Fuck yeah, I got that. Yeah, bro. Yeah,
This guy
use some
go?
ammo.
I got you.
55.
I got 75, but I also have light.
Yeah, I've only got 20.
Here, yeah,
You have a light gun?
yeah, I got a RE45. Which RE45 45 is what I like to do my John Wick moves with.
Yeah, I like the 45.
Oh, hey, found somebody.
Oh,
Oh,
Hello.
now try shooting through this. He's
okay.
pushing.
I don't see where they are.
Here.
One's out
Okay.
there. Heavy ammo? Yeah, I'll grab that since I have none.
Oh shit, there's somebody on our right. Or on our left. Behind that truck.
They're running away. First over there.
Throwing down my
Over
ult.
back beyond that wall. I'm going after
Alright.
them.
He's running from my ATM. He's
Over
running
there.
from
They
this
ran
guy.
over there.
Okay.
In the
Oh,
street.
yeah,
the
I s-
purple, the
yep.
truck right there. Hit him 17, no shield on this caustic down here.
Somebody else just went there to back him up. I'm
Work
throwing
on
my
one
ult at them.
person down there.
Knock.
Oh.
Oh, and there's one more. I got him.
There's another one.
He went invisible, God knows. I see him.
Nice moves.
I went to murder in man mode and fucked him up.
Yeah, that was some nice moves. Oh, still being shot at. Train station?
Up there.
Damn.
He's pushing.
Two of them. I'm gonna go for the guy.
Alright,
up
somebody
top.
just jumped down.
I'm about to die.
They're running outside that wall ram.
I got the
Okay.
guy up top.
There's a guy right there.
You need
Yeah,
help?
I'm
Coming.
Phoenix kid up.
Oh, I need help.
Alright, I'm
here,
healing up.
apparently.
One down.
Where are they? Up top?
I
still?
don't know.
Yeah.
No, they just ran down.
He's on main. Yeah. Mechanic.
Oh, you should get them. You're almost dead.
Yes,
There you go.
mechanic.
I'm trying. There we go.
I'll lock the door.
Alright.
Okay, watch out.
Oh, my gas
gonna
trap
get
is like
outside.
holding the door open. Like, fuck.
Why'd you open the door, Ram? Or did you
Does it need ammo and meds? I have no meds.
Yeah, I got.
Okay, I've got some strangers.
I need bullets real bad. Do I have a med kit? I have 6 syringes. I think
I
there's
just
I've
dropped
got
what's it called for you?
Yeah, I've
I just
still
didn't
got-
want to waste it because I didn't have a shield. Alright, yeah, I can use it.
Yeah, you take it. Take it.
I dropped 41 lead bullets. Yeah, I really need
Alright, there's 40 heavy here.
Yeah, same here. I got none.
There's a 301, and I got light ammo I can drop. If people need that.
I'm good on light ammo.
Yeah.
Optic.
I'm gonna have to
Just
swap
use
something
one
out.
set of optic. There's another 301
Hemlock
in the
is
box.
completely
Okay.
out there.
Yeah, we're being
Okay.
sniped
I
at.
need is heavy ammo. Shit. Okay.
Where from? Do you know?
It's
From the
like
planes you see 'em?
that direction. Yeah, like 62, 60, somewhere like that.
Oh, I thought I saw somebody.
I see them up the top.
Yeah, they're up on the.
Oh,
18, 20, 16, 21.
Broke Gibraltar shield.
You're doing a number.
I
21 broken,
301.
21 normal, 21 normal, 21 normal.
Alright,
21 normal,
Nice.
one down.
my boss. Downed one.
Somebody shooting a triple take.
Watch out, he just threw his ult at you.
They're throwing their ultimate.
Yeah, that's
throwing
me.
their ultimate.
Oh,
Yeah, they just threw it at you, bro. 23
nice.
purple on the I'm not sure. Oh, of course that would hit me, bro.
I'm behind them.
Got a Gibraltar ult on me.
Yeah, distract them.
I'm throwing my ult up there. Somebody's.
Careful, right on the edge. One jumped off. Oh,
Fuck. Yeah, we got flanked. We got flanked.
God damn. We got flanked by somebody else. Alright, I'm gonna fall off then.
I literally threw my ult, but it took so long to get there. It's another squad
Yeah,
as well.
motherfuckers.
Look how much damage I did. 500 with that chicken.
Yeah, that was sad face.
500 damage.
Yeah.
One kill.
Right back, I gotta clean these dishes up real quick. I'll ready up and BRB in like 30 seconds.
Ready.
Okay,
BRB.
wanna do rank? No?
Oh, yeah.
We'll wait for
Yo, party guy.
Joe's left us. Didn't want us in his party. He's left us. Young one.
Yeah, we tried throwables. At the end,
Yeah,
I crept up, and I didn't realize there was 3. I thought it was maybe 2. But if I had throwables,
it
I
was a
could have
full
nailed at
squad.
least one with an arc star and then threw one right after. He would have been instantly down.
Yeah.
They had no idea.
It's so annoying that there was another
Hey, OP.
team behind us. Like, I would have been fine.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm back. I just gotta readjust my camera.
Rank it.
Rank it.
I'm moving down to the
Rank it in.
back to sitting down.
Rank it in. Rank it in.
Rank it. Rank it.
Rank it in.
Rank. Rank. Rank.
Rank, man. Dude,
Watch out, OP.
Rank.
Watch out, OP. Watch out, OP. Watch out, OP.
Rank.
Come on, move right,
Rank.
OP. Come on, OP. Move. I'll just slide you out of the way. Thanks, OP. You're super helpful.
I'm gonna have to steal.
Dude, anytime you want to come take them, fucking be my guest. I'm over it. I don't want dogs anymore.
Starts me seeing him after 3 seconds.
I mean, he is adorable, and he's so dumb it's funny, but like, oh my god, he's such a pain.
He's also
Such a pain in the ass.
You should see the answer he put on his mouth.
Yeah, he was like, it was like 3 times 3, and his answer was rocks. You know what I mean?
Like,
His answer was I like.
Yeah. No, he actually loves eating shit. Loves it. Like, he'll eat it and like pick it up, and then like will fight us to keep it.
No.
Alright, so I want to sit down because my legs are getting a little tired. And also, I want to, I need to work on like a, I don't need to, but I want to work on a, like a character for my channel.
Improv course.
Like I have my logo, but I want like a
Go on the
character. Like, you know what? That's actually, I've been trying to do like humanoid things. Alright. Like I tried doing like a person, and I tried like a monkey. I have a painting of a monkey. Wherever you want. I have a painting of a monkey, and
okay then.
So yeah, maybe it should be like something else, not a humanoid figure. Maybe it should be like a,
I'm gonna go.
like a.
Well, actually no. Let's go
I'm gonna
straight
go
into
into
that.
this. Yeah.
Yeah. So straight into that.
Two R45s. One's got a purple. I'll take this peacekeeper.
I have a choke. Prototype here. Drop the scout.
Oh, do I have? I don't have enough light ammo.
I I could use psych fire.
I got an either
got a
8 and a
rail.
charge rifle with the 3 times ammo.
So you're keeping the choke? Is that what's
Okay.
happening? No, yes, yes. Yeah, me.
He's already here.
I was up there.
I might.
So you have the choke? You're keeping the choke?
Did I say
Yeah.
choke?
Yeah, you said choke and... Oh, somebody's charge rifling at me.
I have the choke.
Okay.
Here, I'm gonna
Okay, hold
drop
on.
it off.
Someone just shot a charge rifle at me. Someone's on me.
Well,
I think they're up there with Grim.
where? Yep, that up there was gone.
I'm locking them in.
Now you can't leave, bro.
I don't know how to get up there. How do we get up there, boys?
There's steps.
Oh, you wanted to go out the door? Alright, dude. Oh, somebody's coming in from outside. I just saw them. You're shooting at Ram.
No, he's right here.
No, that was
He's outside. Yeah, he's trying to come in, but I'm locked.
He just like would not face me. He just kept like running away from me while I was...
How did they get in here? From all the way at the bottom?
mechanic right here.
Alright, I'm gonna lock her in again.
Yep.
Right
Yep.
here.
He's coming up. Be careful. He's up there with you.
18 damage.
Smoking. He's down here.
Fuck, man. The Peacekeeper's so inconsistent.
I hate Peacekeeper.
Oh my god.
I'd rather use an
Choke
either
doesn't
8
even
than
seem to
a
help.
Peacekeeper. He choked because he had the crappy Peacekeeper.
Yeah, I don't have a legendary cool skin on it. I got
I need 7.
some bullshit ass bullshit.
I need 70 more points to get to silver 2.
Oh shit, I didn't even look. Good boy, Opie. So you just sit here and do nothing and I pet you in between matches. That's how this works.
Yeah, jeez, I didn't get a dog to have a dog. Jeez.
I know, I just want a dog to like make me laugh and like be cute and like clean up after his own shits and stuff.
That's where old dogs are really good because they're not that.
Yeah, we should have got an older dog. But Kim wanted this dog. So it's the dog we got.
Yeah, you gotta make her happy. That is true.
Yep, happy wife, happy life.
I thought you said she was.
She's not, she's my life partner.
Yo, I'm not friends
Happy
with
life
Zed.
partner?
I don't know.
You thought you were what?
Friends with Zed?
You know how you go and look at messages from people outside your friends list?
Oh yeah.
Well, I have one from Zed on 9/12, September 12th. I wasn't friends with Zed.
I don't know.
on 12.
Are you not friends with the rest of the Zero Logic
Always getting.
crews?
I swear I see him all the time on there.
Yeah, you do. But why would you reject him?
Maybe, I remember somebody that I should have been friends with I wasn't. Or maybe it was Zed, and then I was like, what the fuck? We're not friends, and then we became friends.
Why?
I swear I've been, I don't know, maybe not Zed's new thing.
Well, it's the same thing. He just changed the name.
He seriously paid $10.
So did
Yeah,
I.
I'm friends with them, and I definitely been friends with them for a long time.
You see? I don't know. That's why I put it off for a while. Like, I originally made the ZLG Slow Joe just to see like if I like the way it looked. Come on, Opie, you gotta get down. You can't be on my lap. Okay, I don't have a gun.
Somebody
Yep.
on you said?
Oh, P2020. I'm coming.
Comment.
Right here, he's low.
Alright.
He's low.
Just got a P2020.
I think he ran Grim. You can probably get him. Grim.
I don't
I'm
see
coming. I'm
anybody.
coming. I'm coming. I'm
Yes,
coming.
you
I'm
can.
coming.
Up top. He's up top.
Alright, I'm going up top.
I'm jumping off top. Okay. You can get me for that.
I'm in the middle of a thing here with this guy. Thank you.
Where are you, Ram? You jumped off?
Yeah, he's
Kill
down.
him?
He's dead. He's
No,
dead. No, he's asking me, and I said yes. I killed him. The world does not revolve around you, Ram.
Get it.
I'll get you, bro. I want to kill that guy.
No, I know. It's just he asked Ram, you're down there. Did you get him? So,
Oh, you went all the way down.
yeah, because he almost killed me. He was shooting at me.
Yeah,
And
I
I have
ran
no
over
notes.
there.
Nice.
There's a fast.
Here, there's medkit over here, Ram.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, you
plus
got it.
one.
Okay.
There's a med kit.
Oh, you were talking about this one. Here, take it. Take it. Take it. Take it.
Of
Take
course,
it.
it's-
Another vest.
I was pinging it, and you're like, oh, there's a med kit here. So I thought you found a med kit somewhere else.
Yeah, because you think that and I went, oh, make it.
Okay, select fire. I will be on the lookout for that.
Yes, sir.
Looking on the look of the select
Yes, something like that.
Camera point. Bam! Got my select fire. There's the handy point.
file. Not looking on the look on the look.
Yeah, I
of
gave up the
select
look on the
file.
lookouts.
Where'd you kill him? Like, did
On the
where'd he
roof.
die?
There's a box.
And would you have?
Did you shoot him from the bottom?
No, I went up top.
Did you call dibs on the bag? I need the bag.
No, nobody called dibs on it.
Nobody did? I'll give it random look at. I thought.
Yeah, he thought you dibs it as well. But I just was.
Oh, I thought
I
he was
tried to
talking
dibs it and
you.
it didn't let me. At first.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because when you asked it.
Yeah. Oh, so did you pick that one
Yeah,
up?
you just.
I
Okay.
just found one up.
Yeah, but when you asked that, I turned around and like went to try to like turn it off, and then I was able to. So,
I'm gonna zip over to that bit.
all right, sounds
Sounds
like a
good.
plan, bro. Oh, that's got a key in it. I see part of that's red.
It does.
No, the loot thing.
Give me
There you
the
go.
key. Yes, I got the key.
Oh, we're being shot at. Shit.
Are they
I
close
don't
or
know.
far?
We were on street level,
Let's
so
go
I was,
there.
they're right there. They're right. And they're in the street.
Let's go
They're in the
there.
street.
I don't care. Let's just run and
No,
go.
we gotta take this fight. They're fucking me up.
Okay.
Oh, they're in here. They're in here.
I'm behind them. What the fuck? Dude, instant dead. They knew I was there somehow. There's one right there.
Purple armor, nice. We should have
I
just
couldn't. They were shooting me in the back. I couldn't run. I couldn't have run. They were killing me while I was running. I couldn't. They would have just continued to kill me as I was running.
Just run.
Yeah, man. I don't have super legs like some fucking robot guy. I'm a big fat fucking guy who carries around gas chambers on my waist or whatever.
Should have just ran, man.
Listen, lol.
You do run fast.
I know, but I'm twice as big as everybody else. I'm like a fucking.
Your
But
head.
you run the same speed as everyone else.
But your damage is what? Your damage is.
Yeah, you take less damage.
Right, so they just hit me with more bullets as I'm running away.
Yeah, but while you're running, you can run around. Like duck and weave between the rocks while going up the hill.
I was nowhere even near the hill.
You see how they went
Yeah.
in the house? They wouldn't
I know.
see you if you ran up the
You saw me do crazy moves with caustics. Jump and slide around while 3 people shoot me and still.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, but I was in a like an empty lot area. You know what I mean? I had nothing. I had no rocks and trees and
I don't know.
and stuff to do stuff with.
So why don't you go octane or something? So then
Because I gotta finish this thing. What are you looking? Cut it up.
Oh, what's he
I gotta
trying?
kill one person while they're being gassed.
You gotta kill.
Yes,
your dog.
I have to kill my dog while I'm farting in his face. Ready, Opie? Take this. Okay, now you're gassed, and I have to stab you in the eye with this pencil. Alright, dog's dead. Anybody want a dog corpse?
Make it into a drone.
Fuck yes. People be like, why is that dog flying? What is going on? He'll be a taxidermied OP on a fucking drone. Yeah, you will.
Half hell.
You'll be a taxidermy flight bird.
And I'm
Why
sitting
not Full
for it,
House?
getting serious now.
Yeah,
That's
Full
on
House,
this
that
one.
giant circle. They're like, it looks like.
I'm landing right in.
Okay.
I'm gonna land inside of
Are
it.
you scared of my decoys?
No, I'm leaving that for you guys to loot, and I'm looting over here.
I got nothing.
2x, motherfucker. Who's doing that? Was that you?
He's doing what? How? I'm
Throw
just
that
landing.
grenade.
How would I be able to throw a nade?
Who said anything about throwing a nade? I didn't say the nade was thrown, so you must have. That's how you know what happened. Caught you. You're busted. You're busted, Ram.
Busted.
What? How? Grim literally asked, did you throw that nade?
He said, who's doing that? Did you do that? And you said, how could I throw a nade? And I'm like, nobody said anything about.
Yeah, because he said, did you throw a
Nobody said anything about it being a white Volvo. How'd you know it was a white Volvo? You must be guilty.
Are you fighting somebody or what? Why
No,
are you-
cargo bot.
No, you jump in the fire.
His
Cargo bot, bro.
Cargo bot, bro.
You got the cargo mode? The Mobo Probo cargo?
Yeah, I pinged the shit for you, Ram.
Oh, hey.
I need a bag.
Blue vest over here for you, Rambo.
That's good. So
Yeah, I
far,
need a bag too. This is
Select fire, I need a select fire again. I'm finding
killing me. Oh, this is where my kung fu
need select
bitch thing happened.
Is that a select fire? I can't see. It's like hidden behind other purple shit.
yes, it is.
Where is it, Ram?
The one down
You
here.
pinged it? Oh, over there. Okay. I thought it was behind like the joker. He's pinging
Yeah, there's a blue
Select
vest,
Fire, Ram.
blue shirt for you, Rambo.
Ah, it's all good. I'll find one.
Ram's like, fuck your
Alright,
pings,
bro.
Fuck you,
I mean-
nah.
Alright, no,
Get off you, hold
my
on.
feelings are hurt.
I really
Oh, that
fucking bad, though.
that 2X just disappeared. I was coming back for it. It just disappeared.
Just go to it.
Just kill it, bro. Just kill the 2X, bro.
Just kill it.
There it is, 2X.
Yeah, I got a blue one.
Alright, so now I'm coming. Oh, yeah, I could use that. I'm coming for that helmet before that disappears.
Purple helmet.
Oh my god, motherfucking bag.
Damn,
Joe,
why is it?
I don't have a bag.
There's a med kit here.
Yeah,
Oh, can you,
I'll
you
figure.
have a med kit? Can you stack it on yours? So I
No,
can-
I don't have a med kit, but I'll figure it out.
Just stack my back.
I'll figure it out.
Can you hold my guns? Can you hold my ammo?
Oh shit, it's all the way over there? No, you went that fucking far. That's that far. There's the barrel
Back
still
where I
back.
picked up. Yeah,
We're running.
back where I picked up.
Oh my god, yo, we have to go so fucking far. We need to leave like right
Oh my god. Yeah, and I'm running the wrong
Yeah.
direction for this blue.
Yeah, me too. Alright, I'm zipping over.
Because of blue. What? Because of me.
Oh my god, the ring's here. The ring just
Wait, what the
appeared.
hell? The ring just came
Yeah.
out of it on
Oh
me.
my god, it's already here.
That's crazy.
Fuck, I'm
It
cold.
it literally
Oh,
just appeared.
Oh, what the fuck? Did I just...
I watched that happen. It literally.
Yeah, because we're right on the very edge. Like,
Yeah, but no, or at least the old map, it used to come from like the ocean. This just appeared.
Yeah.
No, it just appeared right where Ram was. Like I watched it happen.
Yeah, it just look at my health.
damn, it hurt you that much?
Because the zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it there.
Stuck in it for like
Yeah, that was crazy. I've never seen that shit.
That's complete.
It definitely is.
That's
Oh, you guys are going to a different spot.
that's stupid. They should make it so it at least comes out of the ocean like the old map.
Fuck, I need a bag. I didn't get a bag or that heavy clip.
Sarah, it looks like there might be some sort of rope around here. Oh, there's people fighting around here.
Shit, I'm just running.
I'm not trying to fight though.
Yeah, I'm just trying to run straight.
See ya, boys.
Oh my god, I can't catch this ring.
He's
I'm
still
running
trying to
right
shoot me, bro.
underneath of a zip line. I'm gonna get mangled.
Every legend is
They
That
can
kid's
just zip
still
and
trying
drop
to shoot
right
me all
on
the
me.
way back there.
You raised a great stature and you gave it a
Wow.
name. BMW X7.
There might be people trying to kill me in like 2 seconds.
Kid just dropped right on you,
Yes,
Grim.
right here.
Just run. Just run. Just run.
Oh shit. I just fucked myself. I thought I was taking a shortcut. Nope.
Ah,
First ever BMW X7. Make every day legendary.
I'm helping you, Grim, but this is gonna kill me, bro. My shields are full again?
fuck, man.
Yep.
Be in here. I'm locking doors. If you can sneak in, you can smoke them. They're probably gonna try to kick the door soon.
Oh yeah, it's
I'm about
fucking
to
me.
die. I'll see you guys in the next life.
No,
Did you get them?
they're on the roof. They're right here now. Nice.
Boys, I'm gonna need someone to come get me. I'm grabbing meds right now. Can someone come pick me up?
Fucking bag.
Yep,
Can
yep.
someone come pick me up, quick?
Alright.
I just grabbed his meds.
I really just
Oh, I'm grabbing his bag.
using my. Oh, and this box is down here. Maybe there'll be more health. Yeah, we need all their fucking heals. I just found a couple med kits. There's 8 syringes in there.
Yes, yes, I need
Here, there's a bag here. It's a level 1 bag.
I found a bag. Alright, I'm just running.
Alright.
I'm just running. You guys
No.
have enough heals?
But
Yeah, sure.
There's a zip line over this way that'll help us, kinda.
Yep. Okay, we're actually not too far out.
Oh, I only have 1 syringe left. Fuck. I gotta make sure. But I do have 2 big med boxes. Oh, yeah, we can zip in from here. Fuck, we'll be alright. Almost zip in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
this is so stressful.
Search all these Grim with the meds.
I left the blue light mag in there. Who needs it?
Thank you. Yep.
Yes. Little syringes, blue standard style. No, the barrel shit is in that bin there.
Okay, I'm in zone. No! Taking the Phoenix? Why would you waste your recall escape?
There's like watching fences and he's going through the side of it.
Shit, the ring's moving. Fuck, we gotta run. The ring's moving in 5 seconds.
No way. And I feel like I just saw somebody. To the, like over there somewhere. Alright, I'm just running this way.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just following the line.
It looks like there's a zip line over there we could use too.
Okay, cool. This ring is quite serious.
Oh, what the hell happened? I dropped my fucking purple shield in a box. I thought I brought it with me. Son of a...
Ram did that earlier, dropped the gold for purple.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, see that zip line? Let's do that shit. Oh, someone else set that up. Oh well. Get ready to fight. Chase.
Damn. Oh, to our left, right here. Up here. Whole squad.
Okay.
Broken armor?
You can't go around the back of the side.
Oh shit, they're up top on that fucking snow thing.
Broken armor? Yeah, broken armor.
Can any of us
They were
climb
right
down?
up there, so watch out.
Yes, you can. Broken armor.
I'm coming with you, Ram.
Watch out, it's a whole squad there, right?
Down to one of them.
The Wraith just disappeared.
I'll get the race.
Shit, there's a whole lot of stuff going on here.
Wait for me. Alright, I'm coming. I'm hearing shielded.
Yeah, they're probably gonna be
great.
pushing me. I'm using my last syringe right now.
Where are they?
They were like down there. Towards the center, there's a whole lot of fighting happening.
Using last syringe. I got 5 syringes. I can give you some.
51?
You guys are running right in.
Armor.
Oh,
No,
there's only
sniper
3.
rifle.
No, 6 squads up.
Yeah,
Six
yeah, I
syringe.
could use one.
Here. I'll get a hand.
No, I'm good on that.
Cells. Oh, here. 2 big ones. I got 3 big ones.
Okay.
Still. I need a better shield though.
Ged Ram, you need that big one?
Heavy ammo. Anybody
Yeah.
have like a box or 2 that you spare?
Yeah, I have no
No, you can have that. I still
Ram,
have
you...
I'm
Okay,
going around
I'll
the
pick
back.
that up then.
Alright. They're right there.
Oh, they're right here pushing up in the center.
That's one almost down.
Yeah.
There's another one coming.
One down.
47 blue shield.
A couple of them down.
Someone take her out, quick.
Yeah, I got her.
Grim, yeah, you can get me out. I'll come
Yeah,
up to
come over here. Come over here.
you. Heal up things. Okay. They're healing up. Mechanic, throw a nade at them.
Are they healing? Alright, I'm coming.
I just knocked somebody. They're dead.
Dude, whip the thing.
Nice.
Yeah, I did 11 damage by hitting the
Nice.
Boys, quick.
Yep.
Fucking ring again? Goddamn.
I'm grabbing all the meds.
Purple armor right here.
Yeah, right there.
Fuck, man.
Yeah, there's a purple one right here. Oh no, it's empty. It's empty.
Is there?
It's empty actually.
Just grab it.
Yeah.
and
Fix it. I'll
You
fix
can heal
it.
it all.
Okay.
Alright, let's.
Yeah.
I got
Okay,
it.
we don't.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't got
This
far
way,
to go.
this way.
1 second, boys, and quickly getting
Yeah.
my stuff.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. I dropped one behind you, Grim.
Thanks. How about heavy ammo?
No.
I got it.
I have 20.
I literally have. I can drop some.
That's
Grim,
fine.
here.
I got a pretty
Grim.
sweet deal.
Oh, someone
There's
just
20
shot.
right in front of me.
Oh, we're gonna.
No.
Did you shoot at me? Or
Someone
that's
else.
somebody
No, I just dropped ammo at you. That's what made
Okay.
No, I'm pretty sure there was a. Pretty sure.
That was me.
Okay,
dropping.
it sounded like a shot.
I heard it too. Yeah, it was me.
Okay.
dropping ammo.
It did sound like I thought it was like a triple kick shot or something.
No. The last squad's in there somewhere.
Yeah, chew that on the floor. Good job, puppy. Don't. Okay.
I see him.
You see them?
One there. One there.
There's 2 other squads.
Pathfinder. Right here.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's.
There's a portal over there. Oh, someone's out in the roof for that shit right there.
I just got shot at. Oh, that was you dropping the stuff. See what I mean? How it sounds like a gunshot?
I don't know. It sounded different to me.
They're fighting. Why would...
I just want that dude to jump off. There we go. They're paying attention to me. Saying you guys can do something, and I can do
Hit
invisible
123
shit.
has gold armor.
Yeah, I hit him for 47.
Break this purple.
Oh,
Yeah, just break it.
where's the third squad at though? That's what I.
23 gold. Back here.
I don't know, but I hear them shielding now.
Oh, they're engaging down there now.
Up.
That was good. Wait, Grim, what? You're
They're
going
engaging. They're fighting.
Yeah. I snuck
The last
in.
two squads are fighting.
They're
Here's
fighting
somebody
now.
around me. Hiding behind one of these.
Oh, he's on top. I see one on top of him. He's still on top.
Oh, they're zipping.
Oh, he's going towards the other two. Yeah, let's go get him.
Oh, it's us and them now.
Last squad. Oh, there's somebody right there.
How the fuck am I missing those shots?
37. Purple. 23 gold.
Fuck! Oh shit! I'm stuck.
23
Okay.
gold. 20.
There's a
Gold
robot
armor.
on top of the.
16. Watch out to the left.
Okay.
To the left.
There's a robot on the big building too. So be.
23. Yes,
I got
finish,
one.
Finish.
Oh, is that-
No, there's a robot up there. Robots coming around us. Robots over here somewhere. Oh, he's up on the. He's up on the
Oh, I
top.
got shot. He's above, so you kind of get
Fuck.
there. Oh, if you get underneath, you can res him.
I don't know how.
Oh man, you're shooting at me. Oh yeah, he's up. Fuck. God damn it.
Oh, he's here.
The other person's running across there. And the robot's right there.
Whole squad. Whole squad.
Yeah,
Coming around.
I had like.
Did you have your ult?
I don't know.
I'm taking a Smith.
Yeah, I feel like I need a fucking smoke. That was super stressful.
That was
Yeah.
plus 108. 108
All right.
Now 70 record rate.
Damn, you did 1100. He did 900. My fucking chump ass is at 400 damage.
Jesus Christ.
I know I need to step up my shit.
You did good. You did good.
I missed so many of those wingman shots, like, and it's like I don't even know like what I could have done better, because like when I was taking the shots, I was sure they were gonna land, and then they fucking didn't.
Yeah.
So I need to wash my hands. They're feeling kind of gross. I'm gonna ready up and be right back.
My phone didn't charge last night. That pisses me off. It's on 16% and I have to go up today. We plug them back in. Oh, I'm so tired. Sorry.
You're free, Opie. All right.
Right. Shockwaves is the Shockmaster. This guy's got 7 wins so far. I'm hoping that he's good. Not a shitty ass bitch, I can't do anything. And he's AFK, huzzah. Where do you want to go, Mechanic?
Sure.
Oh, he's back.
Okay.
Well, guess we're dropping it. Sure. I'm going directly in the middle, like of the spot.
Okay. I'm gonna drop off early and head over here.
How would you hit it though? Isn't that like counted as
Not
gold?
if I'm hitting an inanimate object. Or I'm hitting that VJJ as hard as I can.
Fuck this!
I'm coming,
me,
bro.
please.
I'm coming. I got a 99 in a dream.
He's being a twat.
Oh, look at that. Alright.
He's in there. You can come res me. Actually, don't. There's a whole squad. But you might want to get here to help our friend because he's
Yeah, man.
in danger. Fuck off!
Fucking laser rifle, man.
Can I have meds?
Yeah, I got a med for you. Okay.
Oh, thank you. No, this guy.
Fuck you, bro. Get out of here.
Okay, Prowler's amazing, but I need ammo for it. Oh, friend just took all of it.
Ask him. Tell him you need it. I need shields.
Oh, that guy saw me. I'm gonna go get him.
Alright. Oh shit, they're right here.
Got him. I got a resurrection shield.
Nice.
All guests will receive an application fee waiver. Tap now or visit openhouse.villanova.edu to learn more about our event on October 22nd.
Oh, nice. Oh, we're being grenaded still? Up there.
I think he's inside.
Damn, look at us fucking go, bro.
I got 2 kills, 1 assist. Okay, nice.
No, don't do that. Take the blue, yeah. You wasted a... Okay. Nice.
Now. Very
There's energy ammo for your thing. There you go.
This Prowler is absolutely amazing with the purple mag and the digital.
Yeah, man, that's Grim's favorite gun.
Like, this is the first time I've really used it, and on burst it melts in full auto.
Yeah, full auto is insane in the membrane.
Then I'll be like,
Alright, so all of these boxes are looted.
yeah. How many kills you got?
1. Oh shit, we're still doing ranked. I didn't realize.
Yeah.
Shit.
We got a good
Yeah.
ranked team at least. I've already got plus 24 rank.
Yeah, I got 22. So,
I wish damage would get you like rank.
I think it should.
Every 100 damage would get you 10 points.
Well, I don't know if it needs to be 100, but something,
5
yeah,
points,
because like
something like
We had a game where Zero had like
I think
Zero had
every
like 600 and some points, but 0 kills. 600 and some damage, 0 kills. Yeah, and it
That's
just
happened to me.
it doesn't feel
literally a
good.
game of 1,000 kills, and it's just like that
Yeah.
pisses me off.
Oh my god! Oh my
Research
god!
rankings.
Oh, I thought
no,
I
wait,
was
actually,
dead meato.
oh, you guys are going the other way.
I just went to.
You can fall in the
Yes,
lava
I
doesn't
almost
hurt,
fell in it, and I almost cried.
but it doesn't.
But it
kill.
hurts my footsies.
It hurts my tootsie.
Yeah, man, I'm not trying to get my
Enemy
shit
walls and
hurt.
fencing now. I didn't kill a Watson, did you?
No.
Wait, actually, no, the last person was a Watson. What is this Watson fence? You can literally just jump on the couch and go around it. Like, look at this. You can just go near. Oh, just at that edge. Oh, yes.
Cut it out. You're wasting valuable resources.
Fun.
You're burning up shield cells for no good reason.
Yeah, I'm gonna take that over my R3O. You wanna
I got one.
Oh, we got train.
There's a blue heavy mag here.
Wait, we're still in.
Blue heavy mag. Do you need that for your pro? Okay.
I got purple. Do you wanna head down?
Sure.
Remember, get to the train loop spots. Get to the train loop.
Yes.
Wait. Yeah, get to the train loop. Wait, mechanic, stand on top of it and see what happens when it opens. Like, if you die.
What's gonna happen, train loot spot?
We both died.
Well, I got 42 points, so I'm positive in this match if that happens.
Yeah, I got 54 points. I'm positive too.
No.
Oh, you don't. Nice. Oh, our friend got purple armor and everything.
There's
Let's get on the
okay.
train.
Just checking.
Oh, some on this side as well.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, there we go. That's fine.
What? This is a real train, unlike the what trains? The art
Unlike-
trains?
Fake ones, I think.
Dude, with some weird ass word.
My favorite spot on the train to get hit by the tunnel. Jump to the jump, jump to the jump, jumpy, jumpy, jump, jump, jump. See ya. Loot boy. It's got a red piece, I think.
Yo, Grimbo! Welcome back, bro! The sky. What's happening? Oh, you haters? Yeah. We forgot to take it off of ranked, so it's a ranked match.
But we're doing quite well.
Yeah.
Oh, I ranked up last time.
Nice.
Yes, got gold.
Oh yeah, our teammate isn't a total waste of space. So.
Oh, gold backpack, gold knockdown shield, which I
Oh,
already have.
what? I'm coming for that shit, bro.
Claws.
Oh yeah, I got one of those, but.
Sometimes it's like
What? Was there a key? Was there a key? Was there a key?
I still haven't found a select fire, bro.
I got.
They got mechanical
Okay, thank you.
select fire.
I got some heavy ammo for you. I'm looking for a select fire.
Oh.
No select fire.
I haven't found one select fire.
I
This
did get
whole-
heavy ammo though. I'm gonna drop it out this door. Right here.
Nice.
It's in the bottom of that house. Oh,
Thank you. Select fire? Hammer point.
you.
Yeah, if you take that to the point.
Yeah, I messed up. I went off the wrong side of the rock. But.
Oh, we got a supply drop directly behind us.
Ooh, supply drop in the rear.
That's what she
That
said.
is what she said. That's exactly what she said. Oh, I'm coming.
Enemies? Is it a smoking bit?
I'm zipping back up. Oh, yep, somebody's zipping over. Oh, and there's a drone from, like, the east side. Okay.
Shot the drone.
Oh, they're right there? They're by the respawn?
14.
Yeah, there's a squad over there just fucked me up. I need to try to run and hide and heal.
A friend downed him, we should watch it.
Okay, if you insist. There was 2 of them here. Where'd they go? Nice. Oh shit, they're right here.
He scared the shit out of me.
Shit, you guys traded? Oh, that's not our fucking teammate. Fuck.
Where's our teammate?
I don't know, I thought that was him that dropped down behind me. That's so good that you get up with it. Oh shit, they're... Fuck, man. That sucks.
Because I raised myself with the
Yeah.
back up on.
It's pretty awesome. Good face balls. I didn't even see him. Damn.
What? I was behind there. That's complete bull.
It's alright. We got some points for that one.
And didn't our friend down the second one?
Yeah, I think he downed the guy that they got up.
So where did... And I... Yeah, but I finished the third one. So where did the third one come
From...
Oh, yeah, right
I'm
there.
almost. I am 73 points from ranking up. But
Yeah.
what did
From you
I
coming
got
back in?
68 points in that match, so.
We go Grim.
Grimbo, bo, bo.
Grim,
Let me grab all my stuff.
Grim.
Patience is a
Oh, fucking
virtue,
stuff,
bro.
just die.
Patience is a virtue. When they hold me down. You're not even saying words anymore.
I'm gonna call you Zelig from now on, okay? 'Cause it's...
I accepted
You're
it.
here.
Yeah, you're in.
You're here, yeah.
Oh,
It says you're in a match, though.
no.
Oh, yeah, I got that done.
Yeah, you just need to exit.
Yeah, it took all
So I don't need to
along.
be caustic no more.
I'm silver 2 now,
Why the
boys.
fuck is my shit updating in the background? Fuck.
Because it's called auto updates.
Oh, but I pause the shit all the time and then it just starts itself.
Yeah,
Some
I know.
bullshit.
Do you pause it and then turn off your Xbox sometimes? Mechanics going to Wraith there. I need to play as Mirage. If you don't mind, Grant. I need to get 3 successful bamboozles. So I'm going for
That's-
Red.
You gotta pay the toll.
No, I'm just
Gotta
kidding.
pay.
Gotta pay the troll toll to get into this boy's hole.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's it. I'm gonna wrap the stream up on that one. See you later. Thank you for coming out. And those who didn't come out, go fuck yourself.
You really
No.
wrapping your stream up?
I was pretending to wrap it up because he said something about paying the troll toll to get in the boys' hole. So,
You
no,
don't
I
know
have no
what
idea what
that's
that's from.
No.
It's from It's Always Sunny.
Oh, I don't watch.
Charlie was like molested as a kid. Well, it seems like he was. And then he makes this musical for like this waitress chick he's in love with. And then he writes the whole thing and has like, you know, the whole gang perform it. And then it's supposed to be you gotta pay the troll toll to get to this boy's soul. But then Frank he says get into this boy's hole. And it's like, that's what I said. Get into this boy's hole. He's like,
Where we going?
and it goes along with the get molested aspect. That if you saw it, yeah, it's very funny.
Zilg, we're going over there, Zilg. Let's go Zilg.
Zilg is going home. Zilg's not here anymore.
No, Zilg.
It's only mechanic.
Sorry, Zilg could not answer this phone. Zilg is at home.
Heals but no gun.
I could use select fire.
Damn, you getting all the prowlers.
Yeah, I've been getting them like every fucking game.
I love
I
the
have 2
Prowler.
shotgun bolts.
After last game.
Go Bazooble, man.
Go bam bam zibble.
So what's a successful when somebody shoots it, or?
Yeah.
Yes. Dropping havoc here with some energy ammos. And another blue bolt. Stop shooting me, man.
What is this?
That was a white light clip.
Okay.
Oh, that's bad.
Do I have a bag? What level one? 92.
Oh, I guess I'll take that actually.
Oh,
There's
Graham,
like
that's what I was-
3.
what I was-
That's not an enemy. There's 3 fucking peacekeepers all right next to each other.
Nice.
Sorry, that was me shooting
Okie
the car.
dokie.
It's got a key in it.
Stop. I'm shooting shit, Ram.
Okay, let's go to the vault.
Who's got 2 thumbs and a bulky? Ooh, I see a blue body shield. I gotta go get real quick. Oh shit, somebody's being respawned.
I don't
Somebody got
care
Yeah.
about
back?
this
Fuck. I didn't even notice
Me neither. I
anybody
was
died.
like just up there.
Alright, I'm coming. I'm coming.
I'm grabbing his vest.
We're going to the thing.
Sounds like somebody's shooting
We're
at
not
him
going
already.
for the dropship. No.
We need it. We need kills, bro.
No, don't. There you go. I sent someone to kill him.
Alright, do you even know where the...
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one below the
You're lying.
train depot or whatever.
It's just right here. Right there. But you can't get in it, Grim. Only I can, because I have the key.
If I get there first, I'm getting in. I also have a vault key.
Oh, you do? Really?
No.
Alright, I might as well go somewhere else because all the loot's gotta be
I was
gone.
gonna say, that's great. 'Cause I can go straight in there.
Welcome to Vault Life, bro.
Yeah.
We are vault hunters.
Yes. Alright, Mozambique's going for this flat line.
Now I'm at the vault. I had to unlock this bad boy and get all the gold items.
How'd you get in there? How'd you get in? Oh, underneath here?
Yep. There's not much armor, it's all phoenixes.
Alright, that's a ripoff.
There's not one armor piece in here.
There's nothing here
See
for
what I
me.
mean about the
Fuck.
vault sometimes?
There's a blue hat. Damn.
I got a
So what did you
purple
get?
helmet.
Nothing gold?
I got a purple gold helmet and a gold resurrection, but normally there's no.
Yeah, no one's gold armor, purple
That's the
armor,
worst
gold and
ever.
I guess
purple
I got your old helmet.
bags.
So nothing really
This
cool,
is
huh?
I mean,
This is the worst.
lesson learned. Next time, look in the window. Save the key.
If Joe was here, they would have been.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. Yeah, you just look in the window.
Yeah, Joe, we look in this, but the only other vault's up there. And down here, which is outside of zone.
Well, such is life. Sometimes life's out of zone.
That's bull. Complete bull. Just get crap from that, right?
Oh my God! There's people right here. Oh my God, my bounce pad helped
Wait,
a
where?
whole lot.
Sending a doy call.
Alright, I need to heal up.
Who dips that head
Me.
extended now? Can you undibs it for a second? And you can go get it later because there's people down there. Thank you. Okay, there's one successful.
There was
Like
a
a
whole
running?
squad there.
Yeah. Two.
Oh man, I'm standing in fucking fire.
I broke someone's armor.
I'm almost dead. I got some next heal.
Bounty picks up still quicker, and is 2 times more absorbent than a leading ordinary brain.
They're in the vault.
I have no health. Does anybody have
Yeah.
drop?
Yep.
The syringes?
Here. Behind the truck. Okay, you got it.
Alright, cool.
Alright, here we go. Time to show 'em help.
They set up a zip line. They're coming for us. Fucking hell, boys. See ya.
He's down.
Oh, I don't have a slug fire. Fuck.
I'm Phoenixing.
Oh shit, there's a gibby.
Knocked one. There's one left. Gibraltar. Gibraltar's the only one left, I guess, right? Yeah. There it is.
There we go. ZLG in a fucking building.
No.
GLG in the motherfucking house. Yeah, I thought I had a slack fire. I'll switch to my prowler. I'm like doing a little gay burst, and it was dumb.
Bro, yes.
And it was dumb.
So, did you okay, you guys opened this, right? Oh, nice. So let's, where's the next one at?
Out of zone. They're both out of zone.
Alright, so I need a slack fire. Oh, heals. I only have one syringe. I'll use that, but that's all I got left.
I have some syringes.
These vault keys are useless. Look where they are. Look where the levels are. It takes up
Here
a
you go.
slot, really? It seriously takes up a slot in your inventory.
What does? Oh yeah,
The vault
What'd you get?
key.
Another
Yeah.
vault key?
Yeah.
Was there one in the box? I only had a vault key once, and that's where I got it from somebody's box. When we already went to the vault, and so I still had one more.
I need shields if anybody's got shield cells.
Yeah, I can drop 2 for it.
Yeah, I can
Sure,
drop
that'd
this
be.
on. Oh, you're dropping
Do you have a
some?
lot, Ram? I have
Yeah, yeah, I
5,
have 12.
Yeah.
so you have one.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's 3.
And I dropped 2 little ones down here. I'm gonna go get them. Cause I had a bunch earlier. Well, I also had a smaller bag.
Oh, it shows you on the map that that one's unlocked, so that's how they knew we were there.
Wait, what?
It shows me on the map that the vault's unlocked.
Maybe because you have a key, it doesn't show me.
Oh, it shows on the map if it's unlocked.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because I have a key. It shows me.
So you don't waste your time running there. That's pretty awesome, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
Where do you want to go?
Wherever.
Are people in where we just were?
I think they're on the other side of it, maybe?
Yes.
No?
I don't know. It sounds super close.
That's out here.
You coming to check it out, Ram?
I'm like so far away, just I heard gunshots out here and I thought we were pushing.
Yeah, no, it sounds like they're... Definitely sounded like it was indoors.
For me, it sounds like
I
they're
thought
over
that
here.
exploded. They must be right out here.
For me, they're out down this way.
Yeah, they're right here.
Yeah, I hear 'em.
I just saw them in front of the tunnel.
Wait for me, wait for me, wait for me.
Tell them that.
Okay, I'm here.
Alright. They're gonna...
Yep, somebody's running across. Up to the
Alright.
left.
He's coming to the tunnel.
Oh, they're respawning.
They're respawning?
Yeah. Let's smoke they ass.
I have to run.
Nice. Oh my god, yeah, he lit me up too. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't have many fucking heals. I have one syringe and I'm down.
Where are they? Where are they? Got the other dude.
There's a third one somewhere.
Yeah. And now. Stop pinging me, bitch.
Where'd the second one go down? The third one could be rising.
I down one. No, I down two.
Yeah,
Right
wait,
back.
just
Oh,
waited
they're on.
Found him.
And somebody just.
Told you they raised.
No, it's just. Yeah, they rezzed.
Same guy.
Nice. I need heals like desperately.
No
Fuck.
heals on this guy.
Hold on, I'm gonna check this box. Check this box real quick.
And a couple.
Yeah.
Yeah, go to the
Yeah, I got a med kit. Cool.
Any better shield, man? I fucked up dummy.
Could I do
shield.
double R99?
Yeah.
Wait, how much light ammo's over there? Is this one
Yeah,
light?
I might have. I can give you some.
Okay, I'm going
Yeah, I
double
can do some
R99.
light. Is there more light? in my boxes?
I have. I don't know. No, there's heavy.
What are the boxes? Oh, there's a flat line here. Fuck yeah.
I need as much
That-
light.
There's
Yeah, I
double
just put that in there because I couldn't find. Here, I got light right here. Right here, right
There's
here.
no light.
Oh, the train shit is open. Okay, I'm full now. Oh, where'd they go?
I'm gonna
I
go
swear I
for
just saw shit pop up. Oh, it disappeared already?
I went Prowler because I loved it so much last game.
There's heavy there.
Both squads.
There's a double tap there. No, there's no either.
I hear two squads fighting.
Everybody's good on heals. There's Joel.
We
Yeah.
need to move on.
Yeah,
been
I
waiting
put
for
2
too
arc
long.
stars in there. Well, we're in
Where's
the
this move
circle,
on?
but yeah, we should go somewhere, I guess. Huh?
Let's go through the tunnel again.
Did somebody
I
did
need
somebody grab those syringes
Select fire?
that I pinged in here?
I have 6, but I have 3 medkits, so
Okay.
I'm okay.
Does anyone know what any select
No, I do
fires are?
not.
I don't have any big shields though.
Oh, I hear
Oh.
the people that I guess Ram heard the first time.
You hear people on me? They're right here.
Comment.
Behind that bin? Oh yeah, they're behind this bin, Joe.
No,
Hurry
just
up, back here.
No,
Back here.
it's a hiding spot.
I found them. I found them.
Wanker.
Finish the squad off.
Though we can hold off this tunnel and we can't get flamed.
Alright, here's an escape plan if we need it.
Can we just hold off this tunnel?
We could try.
They're fighting just
They're
around
shooting
here.
somebody over there. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
Oh,
have a
that's
look.
where the lasers are
Oh,
going.
somebody's zipping up.
Yeah, you see them?
And there's a wraith portal over there.
I've got a supply drop right here.
It's not on the
I'm
map.
going for it.
Oh, Rams all
This
how'd
way.
you get over there,
Yeah.
Rams? Oh, from the back?
Is it a Is it a
I'm going
lifeline?
for the supply drop.
Because there's.
Care package, yeah.
I'll
No.
climb up this way. Oh, I'm getting
Ah.
smoke from the other team. God damn, that goddamn laser fucking gun. They're all right there. God damn it.
And
Okay.
another squad
Yep.
lead.
I'm gonna.
Alright, I'm just gonna
I'm
crawl
gonna-
towards...
I'm gonna hide, and if
Yeah.
when they start to,
I'm just gonna die.
Alright.
Sweet.
sounds like they're engaging.
They're pushing you, be careful. Yeah. Just wait until they're fighting. Or you could do a sneaky grab our banners and res
I don't think they're.
No.
There's a respawn, but by the time we got there...
Yeah, there's a respawn just there.
moving.
He's coming to you, yeah.
God damn. You got one.
Now there's 5 more to go.
There, the last one. Oh, your
Damn!
There you go. Yep. Damn! Like a one-shot
That's a master
headshot.
for
You
you.
had like 125
Yeah.
health.
Yeah, that's the master. KP. That's why I went out to grab it. But they were literally camping there. It's so annoying. They're all hiding behind the wall.
Well, at least we all probably got some points, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
68. I got
Yeah,
all my
88.
successful bamboozles.
Oh, nice.
I need to deal 7
Dies
damage as Banger Warriors.
kinda nice. Dies kinda nice. Am I saying that right? What's up? Welcome to the stream shit show of the show of the shits. How is your night going?
Nice. Let the bodies not hit the floor. Let the bodies die in hell.
Let the bodies never die.
Well, they gotta hit the floor.
Let the bodies reunite with Christ. Let the bodies reunite with Christ. Sorry, I took it too far.
Jeez, you know we're all
Alright, I'm head out.
analyzed here, we're all pro Satan.
Fuck, yes we are. Pro
We are
Satan.
what?
Pro Satan.
Oh, I thought you said pro Satin.
Yeah, that's why we start every game with a ritual.
A sacrifice
thing.
to Jeebus.
So, dear Dark Lord, please let my aim be straight and true. My shots hit with power and knock them on their booty.
They're
Give me the dark evil to murder everybody on the map.
rock up.
One, not A, man.
and fire.
No,
Oh, I'm getting close to 1 million damage with Mirage.
ridiculous.
993,000. Getting close.
Ridiculous.
You mean 100,000 damage?
Huh?
Didn't you just say you have 93,000?
993,000.
900.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 93,000. It's like, I think you mean...
I think you're forgetting a zero, or you're adding zeros.
Who, me?
That's what Ram
I'll go
thought was
left, then
happening.
I'll go right.
I'll go straight down.
Yeah.
Oh, what? That was crazy. I like made it through the window.
Oh, did you
I made it through the window.
I
Oh,
made
there's
it.
some fool here.
Nice. Mechanic! Oh, we hit it.
Ah,
I tried fighting somebody with a gun. I lost. I hit him twice though.
oh, hey, they're around here. What? What? Oh my god.
They found me.
They were like color coordinated. They like had 2 legendary skins that like matched, so. Yeah, why did that make like a crazy
God damn it.
noise? Yeah,
Oh, that was my gun.
Oh, okay.
Spin. Do I have any mates?
If only I would have landed in that thing, everything would have been different. I hate when that happens. Every time I miss one of those things, I end up dying right away.
Look at him bamboozling with Bangalore. Damn.
Getting sniped. Could probably make a swing for the banners. Nah, you probably can't go.
Yeah, no. So just go for placement. Get us, make it so we don't lose points. Get like second place.
Kill leader, huh? I'll take the promotion.
Oh, that's crazy.
Kidding me. I'm only plus 8 in red because I got kills. How does that make sense? Oh wait,
Yeah,
actually it
bro.
does.
It makes perfect sense. Time to do a little bit of doodling.
Yeah. Just send me an invite.
Okay.
Sure, mate. Oh, that's sad because you left. You get banned for 30
Yeah,
minutes.
I don't.
You get banned for 30 minutes?
No, I don't get a 30-minute ban.
What?
Yeah, you do. If you abandon a rank match.
What?
That's only if it happens multiple times, I think.
No, it's only I did it once and I got banned.
Oh, shit.
No, I don't think.
Well, we'll find out.
Yeah, I'm not banned.
You know? Okay. I don't know that.
No. Oh, it's only if you can still be respawned anyway. I think I couldn't have been respawned in boxes.
Oh, that might be true.
Okay. That makes
Yeah.
a lot more sense then.
True that, true that. Who that, who that?
No, I won't go Skyhook. It's gonna be too crowded. This sensitivity is so nice, bro.
I mean, making me want to try bumping mine up again. I mean, mine's already at 6.
Yeah, I got mine at 8. I love it. Hides here for
No,
whole
that's not
game. Banger was so nimble. I forgot how good she was.
Yeah, Banger was one of the first legends that I.
It was the first character I used, yeah. One thing. Faster. You'd think, because you can get out, you'll be able to go through. Okay, that was a lifetime back. That's a life. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of lifelines.
All of the lifelines.
Well, 2 isn't that bad. Yeah.
Hey, Couch, some shady ass black lady came to your door.
Like.
Yeah. Well, she knocked on the door.
And what did she want?
And then she had on like some like wool beanie hat and like long hair, and then he's like, "Oh, I'm with the Pennsylvania, no, I think it was American Department of Health, some weird thing like that."
The American Department of Health.
And then she's like, "Do you want to see my badge?" And then like, me and my brother both went out. We both thought we heard a knock, and Sam was out there, and Sam was like jumping up on her. And then she's like, "You want to see my badge?" And pulled out some beat up looking plastic card with, I guess, a picture on it. I don't know. I wasn't close to her. And then she like pulls out a paper that's on a clipboard, and then she's like, "Oh."
What? Yeah, like that's so. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I mean that's was a huge thing. Yeah, they worked their way in with whatever, and then while they're there, they like beat up these old people and steal all their stuff. And it's, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking insane. Like, it's... Cause they bitches, bruh. Nice, broke somebody's shield. Putting in work. Oh man, had kill leader for like 15 seconds. Let's see, what did he earn me?
What did I get?
Yeah, I'll take 28 points for free. Yeah, I didn't have any kills. You ready, Grimbo? Are you in a good game? You want to keep playing that? Well, here, I'll send you an invite, you decide. Yep. Your whole entire life. I don't know, man. I didn't make the rules. I just play by them. It's gonna be Wraith this time around. I am a Wraithist. The biggest Wraithist ever. Well, there your fucked up ass nostrils. Oh my god,
Man, what
it landed.
Why would you?
Are you in the
You
lava?
can't get out of the
What are you
lava.
doing, bro?
Yeah, you can't get out.
I'm out, bro.
Why are you walking?
Because that's where you
around
landed me,
man?
bro.
Did
Oh,
you
yeah?
not?
You landed me right in the lava, bro.
You're gonna land yourself.
How would you land him in the lava?
I
What the
know,
hell's
right,
wrong
man?
with
He
you?
said he wanted to land in
Jesus
a hot,
Christ.
the hot
I
area.
didn't. I said I want to land in like
You're trying
the
to burn
the
your friend alive.
the
Put him in the
coolest place
lava.
ever. No, nothing hot ever. I'm like, I don't want anything hotter than like mild
Sure, you
guacamole
mechanic.
ever for my entire life.
Alright, all I have is a fucking wingman.
I just dropped the devotion on him.
Purple armor. Sure.
Shotgun ammo here. Flatline here.
Yeah.
Flatline. Hell yeah, flatline. Ooh, RTO1. Let's use that shit too. Damn, ran through here. Ram? You didn't tell us about the cool stuff you saw? Whoa.
What do you mean? What cool stuff?
There was a blue vest in here.
I pinged
You
that.
aren't gonna tell anybody?
I literally pinged it. What do you mean?
You need to.
No.
Yeah, I pinged it.
You picked the
one
one
No.
that joking.
I had mine
pinged
like
the one that
as
I
soon as I got out of the lava. I found this in a bin.
Because I swear when I picked mine up, I saw another one. Maybe there's a third one somewhere. I don't know.
No, nobody pinged mine.
And then flatline, where was that?
It was in like the beginning of that building you're running through.
Yeah.
Or it was the building that you saw me in.
Why did it disappear already? I feel like it hasn't been long enough for it to disappear.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's not
I
here.
am the king of the lava. Bow down to me.
Did you pick it up, Ram, so I don't look for it, the flat line?
No. I've had my flatlight since the start of the game.
Jeez, man.
Oh, so you do have flat line.
Stop
Because I don't
complaining.
see it here, and I feel like it disappeared way too quick.
Let me see.
Let's go this way.
I got here
Maybe
like
because you didn't ping
within
it?
a minute.
He pinged it like when I was back in
Yeah, I
his
picked it
house.
up like
And then I
here.
got to
There
his
it
house and
is.
disappeared.
Alright, I found
That's
one
the
on
one that I
ground.
pinged.
That
Dang.
was his,
Why
yeah.
did it
I don't know.
disappear so quick?
Yes.
Mechanic,
That's crazy.
Don't.
look up. I'm the king.
Oh,
There's somebody
nice. Look at
here?
you. No.
Yeah, I'll
you
take
need,
that.
you need syringes.
I know, bro. No.
Do you have syringes? I have 2 little ones, and that's it.
Give me that charge rifle. There we go.
There's a zip line over here.
Okay.
I mean, there's a zip line right here. You.
I really don't want to die in the storm again. Ooh, look at me! I
We
made
didn't
it.
die. We lived. What do you mean?
Yeah, but I hate when we're fighting storm. I really do.
So in other words, you died inside because of it. Everyone has level 2 or better. Wait, did you get shot at, Bren?
No. I touched a little bit of lava.
I never knew the lava did damage to your shield. I find that a bit weird.
Yeah, I thought it took right off of the health. Would you say it's not accurate?
What? No, he said
I'm
it's
gonna go right
weird.
here. I found that a bit
Nothing's
weird.
named is really
He said
accurate.
it's weird. No one said anything. Yeah.
God, it's weird.
How would I know
Well, I
it's
got
not
music playing. I
accurate?
can't really hear
I
shit.
don't wear metal armor. and
There's
go
people
into
here.
lava.
There's 2 motherfuckers right
Oh.
here. Are you
Shoot 'em.
coming back?
No, I'm
by
coming up to you.
myself? Should I kick it off?
Care package.
Where are they? Yeah.
They're right here, the way I'm
11
facing.
blue. Blue. They are running her. They're legging it.
57,
14 blue.
no armor.
14 blue. 14 blue. Okay, just leave them. It's fine. They go. Wait, they might have a vault key since they're going to the vault. Let's go.
I'm going. Well, as soon as gas stops doing gassy shit.
Boy, you're gassy. Let's go.
I should have waited to do my ultimate. I'm gonna be like visible by the
Yep.
time.
Remnant.
Oh man, I got fucking destroyed.
What the hell? They have a traitor.
And the ring's here, so we're all dead. They've already opened it. There's one guy has gold shields.
There's one down.
Broke their shield right here.
I'm back.
Yeah, we're all about to back. That guy has a gold
Two down.
knockdown.
Ram, heal, or I'm just gonna die from storm anyway.
I had no.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
I literally
Yo, what
down
up,
to-
Chance Baller?
Just waited till I came out of the.
Thank you for stopping in and checking my uptime. I appreciate that.
Yeah, well.
How much damage did I do? 416 to those guys.
Still here, Mr. Chance Baller?
So if Zone wasn't there, that would have been great. Still minus 12.
Yeah.
I got 2 downs but no kills. They need to put something in for damage. Because that's retarded.
Yo, Joe.
400
refresh my
damage.
mind-
Nice. What?
Refresh my mind on who Dirty Toes is. We were playing with him the other day, and he's on my friends list, but I can't remember when we were playing with him.
I think he used to be something else. Well, I know he used to be something else. I think he. I forget. But his name is like, if you look at his thing,
How could you forget?
it's like CJ
His what?
something. I think that used to be Blind Toast.
Oh, Toast?
Yeah,
Something
Blind Toast.
I remember playing with someone Toast.
Yeah, he when he joined.
Okay, can you guys stay alive?
You stay alive. You're the one that died. You died and it got everybody killed.
You're the one that died, man. We needed.
No.
It's like, I'm gonna die
Yeah.
in the tunnel. I might as well.
Yeah, Ram.
Why didn't you guys?
Yeah,
do
Ram. Ram.
Huh?
Because you're the dude with
Why
the
didn't
hammer.
you?
We thought you had it
Yeah.
yourself, bro.
Yeah,
The
I downed 2
measly-
of them. What
The
do you mean?
measly hammer.
I would have
is
been
what
fine
you're
for
excited
zone.
about.
Oh, you're so good against them, but you're no good against the zone.
Exactly. Yes.
Oh, the zone beat me up.
It did. It beat you the other game as well. Glenn.
That's because I let
And
it.
then you rage quit it.
He was like, I'm fucking leaving this goddamn game. It's dumb. Break
Exactly.
I raged.
cool
Okay,
but if I ever
borders.
quit, it's 'cause I'm
And then you smashed your controller.
and not coming back alive. Yeah, I just yell cool borders and smash my Xbox
Yep.
controller
Yep.
on my bed frame. And then I give it,
Guys.
and then I make other people.
I mean,
play
other
with it.
people could have brought their own controllers.
Why are all the buttons falling out? That is true.
I've been streaming for 4 hours and I haven't had one viewer this whole time.
Oh yeah, right here.
This is real
I don't have a gun.
depression.
Yeah, it's all about the socials. You gotta put the socials out. And
He's on top, Rim.
I'm too.
There's one down.
going to help Grim.
I didn't get.
Oh,
a
he just
gun.
jumped off. He's chasing you.
Yoo-hoo.
Yes, he did.
He's down.
Where
I
is
got
it?
a punch
Oh, you got
too off now. Yeah.
Sure, someone's got a shot on me.
It's because he's looking at you, mechanic. That counts as targeting.
Give me gun, give me gun, good gun. Oh, that longbow that I don't want. Didn't even want them.
I'll trade you for an RE45. man.
Fuck yeah, man. Give me some bullets too.
Nice, let's go.
Awesome. Thank
Just
you.
watch me go off.
You pick
I
up
did,
that
yeah.
last thing?
Here.
Boys, let's go to the fighting.
Sneaky Joe stealing stuff from Ram giving to me. I saw that.
Well, I figured he would have wanted it, but he ran away without it. So I'm like, oh, well, I guess he doesn't want it. It's free for all then.
Shot 155. Just down
Yeah.
here.
In this building?
Nah, next building over.
No, on the street.
I need a
On
shirt.
the street. You're like in the underpass.
You're in the underpass.
You have a shirt.
I just found a
Come on.
shirt.
Optics here. Close range.
Are you boys gonna come help, or are you gonna be fucking around this whole time?
Fucking around.
Oh, what the I was just trying
Oh,
to
you grabbed the
figure out.
gold thing. I needed the ammo. Fuck, how do we get up?
Fuck's sake. Shoot him! Shoot him!
Alright, we're working on it. Oh, he's not up top. What the fuck?
Oh, my gun wasn't out.
I can't see anything.
Didn't have his gun out.
I'm jumping off, I think. I don't know where I am.
Yeah, I'm just dying.
He didn't have his gun out.
I'm dead too. That was fun.
Damn. Either way, I would have died. He dropped his fucking ultimate and he's hitting me. Look the fuck up. There's more than one person there. Why don't you say that?
He said a squad on me.
I didn't see anybody.
I don't know what underpass you're even talking about.
I thought we were on a
in a
roof. I have no idea what was happening.
What that even mean?
They
Yeah,
came
we were
up
in a
to the
building,
roof, but they
and he
were
was on
under
the
the
roof, and I don't
underpass.
even know how he got on the roof. I climbed up
They're
eventually.
climbing up the wall.
But why is there three of them up on the roof?
I don't know. I didn't see anybody.
You have to climb up. How
I
do you
didn't
climb
see
down?
anybody. I just saw yellow gas in my face.
Mechanic just got killed out
Yeah.
of nowhere.
I didn't like. I
Like,
thought
I
I
didn't
was
see
jumping
anyone
off the
there,
edge,
so
and
you're
like,
not
I didn't. I guess I was just like jumping, like, alright, I'm going off the edge, and I'm just like hopping on the roof. Alright, I'm jumping off the edge. At some point, I'm going to jump off the edge. Where's the edge? Can't find the edge.
And then you find
Yeah. Well, I went into the other side, and the other side I could see some stuff. So.
See, you know what?
That's pro strats right there, bro.
That was a trash.
That was definitely a trash can.
I'm gonna go caustic then,
Yeah, so you can see in the
because I seem to be getting heaps of caustics against us. And
The
then we can see
yellow-
what's happening.
the yellow farty gas.
Yeah. Why would you fart on my gas?
Cause that's
mechanic?
what I
Why?
do, bro.
Why?
I
Why, Dad?
because I
Why?
only fart on gases.
That's unfair.
I like to fuck them in the gas.
Where do you want him to go? Yeah, fuck him in the gas.
Caustic. Stop making fun of Pathfinder. Caustic King.
Oh, that's
4 hours yet, no one's here.
yeah. I'm telling you, it's all about the socials and the networking, man. You gotta join other discords, or not necessarily even Discord. I found more, and I mean, I'm not very successful, but I found more success from like Instagram. So like playing with, like, I played with some people, and then like followed them on Instagram, and like actually like and comment on all their stuff, and then you get like that dude Casper that we played with a couple times. He still shouts me out on his story. Wherever you want to go. When like when he does when he had a story today, and he one of his stories, he's got like 50 things going,
Okay, see you, Grim.
and one of them is
Later, man.
See you, Grim. You're going to the wrong place.
See you later, Ram.
was like, hey, follow this guy. Give this guy a big old follow.
Grim left us.
Abandonment issues.
Did not.
That loot
Yes, you did. You split
that
off
loot
from
thing's
us
got
now.
a red window. It needs to be shot.
No one came here for me.
Except us.
Well, I'm bringing like 2 people back who are like fucking me up.
Oh, I got it blue.
Well, there was a vault key in it, so that's the important thing.
No, there's not.
And then it's a different thing, because when I saw it, unless that changes, I saw it was a blinking red.
No, yeah, it was red for me as well, but there's no vault key. What's that? Oh, here it is. It was
Anybody
in
want
the
a charge rifle? Or
the
heals?
flowers.
I'll take a charge rifle.
Let's go. I'm
Did
going
use
for
heals?
the...
Yeah, here, I got you with a heal. Oh, there's no
Set it up.
ammo with it, I'm good. Yeah, I got a, here you go. Take out one of those things.
Anyone else coming to the vault
Yeah,
key?
give us a second to get our pants on.
I wanna.
Now you're abandoning us, Ram.
Like. Yeah, Ram. I was just over there. Now you run over there? Motherfucker, I just ran all the way over here.
Yeah, I got a vault key. What do you mean?
Spent all my time. Yeah, but it's not like the vault's gonna disappear. I'm gonna get more stuff.
Oh, somebody's being brought back right here.
Everything I got is done. And I'm almost
Finished
done.
him?
I don't have no body shield.
I killed him. Is the dropship still coming
Dropship,
in?
yep, still there. I don't see anybody jump. Oh yeah, somebody did jump out of it.
Alright.
Where'd he go?
Don't know. Down is the only direction I saw. Take that backpack, put that on there, put that on there.
Okay, let's go to the vault.
Somebody was over here. Oh, yep, I hear footsteps. Robotic footsteps.
Yeah, I see him.
There's 2 of them.
He's going for the...
He's going for the respawn that already happened. Oh, there's a charge rifle one.
I'm getting shot in the fucking back. Shit.
From where?
Somebody's up there. Up there. They're seeing the enemies. Towards the fucking vault shit.
Is there a better shield? I need a shield.
Hit him 44.
You see him? Ping him if you see him.
He was up there. He's droning. He's over there.
Okay. Oh, somebody's running. Over there.
Somebody's over here. They're trying to
Alright, he's down.
Yeah, shit. Yeah, they got me with it.
Where is he, Grim?
They're
Ping him,
both
ping him,
here. They're both here.
Alright, I gotta heal up.
Right here, he's
Shit,
low.
someone. Alright, I'm
Going for the
coming.
raise.
I'm coming.
Oh,
I'm coming.
Quick, shoot. Okay, he's
On
on top,
top,
he's on top.
right
He's
there.
on top,
Behind you, behind you, behind you, behind you.
No! I was doing so
Yeah, I
well.
should have healed up. I'm done listening to you motherfuckers. God damn it.
That's sad.
God damn it.
Yeah, I don't like the charge rifle.
The charge rifle is not good for close range, but more for long range.
It's very satisfying though to land shots. Very satisfying.
Yeah. Almost silver 1. Only 187 points to go. And then I'm going to gold.
And I'm off to the gold land.
I'm hoping to get to diamond this ranked season.
That'd be nice.
But we need more winning games. Everyone go your sweatiest characters, we need to win. Sweaty character time.
I got to play. I'm gonna smoke after this game.
Alright. Oh.
Okie dokie. Okay dokie. No, I wouldn't, because you only have 9 kills. I want to get the 20k badge, that would be amazing.
There's a 20k damage badge?
No, 20 kills, sorry. No, not 20 kills.
20 kills.
Yeah, I don't know
We're
why I said
going to the
10.
hot drop. It's a hot drop like a diarrhea
Yes.
movement bowels.
I'm gonna go to the right hanging one. Okay.
I'm gonna aim for the left one and then miss.
Yeah, I'm not
and
even.
then fall to the ground and
Yeah,
die.
I'm going for this one.
Okay. Oh, no guns up
that
here.
guy literally just hit his chest on me.
Yep, no guns.
There's people
Ooh,
right below
nice.
us, Ram. You see him?
Yeah.
This is all looted.
I'm burning the shit out of him. There's somebody on the other
That's
side
Mike.
of the blue shit. Right here.
Finally got a gun. Alright.
Yeah.
There was, but that dude died somehow. Wait, how did I not
Yeah, I
get
downed
that
him.
kill too? Fuck.
Because I killed him. Nice.
I definitely got the down for
Oh shit, no!
Yeah, you got one of
Oh, I'm down.
And then this dude I shot in the back, I thought I would have got that.
Come on, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, come kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, you're not killing him, I shot him, kill him. He's getting him up, it's a res, he's getting a res, get him, get him, get him, kill him, he's resin. He got him up, kill him. Oh man, that was close.
Somebody else is coming. I hear them.
Give me up, 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 give me up. Give me up, give me up, give me up, give me up, no, give me up, give me up, give me up, Ram, give me up, Ram, give me up, Ram, give me up, Ram.
Why did you kill us?
Why didn't you get him up?
Because I was
When you were on, you should have helped him up. And you were
Yeah,
fine,
man. Should have used your other robot arms and lifted me up.
Damn, Ram. You were supposed to wrap the zip line around his neck and would have.
Yeah, man. Use your zip line like you're supposed to.
Use your brain.
Yeah, man.
Alright, I'm gonna go smoke.
Alright, sounds good.
No smoking.
Man,
Get back
you
here,
just
Grim.
barely did better than me by 1 point.
No, Grim, no smoking. Get
Smoking's not good for your health.
back. Stay.
I'm gonna smoke 5 cigarettes now. Later.
Exactly, smoking kills.
I mean, Apex is slowly killing me. You should laugh, bro.
I need one more point to get 2-2-2-2.
Oh, I made silver too at some point. I didn't realize.
I need 2-2-2-2-2-2-2. What, you like silver? Do you like silver?
I don't know. Maybe I was. Silver 2 is at 2,000 points. So I have 30 of 2,039. So yeah, just
Why would you go down mechanic cheese?
Because, man, down looked like a lot of fun.
Such a way.
Turns out it's not as fun as it looks, but I figured I'd try it. I gotta try everything once.
Ready up, come on, ready up, ready up, ready up, ready up, ready up, ready
Bro,
up.
I was ready up before you even knew what readying was.
Hurry up, up. No, I knew what readying up was because I had to ready up to drop.
Ooh. Your mom's like, we're coming up on the hot drop, and he's like, alright, I'm ready up, I'm pinging over there. I'm coming out over there.
I'm going, Leah. Balls off edge of maps.
Yeah, right off the edge of the table. It's like, oh man. He doesn't know how to
Oh man,
he doesn't know how to do a hot drop. You land and doctor's like looting stuff and he's got a gun. They're like, oh my god, the doctor's got the gun.
I'm looting and scooting, amigos. Bird. Birdman. Stab him. Quick, no, he can't be caustic. You have to be caustic. Okay, I guess you have to.
Nah, man, I'm going sweaty characters, bro. I'm going sweaty ass characters.
No.
You want?
It's
You wanted sweaty characters. You wanted my sweatiest of characters. That's what you said last game. So I'm my sweatiest of characters.
Yeah, that's what I said last game, not this game. This game is Fight Boy Friday going. No, I'm so fucking. It's just here. Okay. See you, kid. Who broke armor just then?
Thanks, teammate, for snatching. Oh, that was you. Never mind. Oh shit, there's people. I'm fucking down. That was fun.
What the fuck is our friend? Of course. What pussy lands up top? Are you gonna come help us, mate? Look at him just sitting up there. I hate teammates like
Yep.
this.
And this is a ranked match. Yep.
Look at him. He hasn't done anything this whole game.
Pick me up, bro. Pick me. What the fuck you doing?
Hey, I got a kill.
God damn it. Oh, now I'm. Yep. You fucking waste of fucking space.
Yeah, how dumb is
God damn it, man.
honestly. I hate people like that.
Very frustrating.
Like, it's not even the game that's bad, it's all the people that suck
Yeah.
at the game. Oh no, I've only got 2219. I don't have 2222.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
My
Ow.
points. Okay. Let's ready up.
I'm ready up. Aye, aye, coach.
Ready up. Come on, ready up. Ready up. Let's run it. Run it.
I'm already running. You're not in the game with me? What are you doing? Come on, get in the game. I'm already in the game.
Ready up.
I'm so ready. I'm in the game already. I'm playing. I already won the game. What are you doing? Why are you not even
Oh,
here?
stop.
What's going on?
Ready up. Ready up. Come on.
Okay.
Mechanic ready up. I'm
No, I was readying up. I was ready though.
Oh, ready up. Oh God, Lord mercy. Oh, have you seen what's in the store at the moment? The sleeper con, and then you've got the other
The
one.
what? Sleeper con?
Yeah, for the lumber.
Oh.
Oh, I got a new Apex pack from the opener. Oh,
What?
did I get? Hey.
How are you opening an Apex pack? We're in a game already.
What do you mean? I'm not in a game. What do you mean? I'm in lobby waiting. Still searching for match.
No, you're not. You're in the thing with me.
I'm searching.
It says
for
you're
match.
here, bro.
Well, I'm searching for a match still. I literally just opened my Apex pack. I got 15 crafting
Then
material.
who is this Ram Revere 13 who is a bloodhound?
It's probably loaded me in, but I'm not in the game yet.
No, I've never seen it go this far and you not be there. Bro.
Oh, yes, you have. Da, 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 da. Oh, there we go.
Oh, sure you are.
Okay, I'm in. Wait, what? What are we tracking? What the fuck? Wait, is that Craven
Yeah, he
again?
never left the match we played with. He does it all the time. He doesn't leave and then so like we have to drop
His
out.
game breaks and then he's just like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's annoying as all hell. But I have to stab him for that.
Cool.
Like, I'm gonna give him a good shank.
Ooh, give him a good shanking, eh? You need a double tap. But you're not even in the game, so you really don't need that.
I literally just told you I got in the game.
Yeah, you're not in the game, so you don't really need that.
I'm gonna stab him.
No stabbing.
No stabbing on board this plane. $47.
Okay.
Wow.
2 seconds. I don't have a bag, so I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. Oh shit! I think there was a med kit over there. I'll have to go back for. I'm coming, buddy. I hear footsteps. Somebody is. Oh, they're in the center? On the ground floor, and they just ran like from my ping towards the south.
I'll stop to check the data. Take my wingman.
I helped. I helped you.
Boy!
I also helped as much as
Your
you did.
microphone.
Yeah, your microphone's like clickety clickety clack clack clickety
Like,
click.
I couldn't hear a thing, and then someone
Yeah.
walked up behind me and killed me. Yeah.
Your mic's been doing it. Yeah, when you pick it up, it.
Yeah, when you put it
Yeah.
on, like,
When I put
Yeah.
the headset on?
high up here.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, once
it's
put it on,
like
that was super loud. I couldn't hear a
electronic clickies, like the wires, like
thing. Like,
yeah.
Only when I pick it up and put it down or whatever?
Yeah.
Same. Why as soon as I get raised, I get killed? You should get in here.
Oh, fucking peacekeeper! Fucking peacekeeper! Oh my god.
Were you legendary?
No, I was not legendary peacekeeper. I was getting legendary my face
Damn.
hole off.
Somebody has some crazy ass lifeline skin. She's like a demon and it's like
Yeah,
lava
that's
Yes,
skin.
that's the tier 53.
The
They've literally
new,
paid to buy that. They've literally
Are you ready to jump in, Grim?
Yeah, just picked my character. Send me an invite.
When you're so desperate, you have to buy all the skins in the battle pass.
I bought all the skins in the battle pass.
Did you buy the whole battle pass though? Like all 100 tiers?
I spent $190 on the battle pass and all the
Okay, I'll take that as
skins.
fine, yes. Why though?
No, I'm just kidding. I don't pay.
I was gonna say, why though? That's like such a waste.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
It's like that person just like, oh, I want to be the first to have this skin, and then they're never ever gonna.
Right, but maybe they make
Unlike
$250,000 a year.
Never
Yeah,
play.
I mean, so they can afford to spend that kind of money. Maybe they have more money than time.
Yeah, but you can still just play.
They
the
might have
game.
more money than time. You know what I mean? If they don't got the time to play the game, you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah, they play the game as much as they can, and then if they desperately want a skin, they can.
That's
buy
what they
it.
did. They
Yeah.
desperately wanted it, so they desperately bought it.
No, they didn't. They bought it at the start.
They desperately wanted. How do you know? You don't know how much they wanted it. They could have wanted it like so bad. Like,
Oh yeah. The new fight or fright thing is like the Iron Crown, how you have to buy every skin. The boxes cost
When does
7.
it start?
Oh, I don't know, but the boxes cost 700 each.
nice.
So from what I read, it's going to be like when you die, become a zombie and help kill the living.
Yeah, something like
Okay.
that.
Everybody alive joins the team and has to escape.
Something like that.
You going to hell, bro?
No,
Just jump spot landing and
we're
be
going over
beneficial.
here. No, I'm going to Hell City.
I feel most alive and I'm rapidly approaching my death.
I'm going to Hell City.
Hey, not sick of your team? That's cool.
Well, just like you did to us last game.
I went where you pinged, bro.
Yeah, I'll come to where you
And then
came.
I run all the way there with nothing. Where you guys were. And then you left me again. Fucking rain.
I'm literally a hop, skip, and a jump away from you.
Alright, do a hop, skip, and a jump, and I'll see you in 2 seconds.
No, not 2 seconds. It takes me longer than that to jump, though. It takes me 5 hours.
So you're a long ass hop, skip, and jump away.
Yeah, it's not that long. It's like a hop, skip, and a jump.
But if it's a 5-hour hop, skip, and a jump, that's like more like a run, a jot, and a nap.
Yeah, I'll pick that up for now. So I got a peacekeeper. I got a pacekeeper.
Oh, I've got some really good loot down here. A gold knockdown shield. Really? Wow, and a purple bag. Oh my god.
Oh, no.
This is better than half the
I only
votes
did
on-
it because it looked like you turned around to try to take that, what's it called?
I did try to take it. But then you got it first.
Did you guys
No.
find a vault key? If
Grim
not,
was
why
trying
not?
to steal my, I don't even know what it's called, the thingy. He's trying to steal my thingy, and I was like, you
Thingy?
can't steal my thingy, bro.
God damn it, Grim. Stop trying to steal his stuff.
Yeah,
Come
bro.
on.
Leave me alone, bro.
He always tries to steal your thingies. It's not
No.
nice, is it? His thingies have
Need a
feelings.
bag.
Yeah, it took me forever to find one.
Taking me no time to find everything I need for this.
Let me know if you find a select fire.
Oh, there's one.
prowler.
Rambo.
Because I
Oh, I've
have
got
I
a
have a
select
select
fire.
fire, but I need a prowler.
Okay.
You have a prowler?
What was that? No, I have select fires though.
Yeah, I have a select fire. I need a prowler.
Yeah. Need hammer points? You've got a cargo bot coming to you. I can't see. It doesn't look like there's any red on it, but there
Okay.
is.
Hallelujah.
Oh damn, you're far as shit.
No, I'm not. I can see you from here.
Yeah, but I can't see that cargo bot.
You're like 15 meters away. Yeah, because it started coming my direction.
30 seconds, yeah, we should probably start moving towards the ring.
I've literally got 300 heavy and 300 light.
I
Mine
pinged
is
the
an armor.
Oh, did you?
Nice.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, man. Joe don't give
No fucks is given.
See, man, he doesn't want your stuff.
I came out here looking for that cargo bot, but I could not find it.
Prowler?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there we go, 199. Hey boys, glad I came over here. There's some really good shit.
Spitfire, if anyone's into that weird shit.
What the hell happened to this train?
It fell down and went boom.
Oh, purple armor on it. Nice.
Oh, the ring's here. Fuck.
Yeah, but there's purple armor on this train. What would I do?
Okay.
And it's just like, okay, I see your plan.
Phoenix kit.
What? I just beat the lava. Like I jumped on it and it did no damage to me. And then the second time I jumped on it, it did damage to me, and then I'm just like, what?
Oh, yeah, that's not the way to go. Oh my god! I made it. Okay. Yeah, go this way because there's a zip line, I think. We can
Yeah, I
take.
see it. Or otherwise you just take the balloon. And there's enemies just took this balloon, you know?
Joe's like, I'd rather just die in the ring, man.
Yeah, man. Ring death is the best death.
Joe loves staying in the ring.
It keeps me nice and cozy, and it's a friend to me. Doesn't try to. It
Raining is a
doesn't try to steal my things.
You're about to
I would have
die.
gave it back first off.
Oh,
Unlike
can
you,
cut out,
you
snipe
and
that, I'm not drop that.
that blue thing.
On us, they
Well,
can-
because Ram dropped it.
They're behind you.
So when he didn't want it back, I figured, okay.
Broke his armor.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Knock one. One dead.
Oh my god, you shot you in the back. Yep.
Right here, right here, right here.
Yeah, no, I'm down. You blocked all my shots, bro. I put a bunch of shots in your back. I was giving you those back shots.
Sad.
Very sad.
Because we died. That's how sad.
The saddest.
Well, I keep on getting 1 kill per game. That really triggers me because I'm getting -2 rep all the time.
It's better than minus
I'm
12
actually
rep.
gonna head off.
Alright, buddy. Yeah, it's 4 o'clock. It's about that time.
We'll see you
Adios,
guys later.
fellas.
Thanks for the game.
Well, yeah, fella. Adios. See you
See ya.
later. Yeah,
Ram
Ram
left.
left. So it's just us.
But you have to leave for
I don't know. He
Egypt.
just was like, all right, I gotta go. See ya. Yeah.
I know that.
So I was like, all right, bro. Adios, bro.
Later, bro.
Yeah, I don't know when he's leaving for Egypt.
I don't know. Sug on these nuts. Sug on them.
Suck them all nice and wet like.
We got a squad drop down here. It's gonna be okay. That's what I was looking at the whole time, but I was like, nah, he's not gonna do it. I was like zoomed in looking at the train. I try to land as far forward as I can.
Nope.
I might land on the first car.
We didn't
No,
make it.
I'm on the roof of the second car. What? None of
No,
you made it?
I didn't break off. I was just.
I'm gonna be a million
Yeah.
fucking miles away.
I just let him fly me to fucking nothing.
Alright, I'm coming. He's like picking up this shit on the way. Oh, shit, I'm at a new place and there's a million motherfuckers. Oh, it pulled up right where the zone was, the blue circle.
Nice.
Picked up as many Phoenix kits as I could. Oh my god, I had fucking 4. And I deleted 2.
Nice. Yeah. Sounds like.
I might have to drop some though, honestly. I have like no room. My bag's just filled with fucking Phoenix kits. Oh, never mind. I don't even have a bag.
My nothing is filled with Phoenix kits.
Yeah, my pockets, whatever you put it in when you don't have a bag, I don't even know. And there's a select fire. Yeah, I'm dropping. I guess I can get rid of it. I have 1 Bernie stick. Yeah, I gotta drop 1 Phoenix kit.
For what? What are you?
I'm
What are you
dropping
picking?
another one. I'll give you
What are you
one. I have
picking up
2.
there? You gotta
I'll
drop
at least give you one.
Phoenix kits for.
Bullets. Heavy bullets. I mean, I know where they are. Let's go back from.
No, that's not what I meant to pay.
What do you got, Prowler? Nice, I have a select fire. Where is it?
Like 3rd floor of this building.
I picked up a. Fuck is this? Drop some. Oh my god. How do I get there? Okay, I'll take this rope probably. So I could use a heavy mag. Yeah, I might run with the Eva. Here, there's a Phoenix kit. Do you have a regular circle site? I have a 1 to 2.
Sure. There's a extended light. Do you need that?
Usually I would. So yeah, I probably don't need this time, but I'm gonna run Prowler Eva this game.
Okay.
Where is that?
No,
Next
it was
building?
down. It
Right
was down
there, right.
downstairs.
It was here. That's what I thought.
It was like.
I got use. Oh, you want it here? Here you go. Here's a regular. I mean, not a regular. There's a 1 and 2. That's what I forgot.
Okay.
Just tell me about that.
Yeah.
So heavy clip. I need me a heavy collision. And bullets too. Heavy bullets.
It's on one of these floors. I'm not.
Scanning areas and shit, man.
Did you find the prowler?
Yeah, I got it. Is that us?
Yeah, I was going up to the rooftop.
Okay. Is that heavy bullets? Is that
No,
a
it's
you?
a circle
Where
sight.
are you at? No. Yeah, I could use one more U.
I tried to ping it the first time and he never minded it. So I already had my crosshairs there when he pinged it again. But that's making me drop a U.
How can we?
I got a U for you. I got a U site for you. Oh. Oh, he just picked that up as I was about to dibs that.
Fuck.
At
What?
level 2, the 2x site. Here, I'm dropping this U site.
Thanks.
Yep. Where's all the peoples at? I feel like a drone would be nice. Or just heard shots. Actually, I'm gonna drop my 99 for 45. But a 45 actually has less bullets. Oh, it's only one less bullet. Okay. What's the problem?
I forget. Whatever I saw, it didn't work for me or for one of us. Maybe it was the vest. I was like, everybody had
blue heavy clip over here on me.
Yeah, I found a blue one. Peep over here. See if Tom's there.
Okay, sounds good. Tom probably is there. He loves to be peeping at the little girls.
Oh my God, it's Tom. He's peeping. He's looking through the window. I am so out of here.
Faking Tom out with a decoy.
Fuck you, Tom.
Suck on these nuts, Tom.
Reported.
Oh,
reported for being a pedophile. Suck on nuts.
Just dropped 4 syringes. More syringes.
Is this whole place not even looted? What? You're in footsteps for sure.
Okay. Oh, there's a purple.
I don't know where they are.
Purple
Maybe
bolt.
below me.
Alright, I'm coming. I'm speed running over there. Speed running. I gotta stand up after this map.
I'm just gonna make mad noise on the rope.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
I keep hearing noise, like somebody's just being all shady, super close to me. I don't know where they are. I think they're on the right side of the building there.
I don't see them outside.
Hiding out somewhere. No, I think they're inside on a floor that I wasn't on. Kept hearing somebody around right here-ish. Like on this side of the building. I'm gonna run in the ring and then look back and then we'll probably see them running out. There's a zip line on the roof. You go to the roof.
Yeah.
The wall's coming in.
What? No, why would you? Oh my god. It like made me zip line down.
You're not.
No, I know, because it made me zip line down. So I just figured rather than get off and zip line back up, then run and find a zip line and do the da 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 da. I know, but you must not have heard what I said. So that's okay.
I heard what you said. Did you say there was a purple shotgun?
Yep.
Bolt somewhere?
Caustic trap.
Yeah, I noticed that. At a not cool time to notice it. And it's
Yeah.
too late.
Same here. Somebody's resin, right? Oh my god, I'm fucking shooting through this Pathfinder. Caustic traps fucking ever. I'm motherfucker.
Who's doing the laser?
I have no idea. Our teammates just like, oh my god. Alright, at least he's getting me up. That was fucking crazy.
I think
Oh, teammate just got me up.
Yeah,
Alright, I gotta heal.
there.
Teammates running in place. Teammates running in place. Come on. Teammate just disappeared.
What? Somebody was shielding up around here. I hear somebody shielding up. I don't know where the fuck they are though. Are we not
No.
in the circle? No, we are not.
Go through the tunnel, I guess. Down here.
Yeah.
There we go. Wall was open. Is there anything cool left?
Blue bag, blue hat, purple sniper stock. I think I might have
There's
heard somebody out
There
there.
you go. Yeah, someone just got brought back. I'm not sure. Sounded like it was this way. Yep, somebody's engaging them.
Still 4 other squads besides us. Somebody's up on the bridge.
Yeah.
See them? I think I might have seen somebody up there.
Oh, care package, right? How far is it?
We're right
Oh, there's 2 care
center.
packages right here.
And we're down a man. We should try to work to an edge.
Where's that? And there's another one right there. I kind of want to see if there's a Kraber. I'd like to do some Kraber action. Oh.
Yeah, there's a Kraber there. Oh, someone's getting brought back.
Oh, I just dropped the purple. Okay.
I can't use it. 20 seconds, we gotta be in there.
Yep, coming.
There's people right up there.
Oh, there's people to our left.
Somebody's
Yep, they
back
just
there.
took my fucking shit off.
I'm going into this house to heal up and shit.
Okay. Yeah, it's a full squad that shot at us. They're passing between us. Actually, they might be coming right by you. I lost them behind those rocks. Oh yeah, they're right there. They're in your yard basically. Oh, and they're on your roof. Oh, that fucking caustic trap is killing me. Shit, I'm trying to heal up.
Alright, there's all.
Oh my god, they're grenading like crazy from the fucking...
I survived them. Oh, somewhat.
For now.
Alright, I'm gonna climb up the back if I
Alright.
can. There's only 20 seconds. Seven seconds.
I hear
Seven.
someone running. They're shielding up. I maybe it was you.
We got
Oh, they're behind me. Fuck. Yeah, I'm dead. Just run and hide and... Just a small ass circle for fucking 3 squads.
Oh my god. Oh, that's the last squad? Oh, I didn't know that.
Not bad.
Would have been better.
Yeah, would have been. Would have been. Oh, it's a bit chilly. I need to shut this window.
I'm ready up. I'll be right back.
Yes.
When did you get that skin? I don't remember.
I've had it for a little bit. I think it came from the season 2 battle pass, maybe.
Yeah. When you bought the battle pass.
It might have been, yeah. Not really sure.
This is your champion.
We're doing it. We're going straight to hell. Actually, we'll go to this building that's hidden by this shit. Let's check out over there. I'm gonna land in the middle.
Alright.
Oh, you can't get
Yeah,
in
you
from this
can
side?
get it from.
Alright, let's go over there. Divvies. Everybody has vests and shit. Oh, I have select
Was
fire.
there some basic ass vests? You should be able to dibs the select fire. Tell your team, like, I could use this or that. You should be able to, like, ping your,
What kind of gun
like,
you want?
dibs to hop up and have it, say, like, I'm looking for a prowler or a, you know, you can, like, dibs to.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I always wish, like, when I was select fire, I wish I could tell people I need a prowler. Like, when I'm not playing with you guys on a mic. Bangin'! Wait, I thought I had a select fire.
They dibs? Yes, you did say you had one. Yeah, you did say you had one.
What the fuck? Oh! It's on my habit. Oh. I was like, yo, am I going fucking retarded crazy? I swore I picked it up and was even talking about it. Like, now I don't have it.
Definitely happened, bro.
That never happened. Stop lying. Never. Yeah.
Here's
Is there a
heavy.
Cool light gun around?
Not that I have seen yet. I have a oh, there's a 45. It's not great, but it works.
I'm dropping this havoc. What's going on here? Dropping energy ammo. No. Fuck. Standard stock. There it is. Alright, where was that?
Oh, there's one over here.
In this. Oh shit, yeah, we don't want to get burned in the rain again.
Yeah, nope. Hey, you see who we're playing with?
For the 99 or 301,
We're playing with Hillary Clinton.
Oh, holy shit. Fuck, I did not know she played fucking Apex, dude.
Yeah, man, apparently.
It was a little burned when I tried to jump that shit.
Oh, man, I slid right into the fire.
Check out this area.
Bring him out with a decoy.
Yeah, let's go that way, Mrs. Clinton.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman. That woman being Mrs. Clinton.
I mean,
She's gross. I mean, honestly, I've done worse though, so.
Oh, I hear a shit. A thing.
You hear a shit thing. Hey, you know what? I haven't seen a loot.
Did I not even get it? What the
I haven't
fuck?
seen like a loot tick in forever.
I barely have bullets to be wasted on that shit. I think it fell down. Maybe it was purple. I don't know. Blue. Yay. Knockdown
Oh,
shield.
teammates in a fight.
Oh shit. I'm coming.
Nice, good shit, teammate. Yep.
Oh, they're in the building. I'm coming from inside them.
Nah, he's got a gold shield. Gold knockdown.
Stop freaking out, you bitch. What was that noise? You're
I was
making some
looting.
noise. What is that?
You were getting her up.
Oh, it sounded all crazy. Let me fucking ammo's up. Yep. Never mind. Trying
Oh,
to pick them up.
I thought you were looting a box behind me.
No, I was trying to pick up those heavy ammo because I have like none, but I didn't have any room.
There's
in
heavy
my
ammo
bag.
over here. I just pinged.
Check out this area.
Did you see the heavy ammo I pinged?
Yeah. Oh my god, we're gonna get fucked up in the rain. I wonder if I have heals. I don't even know.
My controller batteries are low.
Now I can actually hold heals if I find them. That's always a cool thing.
Yep.
6 syringes and a med kit. Fuck. I'm gonna run through this.
Oh
tunnel.
shit. I was going. Okay.
Well, yeah, I was going to. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it'd be faster for me. I don't have a lot of heals, so. Kind of have to.
Oh man, they're up in that.
Fucking targets? I'm like, dead. Teammate, relax, bruh.
Give my shield a recharge.
They're pushing.
Hang on. Are they between
No.
you and teammate? Oh, I see somebody.
Yeah,
I
so do
got
we.
EMP'd. Wow,
Yeah.
got all of us? We were all far away from each other. Where's the last
I don't
guy
know.
at?
There's a lifeline crawling around on top of like this thing.
We just killed the kill leader. Okay, what now? Let's go. Don't worry, it won't slow you down.
Isn't there another box?
Yeah, there was someone shooting from all the way up here.
How many people got down? Just that
I
one?
guess. I don't don't know. There was somebody shooting from up here when I first approached.
I downed someone up top. I thought there was somebody else. Fuck.
Yeah, I don't know. I only got 67 heavy bullets.
Blue again.
But it's got a vault key.
Damn it, bro. Yep.
Level 3. Ammo up. 3-0.
There's room for it. I guess I can. Oh, I have retarded amount of. Alright, I have a vault key now. Do you know where there's a vault?
No.
I never looked it up.
Like below the train yard. I know there's one. Yeah, so do I. I have like 60 bullets. That's it. I have light though, so I can survive, but my light gun's a scout with double tap, so it's not great for close range, but
I feel like there's no vaults over here. Somebody, oh, never mind. There's a flower.
I hear shots in the distance.
Which way?
I think over there. Oh, right there. And someone's being brought back.
Let me see him. Oh yeah, everybody's flying over to that respawn. Then there's somebody on the ship right over there.
Watch, she's building store, right?
There's a zip line there. You see
Yeah.
a zip line? Well,
Yeah,
they're not
right, but I mean, like, they
moving
could be
up. Sneak
in
right
the
behind
buildings that
them.
we just passed on the right. That's what I was talking about.
True.
Teammates not coming.
Gone
Yeah, it's
crazy
just
or what?
us. Nice.
Ah! I nailed her with it. I nailed her with it from the rope.
Nice.
Yeah, bitch. Ambo
I got one of
receiver.
those. Got it when it was purple.
Where are they? Over there?
Yep. No.
I'm abandoning this bitch I was stalking.
Alright, there's a robot over here somewhere.
Coming back for this shit.
Oh, right here on me?
Oh, they're actually up here. Over there.
Alright, I'm
over there.
healing up. Because I'm pretty fudged.
We've only got a minute and the ring's right there.
Whole squad taken out. I like what I see. Just got promoted to kill.
Yeah, they took like 2 of my kills. I mean, not on purpose. It was just, I was, you know, I did mad work and then they got the last kill or whatever. I'm getting rid of this vault key. We are not going to the vault.
Yeah.
Because I don't think there even is
I
one.
think there is.
There's no heavy ammo?
No, I need heavy ammo too.
It's mad light, though, at least.
Get out there and bamboozle.
Phoenix kit here. Badges you up good. Shield and health.
I need heavy ammo.
Yeah, I'm dropping this flatline for this 301.
Oh, can I get whatever heavy you have? left then?
Yeah.
any I could get. Oh, you can switch from buildings right here. I didn't know that. I found a box of 20.
Yeah, I got like 80 or something like that.
Better than no boxes.
I think
Oh,
or 70, something like that. I forget what it was.
You want some big shield cells?
Sure.
I dropped 2 up here. I'll give you these.
Yeah, there you go. 77.
Awesome. Nice.
Buenos días. What are you doing inside the ring? Pronto.
Our teammates all far as fuck.
Well, that didn't fucking work. There we go, that one worked.
How many squads? 4 other squads.
Target over there.
I guess they're camping the care package like we are.
Yeah. I think I'm hearing noises.
Hostile. My mark. Target spotted. Contact. Hostile spotted.
Yeah, so
Somebody's
do I.
closer.
Got my eyes on this sector.
Back over there.
Shooting from in that
Oh, you
window.
actually saw them?
I saw where the shot came from. Right where I pinged him through the thing.
Fire.
Oh, maybe it's coming from behind it. It's around the corner.
And you're sure it's coming from that direction, not like past our teammate and there? Okay.
100%. It's coming from behind this corner somewhere. Behind that corner somewhere.
Fool 'em.
Spotted. Double timing it.
Someone's
they're
shooting
up?
from up there.
They're up with us? Where'd that come from?
Shooting from up there.
Here comes a drone. I hear a drone.
Positional advantage.
I'm gonna watch back here to see if anybody comes from behind us.
Taking fire.
I'm gonna give this spot a watching eye.
Putting lead down range. Reloading.
Teammates just having a snipe off.
Give me a second. Recharging shield.
I'm hearing footsteps unless that was you guys.
Yeah, that's probably me.
Getting shot at.
I don't really want to have a sneak off. Let me see where the shots come from. Okay, I see where it comes from.
Give my shield a recharge.
And
Okay, I'm
footsteps.
shielding up.
Charging on my shield.
I think
I don't
they're
see
on the
them.
bridge.
Right here, right in front of me.
I'm not sure.
I can see the bridge and I don't see them.
Definitely hear someone.
Rings nearby.
Maybe they're on the side of it. I still hear it again. They're like right around this corner.
5 seconds.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm watching you.
Oh,
I don't
they're
see
definitely over here.
anybody yet.
Pay attention, gang. Not far from
30
the ring. We got 30
seconds.
seconds left.
They're under the bridge.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Enemy spotted.
Yeah, they were just shooting at
under it?
teammate.
Enemy spotted.
They just jumped. Someone jumped that wall.
Yeah, I saw that.
Wake up, ring's moving. That thing hurts.
broke somebody's shield. She just dropped her airstrike like right on me, so I gotta fucking move.
We're down in that hole. Last squad. Now shield up. Fuck.
Where are they? There's caustic gas over there.
Whose smoke is that?
Theirs, I
Ours?
think. Somebody's getting somebody up.
Knocked one of them. They're in that hole. Ah, caustic's on this side.
Alright.
I'm dead though. He's the last one, I think.
Yep, nice.
Fine.
That's what I'm talking about, mother punk ass punks. Bang, 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 bang. Bang. Waka, waka, waka. Waka, waka, waka. Waka, 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 waka. Waka, waka, waka. Waka, 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 waka.
Good old Hillary Clinton. Damn, our teammate did 2
Yeah,
damage.
Hillary's clutch, bro. Everybody's sleeping on Hillary.
Hillary in the club. Speaking of sleeping, it's like 4:30, so at least we got the end on.
Yep.
The
Yeah, so I wanted to tell you this earlier, but we were just doing stuff and I forgot. It's nothing important. I know it sounds like I'm setting up something big. It's not. Just some dude, some random dude that I don't know who he is, came in my stream. And like some people come in and say hi and whatever, and I don't get back to them and they leave. He comes in, didn't say anything, but types exclamation point uptime. So it's a command that then the bot will tell you how long I've been streaming for. He comes in, types that,
and the bot
how long
will
I've been
tell you
streaming
what?
for. So he does that, and it says, so then it says like him. So it says, Chance Bowler 03. Mechanic's been streaming for 4 hours and 43 minutes, and then he leaves. So he comes in, finds out I've been streaming for over 4 hours, and leaves. This was at like 2:50, so like an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I just thought that was funny, and I don't know.
What does that even mean? Yeah. How long? 4 hours? Okay.
Yeah, like okay.
All right.
Well, that's too much for me. I'm gone. So I just thought that was funny.
Yeah. Yeah, that's weird.
Super weird.
Block.
No, I need
Stop
all his
spying on
cool
him.
stuff.
Stop talking to your bot.
Stop
talking
hitting,
to my bot,
yeah,
bro.
stop hitting on my
Leave
bot,
it.
bro.
You owe my bot a phone call. That is not cool. You talk to
For
my bot
real,
and bounce like that. Yeah.
For real Z's.
Yeah, I don't know why they would do that. You got me. Well, I'll probably be on tomorrow.
My controller died.
I talked to Janina. She's gonna be bloody.
Oh
Mary.
my bad, my controller died. Who's gonna be Bloody Mary?
Janina.
Oh, cool. What are you gonna be?
I don't know.
Dude, you can go to Walmart and buy a like
Somewhat
pajamas for like $20 or like $25. So you could buy like they have like the Fortnite, I think it's the llama. So it's like the llama pinata, or you could be an eagle. So like
I
swoop.
don't even know what that is.
Well, you could be, yeah, you could be Swoop the Eagle, or you could be like a, I think there's an alligator. There's Ted from Ted, the little bear from the Mark Wahlberg movie. Yeah. So it's got Thunder Buddies on his like left breast, and they're like $20 or something. So
Yeah. Well, that's scary stuff.
You can do that. You can be the Fortnite thing. If they fit me and I didn't have to go as a couple, I might do like a dead Fortnite llama. Cause it's like a light blue. I mean, you can just Google. If you Google Fortnite, it'll probably be one of the first things that pop up. It's like a light blue and like I think it has some like purple on it somewhere. But they were like pinatas that were around the map that you could like break open and like they'd have stuff in them. So like if you were like, it's a llama or it's a pinata, so like it gets all broken over. But like if people broke open, like found a llama and beat it to death because they thought it was a pinata, but turns out it was really a llama.
And that's what
No. You could make it. Yeah, you can make that. It's just like a.
Like if that's a llama.
So they beat it to death until like. Yeah, so they beat it to death until the its guts came out. Yeah. So.
Oh shit! If I knew what that was, I'm gonna do that part. They're like, "What are you?" I'd be like, "The llama."
Fortnite.
Fortnite. They're like, "What is that?" I'm like, I don't know. Joe told me about it.
Yeah, I mean, or you could just, it could be a political statement where it's like, I'm wearing this because it's the death of Fortnite because Apex came. I'm sure all of our family would understand what that means.
Probably. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. I'm cool. Oh yeah, so also, she's down to do some haunted hayride stuff. She said Nicole won't be back until closer to Halloween. She said so. You know, Kim and Nicole have to nail down some dates.
But I mean, honestly, we don't have to wait for Nicole. Nicole went to Greece, Prague, and something. Germany. Yeah, Prague and Germany. So she went to Prague and Germany, and like she didn't tell anybody about that. She didn't wait for people to have money and time to go to Prague or Germany. So like. Oh, we did a hayride while you were in Germany. Like, oh, big fucking deal. Like,
yeah, we don't have to wait for Nicole. That is a fucking fact. So tell Kim that. So when Janina talks to Kim about it, she did say, Janina's like, yeah, Kim, talking to Kim about it, I think is key. So you tell Kim, fuck Nicole, because she didn't invite us to fucking Prague.
Well, like,
and
Kim.
The hostel. I wanted to go to the hostel and murder some people.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Well, Kim was like, we found out this was Saturday or Sunday when we went to our parents for her dad's birthday, like early birthday party thing. We found out that she was going to Germany and Prague then, and her flight was at 8:00 that night. So like, Kim's like, what? Like, what?
Oh,
yeah. Kim's like, I told you like to tell me next time you're doing something cool. I mean, like, I want to do these trips. I want to go on these things. Like, Nicole's like, oh, I'm just going Maureen. Kim's like, what the fuck?
Well, why would I tell you?
Yeah. So I said to Kim, which I'm like, you couldn't go because of I mean, like, work anyway. But like, had Kim known, maybe they would have decided on a different date to go. But Nicole just.
Yeah, I probably could even went. Damn, I always wanted to.
Yeah. Yeah. Now that everything's done and over with, like, I can get a passport. I can leave the country.
Yeah, we can do real people things. I'm not sure if we can own a gun.
No, I don't think we can ever own a gun.
I thought it was all felons can't own guns. Well, I know you definitely can't get concealed, but I thought you never could own it if you're a felon. Turns out it's something like if it's a violent crime or not is what it depends on. So most of the stuff I know I got hit with was conspiracy. Everything was conspiracy this, conspiracy that. So I don't know if that'd be considered violent. I mean, and plus it's not even a violent crime. I'm pretty sure it's just larceny, which is by definition non-violent. So, you know.
I don't know. See, I have the RICO. So
larceny is taking a shit without force. Yeah, I didn't get that. But I don't know if RICO would even be violent. I mean, people get RICO for fucking white collar crime. So that's not always violent itself, you know.
Right, but
And all it is being an employee, and what was it? Being an employee of corrupt organization, conspiring with corrupt
yeah.
organization, right?
So,
It's not violent. So
and it's all because Mike
Have a
told
job.
them that
Conspire.
he knew about stuff.
Yeah, Mike made
So
it seem-
because he knew about it and received money
Oh,
without actually taking part in the crime, which is crazy because like
all those two motherfuckers are idiots. Fucking Mike,
yes,
Tommy,
100%.
all fucking retarded. I mean,
Yeah, like and then like after the fact when we were like inside, he would like yell to like somebody on my block would hear him and be like, "Yo, your boy wants you," and then like I'd go to like the door and he's yelling through the hallway, right past the bubble. He's like, "Hey, if you could just stick to your story that I didn't know anything," and like I would, I'm gonna have my lawyer try to tell him that like I was either high or going through withdrawal, so I didn't know what I was saying, or I was just saying whatever I needed to get out of there. I'm gonna try that, and then like if you just keep saying no, I didn't know, that maybe I could get out. I can go like check on your mom and stuff, and like I'd like go look out for her, and like yeah.
That's fucked up. Like, yeah, I'll watch your mom if like you try to get me out of the shit
Yeah.
I got myself into, while at the same time throwing.
I
you
mean,
under
that was always the plan. The plan always was, if anything ever happens, Mike, you don't know anything, you don't say anything. I borrowed the car to go to the store or whatever. That we had that conversation. We had that conversation. The cops, when they talked to me, they knew that conversation. I assumed Tommy told them. You know what I mean? And like I have no love for Tommy, so I was like, yeah, like yep, it was me. Yep, I agree to it. It was me. I drove the car. Like I tried to do what I told him.
You could easily just said, I don't know what they did with my car when I rented to him. Instead of all this shit.
Yeah. Instead, he spends hours hanging out with them and telling them everything. Like when they.
Oh wait, don't go yet.
Yeah, basically like fucking Takashi. Like, did you? There was.
Yeah, that's how.
When I probably told you this, but when we picked him up after they came and got me, we went to his house where he was living with Helen and picked him up, and I felt like so dumb. I'm like, damn, like I feel so bad. Like I'm getting him in this. Like, I really felt like he was getting out of it because like I admitted to everything. Like I had no idea. And like when they had the information, I thought they had it from Tommy. So like I really thought like, okay, Mike's okay, whatever. We go to pick him up, and like apparently when they picked him up and they had him from like the week before, they kept his cell phone. And then so they called the house phone, and they talked to him like, yeah, we're gonna drop your cell phone off. And he was apparently the cops were making fun of him in the car. So, not when he was there, like before they put him in the car. Apparently, they said they were going to drop off his phone. So, he was like, okay, oh yeah, hurry up. Like, my girlfriend's going to be home soon. Like, I can't let her know. So, like, okay, we're on our way now. And then, like, when they went there, like, knocked on the door, he, like, answered the door. He was surprised that he was going to jail. Like,
yo, he really thought he would just, like, tell everything he knew. He'd be free. He would have a barbecue with the girls we were hooking up with. We'd go to jail. He wouldn't tell us anything.
Yeah. And then he'd probably be like, yo, I don't know what happened.
Really
what? Look, I didn't go to jail. I don't know. Like, that's crazy. Just like pretend like.
I don't know. What? I had no idea. That is so fucking crazy. All that shit. Like, told everything he knew. Didn't tell us what was going on. Which is super important. Especially since he just fucking told on you. And then just thought, and then on top of that, uninvited us to the barbecue, but then still had the girls that a couple of us are hooking up with.
Well, they were Helen's friends, and so it's not like
go to jail. And
it's not like he was trying to hang out with the girls we were hooking up with. They were Helen's friends.
Yeah, but still, like it still went on, and it still happened. And like he just like, no, man.
Yeah, like that.
I'm just going to hide out until you guys get arrested, and then I can not hide anymore. And
yeah, like it's so absurd.
That was like,
And like I still feel bad about it because like I know like he did it to himself, but like he was doing me a favor. You know what I mean?
And Neil's, did you read through Neil's shit? I forget. I know he was an idiot and told on himself, but I don't even think Neil's told on you.
I don't think so either. Neil was. He was like, I just compared to drive him around.
Which was, again, fucking retarded. Yeah, he started off with, like, that's like, the main reason why it's, like, conspiracy. It's like, oh, so now you have paid drivers?
Yeah, like, I mean, that's what it was. It was because Mike got paid and didn't actually do the crime, is what my public defender explained it to me. Because he got paid, and he profited off a crime that he didn't partake in. That made it RICO.
Well, RICO is
right, but that's what.
And running a racket. Well, yeah, I mean, that definitely pushed it over top. But I think even if Mike didn't say it, they probably could have still did it, because then it just looks like our job is to just meet up every day and rob houses. I mean, I literally... when I tell people I really had, like, nothing to do with it, and I just did something one day, I think I'm a fucking liar. Even my own family, even my brother doesn't believe me. And I'm like, I swear.
It's like...
They really don't believe it, because I just thought it was... Tommy was sloppy and reckless. I didn't trust him. I only did because, you know, he stole my shit and I was in withdrawal. That was the only fucking reason. And then I almost fought him because I told him I was never doing it again because I have a future. And he's like, what are you saying? I don't have a future? We were
basically, yeah. Like, look at your fucking self.
I'm never doing this shit with you again, dude. Like, he was fucking retarded. I go out with him. You know, the whole deal was knock on the door to see if anyone's there, and if they're not, then rob the house. And then he knocks on the door, people answers, and then he wants to rob the house right next door. It's like, obviously they're going to know you're an idiot. Like, are you stupid? They're going to know their neighbor's house got robbed. And, oh yeah, by the way, it was raining, and two dudes pulled in our driveway and asked for directions. And then 5 seconds later, his house is robbed.
No, 100%.
I'm like, bro, I'm going home.
A conversation that we've had so many times, not so many times, because I didn't do it a whole lot. I think there was like 9 times or something. I don't know. So it wasn't even like a whole lot. It was like 9 different days over like 3 months or 2 months or whatever. But it was like, yo, like I can't just sit here, because he wouldn't like just sit on the side of the road and wait for his call. I'm like, dude, I can't just sit here for like 45 fucking minutes. Like, people are gonna get suspicious. Like, like it's a neighborhood where everybody has driveways. Nobody parks in the street except for the people that shouldn't fucking be here. And his response every time was like, "Don't worry about it. You're not doing anything illegal yet." Right, but there is gonna be something that's done, and people are gonna remember me and the car. No, you're not doing anything illegal. Like, it's fine. Just sit there. It's exactly what happened.
Exactly what happened. That's what I even said. A good Samaritan is going to fucking bring it all down. Did you read what they wrote?
Yeah.
This guy with the neck beard, he was drinking water profusely.
It was this heavy set guy with a chin beard or a chin strap was sweating profusely and drinking water. Yeah.
Drinking water.
I mean, that's me to a T. Like, I've never been described so well in my life.
You couldn't deny that.
Like, the first public defender was like, maybe you should shave your beard for it, because like you'll look like a different person. So it's like they don't like, not like I can be like, oh, it wasn't me, but be like, I'm not that same mess that I was. Like.
No beard, no mess. Nice
job. So, it didn't work. I just grew my beard in thicker.
Even more mess.
Yeah, that was just fucking ridiculous. Like, I mean, honestly, I'm not surprised that, like, I got involved in something fucking crazy like that, because, like, I really didn't plan on, like, living until, like, 25, you know? So, like, and that's actually, like, why I was so nervous when we were first pulling into the jail, And I just like told myself like, yeah, like I wasn't planning on like living this long. So like, if something happens and like I need to die in there so I don't get raped, like it is what it is. Like I was already ready for this. Like,
So you were worried about rape?
well, yeah, because I didn't know that it was just gonna be like a sweet ass county jail. Like I didn't know what it was. And not just that, but like people like
that never
trying to
crossed
get
my mind.
like
But,
trying to steal all my shit and like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, like I felt like I would have to fight some people. Yeah, the only person I almost fought was just because he took my spot in the shower.
That's ridiculous.
To shower. Well, because I was like, I'm after this person, and then someone was after me, and I was busy. So I was like, so it was like me, some other dude, and then the tall dude. And then me and the person after me switched because I let him go before me. He's like, and the other guy's like, well, I said I'm after him. Like, yeah, but I was before him.
Right.
Switched.
He's like, well, no, I'm still after him. That's how that works.
You know.
It's like, no, that's not how that works.
Yeah, so I literally almost fought the dude in my cell because of it. Because I was like, I was literally.
No, yeah, absolutely. That's like, yeah,
You
okay.
know, because. No, I don't know what I was saying, but yeah, I was just super fucking pissed. I was like, yo, you're really just gonna take my spot? And then it's gonna be the same thing with the person after that. Because we just came from like the gym.
Yeah, that's when I went down to pick Opie up, or drop him off actually, for his surgery. He was like freaking out because there was like this other dogs in there. Because like they opened their doors at like 8, but they had a sign saying that they weren't open until 10. So like some people were there early and waited. Some people were there early and like left to come back. And like so when I got there, I had to drop him off before 10, where he wouldn't get a surgery. So I was there like 20 of, and actually, it goes back even worse. Well, they're very similar stories. So this time when I'm dropping them off, there is like it's insane. A whole bunch of stuff going on. Not really the point of this, but there was some like crackhead lady. So like Kenny, if Kenny was a black woman, that's who this person was. Yeah, that's who this woman was. She comes in with like this chunky older white lady, and they're trying to get like, they called it hay and like shelter or something for like the outdoor cats. So I guess like boxes and they get hay or something. I don't really know. So they're there, and like there was like 20 people in front of me, and they come in like a couple minutes after me. So they're like the 23rd person in line or something. And there's this woman who like has a cat that she's like handing in. They're gonna like neuter the cat. It was a stray cat, so they're gonna neuter the cat and then they're gonna release it back to where like you say you got it from. And I have to sit down because Opie's like losing his shit. And there's only one window open. They open up the second window, and then the second window was for like people who are surrendering animals. If you're surrendering an animal, that was your line. So the lady in front of me with the cat goes up, and then like Opie's losing his shit, and people are talking about like it's getting confusing who's like next in line. So she's like, well, and the woman with the cat's like, he's after me. He's been here for a while. His dog's having a hard time. So like, yeah, he's after me. So she's like, you should just get up in line behind me. So I'm like, all right. So I do that, and then
the other
yes, they take the Kenny lady and this chunky white lady, and Opie's like losing his shit. So the Kenny lady is like, oh, his dog's freaking out. You should let him go. Talking to her friend, the lady she came with. You should let him go. The dog's like having a stroke here. He needs to get back there. Like he's supposed to have his surgery at 10. Like he needs to go back. And her friend says, yeah, but he should have been more aggressive. And her friend's like, what? What are you talking about? He should have been more aggressive. Yeah, he should have been more aggressive. She's like, right, but what I'm saying is like, you're trying to get this stuff that they're not going to have. They don't have it. You're going to have to wait like 2 hours anyway. Just let him go in front of you so he can get the dog back. The dog can calm down and he can leave. She's like, yeah, well, no, he should be more aggressive. She's like, what? What does that even mean? What are you talking about? So I say to her friend, I'm like, what she's saying is I shouldn't have let her butt in front of me. She's like, no, I didn't butt. I'm like, no, you absolutely butted. You sure did. She's like, no, you should have been more aggressive. Like, when the people came out and, like, were asking questions about stuff, you should have told them you needed to go back. I'm like, I did. And the lady with the cat was like, we did. We talked to everybody that came out, and everybody said, I'm going to talk to the front desk, and we'll see. And then, so I tell her that, and she's like, oh, I didn't know that. It's like, it doesn't, like, whatever. Like, I just stopped talking. Like, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
You were there before, right? So you definitely you stole your spot.
And it was just like, oh.
But the Kenny lady was sticking up for you, though, right?
Yes. And it's just like, she's like, oh, well, he should have, like, been more aggressive. Like, and then when she's like, oh, I didn't know that, like, you did talk to somebody. It's like, what does that matter? Like.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Right, like, that's what lines are for. That's how, like, society works. I was so fucking angry. I was just like, whatever.
Yeah,
I don't have them.
You should have fought.
Dude, I would have if I had a cell to fight her in.
Yeah, fuck.
I was so angry,
Yeah, like for instance, I was in supermarket, whatever one, maybe it's a Aldi, the one by Borbeck in the Boulevard. Anyway, it's like a long ass line, and then the register over opens up, and like I'll take the next person.
Yeah, that's always a good one.
And then some girl with the cart is, going over there, and then somebody that was like just walking up, like crashed into her cart trying to cut her out, like smashed cart in the cart, trying to cut her off, and the girl just like who was actually next still made it and just like acted like it didn't happen yet.
Yeah.
Ignorant as shit. And like I was still ahead of that other person too. Like they were just cutting everybody out.
Yeah.
I mean, if they don't say next in line, I will just walk up. But when they say next person in line,
see, whether they do or not, I always try to like give that person the option. Like, hey, can you? I mean, they're taking somebody.
Yeah,
you're right.
If they want.
I mean, and
yeah, I mean, if I am in line, but like, I feel like if I'm just walking up and somebody just happens to open, I'll scoot in. If they just, don't call the other line over, you know what I mean? Because then it's first come, first serve. But when they specifically are like, we're breaking this line up, next person come over here, then...
it's absurd. Absurd in the nerd brain.
Absurd in the bird.
Yeah.
Well, I got to go. It's like 5 now. But I'll probably be on. I guess.
We'll see. I don't know if I'll be able to get on.
You know what? I just remembered it's some girl at work's birthday, so I think I might be going out, but I might come on late. So
Alright. Sounds good. Adios.
I'll talk to them. Alright.
Alright, so here we go. Oh my god. He blew up my wall. I hate you, skeletons. I'm like, how you gonna blow up my wall, bro? Yeah, you little chicken. Be trapped in there, little chicken. Right. Is that the teleporty guy here? What you moving for, bro? Actually, you know what I want to try? I want to see if keyboard and mouse work for this. Let me test that real quick. Let me BRBs. I got a weird third-party keyboard I'm gonna try to use. Just for the time being. Right. Moment of truth. Oh snap. It appears like it does. I'm gonna have to change some hotkeys. Button 3. I don't even know what button 3. Drop item is Q. Hotbar slot 1, 2, 3. This 6 hotbar slot. shift. Sprint is control. Is there a way to turn that always on? Shift.
No.
What's it doing that? See if I can get her into a different game. Actually, holy shit, it's 5 o'clock. So yeah, let's do this. I want to thank you, everybody who came out. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. Come out on a Friday night. Could be doing anything. All the new chatters in Twitch and Mix, I appreciate Chance Baller 03 for stopping in and checking out my uptime. I find out I was streaming for 4 hours and 43 minutes and just bouncing, not saying nothing. Appreciate that. I want to apologize to the people that I didn't see your messages because of the heat of the battle and then you left. I apologize for that. But I want to thank Graham for the games. I want to thank Grim for the games. Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. It means everything to me. Follow me on all my socials. It's Mechanic on all socials except Twitter is Mechanic G. But I try to be on Instagram every day. Facebook. Also follow Zero Logic on Instagram and Facebook. Zero Logic Gaming. Shout out to all of them. They're all great people. DM me if you want to be part of the Discord. Or if you stream, if you like games, if you whatever. I mean, we're looking for streamers. We're looking for all-around good people. Yeah, so thank you for coming out. If you didn't come out, though, I want to tell you